Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Wang Xianyu fell to the ground and slowly regained consciousness. Spiritual qi had been injected into his body, restoring some of his senses, but the long-term hunger and malnutrition left him weak and feeble. N/O/vel/B/n.C//om. Even attempting to hang himself had exhausted all his strength. As a scholar, he didn't want to die silently in bed from starvation. He wanted to end his own life. Wang Xianyu got up and planned to retie the broken rope. Suddenly, he froze. He sensed a familiar aura, one he hadn't encountered in 2 years but often appeared in his dreams. Wang Xianyu looked around blankly and muttered, "Snake Immortal. Snake Immortal." It was the first time Su He had been called that. In the past, he was either called Old Snake Demon, Old Snake King, or some other derogatory term. Su He transmitted his voice, "What is an immortal?" Hearing the voice appear out of nowhere in his mind, Wang Xianyu took a deep breath and pondered, "A person and a mountain make an immortal. A person and a mountain make an immortal." Su He murmured to himself. He wasn't asking about the writing but the meaning. However, Su He didn't want to ask such enigmatic questions, only riddlers did that. Su He then asked, "Why do you want to commit suicide?" Wang Xianyu remained silent for a long time before sighing, "The country is about to fall. What meaning is there in my life? You're just starving, about to die of hunger," Su He said. Wang Xianyu was at a loss for words. There wasn't a single coin left at home, and no food either. He just wanted to hang himself while he still had some strength. Dying for honor was better than starving to death in bed. Thinking this way, he even entertained the idea of dying for his country, feeling a surge of heroism, which led to the earlier scene. Su He sighed helplessly. With a flash of light, a jade bottle appeared out of thin air in front of Wang Xianyu. "You're severely dehydrated. Drink this first," Su He transmitted his voice. Wang Xianyu quickly picked up the jade bottle and drank the liquid inside in one gulp. Immediately, he felt a cool sensation in his body, even his hunger lessened, and he regained some strength. Su He didn't carry mortal food, so he took out a lot of the spiritual qi liquid he had earlier and placed it on the ground. Wang Xianyu drank several mouthfuls in a row, and his complexion became rosy. "Now, do you still want to die?" Su He asked. Wang Xianyu hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. However, he added, "Snake Immortal, don't underestimate scholars. Many of my classmates would rather die standing than live as slaves. If one day I am captured by the Qin army to be a slave, I will also commit suicide." He wasn't lying. Wang Xianyu's eyes were clear and honest. "Intelligence is hard to come by. Do you know how many lifetimes of reincarnation it takes to become human? Even so, you still want to commit suicide?" Su He voiced his confusion. Wang Xianyu fell silent, unable to answer such a profound question. "Wang Xianyu, where is your sister?" Su He asked. "My sister was sold to the Chen family as a maid last year. Rather than suffer with me, she can at least have enough to eat and won't starve. Besides, Mr. Chu is looking after her, and she can learn to read and write." Wang Xianyu said slowly. Mr. Chu was a well-known teacher in Chen family town, quite talented, and wrote excellent poetry. He was the top scholar of his year. It was said that he offended a powerful official and was suppressed, unable to become an official, so he returned to be a teacher. Su He had also heard the villagers speak of this teacher, who often held free classes to teach children to read. All the villagers praised him. Unfortunately, it's wartime now, and the Chen family's situation is unknown. Many immortals are said to have gone there. Wang Xianyu sighed and added, "By the way, Snake Immortal, I'm no longer called Wang Xianyu. Mr. Chu gave me a name, Wang Ding, as in a word as good as a bond." Wang Ding, a good name, Su He thought to himself. Maybe he should ask Mr. Chu to give him a name too. Su He sounded so rustic. Forget it, he was used to it and wouldn't change it. When he named himself, he couldn't think of any good words with his limited vocabulary. Su He found talking to Wang Xianyu quite interesting. He went to the wild, caught a mountain chicken, and planned to roast it for Wang Xianyu. However, his fire breath turned the chicken into charcoal. Wang Ding didn't mind at all, grabbing the blackened chicken and stuffing it into his mouth. It had been a long time since he had eaten anything. Su He also dug up sweet potatoes and caught some wild rabbits, bringing them to Wang Ding's home. "I ate a few fish from the Wang family before. Today, I'll repay the favor," Su He thought to himself. This was entirely out of character for him, and Su He didn't know why he was doing it. Compassion? What a joke, he was a snake, how could he feel compassion for mortals? However, Wang Ding was indeed different. Despite having no divine sense, he could always sense Su He's presence. Su He pondered for a long time, planning to leave, but before he did, he wanted to say something. "Wang Ding." Su He looked at the young man before him and said slowly, "Reincarnation into a human is not easy. Your current life is something countless beings can only dream of. Do you know that out of 1,000 sea turtles born, only one hatchling makes it to the sea? Countless salmon swim upstream, but only 1% successfully spawn. You humans can't comprehend such cruelty." Su He's voice, like thunder, echoed in Wang Ding's mind. Wang Ding sat on the ground, recalling the words of sages and Su He's words, falling into silence. This great Chu kingdom has billions of beings, but how many are human? 1 in a billion? Haha, being born human is incredibly fortunate. Treasure this hard-earned intelligence. At least you can think. Many beings don't even have the chance to think before they die. Don't take your life for granted. Since his birth, this was the first time Su He had spoken so much, and it was to a human. He didn't continue. This was his unchanging belief since his birth. He envied humans. If those beasts had intelligence, they would envy humans too. After the Qin soldiers searched house by house, finally, the Chu soldiers hiding in the pigsty came out, but only 2 of them. The third had become a corpse. They carried the third person's head to the village entrance and knelt before the early-stage Qi refining Qin cultivator. Immortal, we tried to persuade Zhang San to surrender, but he refused. We were so angry that we cut off his head to present to you. One of them knelt and said, "We will definitely follow your orders and submit to the Qin army." The other knelt sincerely. The young cultivator nodded slightly, not even bothering to look at them, and ordered someone to incorporate them. Su He's divine sense saw this scene and could only sigh. These 2 were smart, choosing the only way to survive. Living meant hope. If a person died, there was nothing left. But at that moment, as the young cultivator passed by the 2, one of the Chu soldiers suddenly sprang up, a steel nail in his hand, stabbing fiercely at the young cultivator's back of the head. The young cultivator was taken aback, clearly not expecting this mortal to dare to attack him. Even more absurd, the other also took out a jade blade, slashing at his neck, courting death. Although he was only at the early stage of Qi refining, his reaction was swift. His body surged with spiritual Qi, and he struck back with a palm. Boom. The Chu soldier's chest was pierced, but he didn't retreat an inch, clinging to the cultivator's body, biting at his shoulder, only to be bounced off by a protective light shield. The other's blade only made a small cut on his sleeve before being knocked away, spitting blood, and both died instantly. 2 mortals, killing their teammates to gain trust, waiting for the right moment to get close, attempting to slay an immortal. Su He was stunned by this scene. Mortals trying to kill a cultivator? Isn't that courting death? Su He couldn't understand. Their courage was commendable, but how was this different from suicide? Knowing that it was an impossible task, why would they still do it? At this moment, just after the 2 mortals died, not long after, the young cultivator suddenly began to tremble. A shallow scratch appeared on his sleeve, exactly where the blade had grazed him, and that shallow wound turned a purplish blue. This is... The young cultivator's heart shook. It was a kind of poisonous spiritual herb. Clearly, the blade was poisoned. Immortal. Qin soldiers hurriedly surrounded him, only to see the cultivator spew a mouthful of black blood, sitting cross-legged on the ground, quickly swallowing a pill to suppress the poison within. Su He had noticed this detail early on and now could only sigh inwardly. Clearly, the cultivator wasn't dead, just severely poisoned. Those 2 mortals had done everything they could, but still couldn't defy the heavens. Cultivators are invincible to mortals, this is almost an iron law. Poof. Suddenly, a large blade emerged from the Qin army crowd, slashing at the young cultivator's head, blocked by a halo of light, but still cutting a bit. There's a traitor. An exclamation rang out, and the crowd swarmed, hacking the Qin soldier who struck into pieces.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. But the young cultivator, heavily injured and poisoned, died after the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Su He was struck as if by lightning, falling into a long daze. Even he hadn't expected such a scene. So that's how it is. Su He let out a bitter smile. These mortals had exchanged their lives for the life of a cultivator. Life is precious, but some things are worth more than anything. Defy? What does it mean to defy? Su He vaguely had an answer in his heart. Slaughter this village, this is the price of rebellion. Kill everyone. The remaining dozen or so Qin soldiers split into 2 teams, one heading straight for Wang Ding's house at the village entrance. Wang Ding saw the commotion outside, his face pale. He watched as 2 Qin soldiers burst into his home, and without a word, slashed at his forehead. Su He's face was expressionless. Die. A flying needle, driven by the gravity technique, instantly flashed through each person's forehead. In an instant, all the Qin soldiers in Snake Village fell to the ground, their bodies stiff. Snake Immortal Sr. Wang Ding turned around, looking at Su He inside the house, his eyes wide open. He knew Su He was powerful, but he didn't expect him to be this powerful, killing a dozen Qin soldiers in an instant. Su He flicked out flames, burning the bodies clean. Today, I've gained a lot. I can grant you one wish. Speak, what do you want? Su He raised his snake head, quietly looking at him. Wang Ding bit his lip, tears welling up. I want to go to Chen family town to see my sister. Su He was slightly surprised. He thought this person would ask for a method of cultivation or something, but it was just this? All right. Su He nodded. Chen family town. The Chen family, as a cultivation family, had developed significantly over the years. But under the invasion of the Qin army, even a cultivation family had to bow and submit. If they resisted, they would face annihilation. The Chen family survived by providing a large amount of resources. Su He took out a detection jade and found that the strongest person in the entire Chen family town was only at the great perfection of the Qi refining stage. The southern region of the Chu kingdom was too vast, and foundation establishment cultivators were limited in number, making it impossible to station them in such places. With Su Hei's help, Wang Ding easily entered the Chen family and reunited with his sister, Wang Qin. In the courtyard, the siblings hugged and cried. By the way, where is Mr. Chu? Wang Ding asked. The commander of the Qin kingdom, after learning about Mr. Chu's deeds, met him personally. Since then, Mr. Chu has shut himself in. Wang Qin pointed to the study door. At that moment, the study door opened. A middle-aged scholar with a scholarly aura walked out, looking refreshed and radiant. Mr. Chu. Wang Ding was overjoyed. Wang Ding? You're just in time, join me for a drink. Mr. Chu smiled. I don't drink. There's a first time for everything, especially for scholars, who must know how to drink. Mr. Chu took out a jar of old wine, smiling. This is a fine wine given to me by that Qin kingdom commander. Unable to resist Mr. Chu's insistence, Wang Ding had to take a small sip in the courtyard, coughing as he drank. Su Hei was right beside them, using an invisibility technique, unnoticed by anyone. At this moment, Su Hei clearly saw a cloud of death qi on Mr. Chu's forehead. This was the sign of someone whose lifespan was nearing its end? He's going to die? Clearly, he's only middle-aged, not poisoned, and looks radiant. Why is this happening? Su Hei didn't understand. He used his divine sense to carefully examine the man, finding his body in perfect health. How could there be death qi? Mr. Chu, what did that Qin kingdom general say to you? Wang Ding asked curiously. He said he admired my talent, said the Chu kingdom had buried me, and asked me to follow the Qin king to compile their history. Mr. Chu laughed. Then you? Wang Ding looked at the middle-aged scholar before him, his heart stirred. I agreed. At 13, I passed the imperial exam. At 15, I became a scholar, entered the court for 3 years, presided over reforms, but was repeatedly ostracized and demoted back to my hometown. I've had enough of this humiliation. Mr. Chu took a big gulp of wine, cursing with a smile. Now, I'm finally going to rise to power. Wang Ding, life is not easy, live well. He patted Wang Ding's shoulder, speaking earnestly. The two talked for a long time, and the middle-aged scholar got up to leave. Su Hei's divine sense was locked onto him, following behind. Moments later, he arrived at a riverbank, a tributary of the Yanluo River. This was also where Su Hei had once been pursued. Mr. Chu stood by the river, laughing up at the sky, then leaped into the river, swallowed by the rushing waves. Like a tiny speck of dust falling into the river, without causing a ripple. Su Hei stood for a long time, leaving in silence. He returned to Mr. Chu's study, reading every book in the room, like a scholar thirsting for knowledge. After a long time, Su Hei put all the books back. He glanced at the drunken Wang Ding, imparting a simple breathing exercise to him. Then, he turned and left Chen family town. Su Hei headed deep into the mountains. It was time to go home. Now, it was spring, the season when snakes gathered. Su Hei planned to return to Myriad Serpent Valley. That was the place that gave him life, that was his home. Myriad Serpent Valley. Every year, from April to May, countless snakes converge from all directions to gather in Myriad Serpent Valley, much like migrating birds that appear at fixed times in fixed places. No one can explain this phenomenon. It could be that generations of snakes have formed a natural instinct through survival and reproduction, etching it into their genes. Or perhaps there's a special scent in Myriad Serpent Valley that attracts the snake swarms. Myriad Serpent Valley is rich in spiritual qi and has birthed many rare spiritual herbs, making it a natural paradise. He Huang once said that if it could be transformed into a secluded cultivation retreat, it would be perfect. Outside Myriad Serpent Valley, atop a high peak, the eldest disciple, Wu Machu, sat cross-legged, eyes closed in deep concentration. On the neighboring peak, the second disciple, Lu Fei, also sat cross-legged, facing Myriad Serpent Valley. Additionally, the third disciple, Wang Ping, the fourth disciple, Subei, and the fifth disciple, Hua Yuntian, each sat on separate peaks, forming a faint circular formation, surrounding Myriad Serpent Valley. Half a month has passed, and the number of snakes in the valley has exceeded 2 million. Is Master planning to make a breakthrough in one go? Hua Yuntian's heart trembled. The 5 disciples seemed motionless as they surrounded the valley. In reality, they had subtly created an invisible force field, trapping the snakes within the valley, preventing them from leaving. Most of the snakes would leave after mating and reproducing, but this action caused the number of snakes to continuously accumulate, only entering and not exiting, now exceeding 1 million. The cultivation technique of the snake catchers sect required the use of snakes to aid in cultivation. Refining snake blood and gallbladders, extracting their essence to transform into one's own energy, required a large number of snakes. The sect also raised many snakes, but the quantity was limited, sufficient for ordinary disciples to cultivate, but far from enough for those at the core formation stage. This cultivation session is akin to draining the pond to catch the fish. It might take 100 years for the snake population to recover. Wu Machu sighed inwardly. He understood his master's actions. In the face of great events, only by becoming stronger could one ensure their own safety. The sheer number of snakes this time would not only allow Xian Yangzi to break through but also benefit the 5 true disciples and many inner disciples, allowing them all to gain something. This was a great opportunity, a great fortune. As time passed, some inner disciples quietly arrived. They did not approach but sat quietly at a distance to avoid disturbing the snake swarms. The disciples scattered medicinal powder along the way, attracting hidden snake swarms into Myriad Serpent Valley, pushing the number of snakes to an unprecedented peak. Whoosh! In the distance, a middle-aged figure floated over, landing nearby, dressed in a yellow daoist robe similar to Xianyang's. Upon seeing this person, the inner disciples all cupped their fists respectfully. Greetings, Elder Kui. Kui Yuan, whose cultivation had reached the Great Perfection Foundation establishment stage, was once Xianyang's senior brother and had a life and death bond with him. However, his talent was slightly inferior, and he had not reached the core formation stage. Kui Yuan had been stuck at the Great Perfection Foundation establishment stage for 50 years, with half his lifespan gone. This time, he had poured all his resources into a final attempt to break through. This is my last chance in this life. Whether I survive depends on today. Kui Yuan's eyes flashed with determination. Soon, other familiar faces at the Foundation establishment stage arrived one after another. The snake catchers sect was vast, with many branches. Those who came this time were all from Xianyang's lineage or had deep ties with him. 2 million snakes, tisk tisk, it seems like half of the southern region's snakes are here. Senior brother, you're mistaken. The southern region is vast, and the number of snakes is countless times that of mortals. 2 million is nothing. I used to believe that, but now, there are fewer and fewer snakes. The disciples discussed among themselves. In ancient times, demonic cultivators slaughtered cities, blood sacrificing 100,000 mortals to condense blood pills, inciting the wrath of gods and men. But no one would criticize a blood sacrifice of mortal snakes. In the blink of an eye, several more days passed. When the number of snakes reached 3 million, it stopped increasing because the valley was saturated. The snakes began to die off gradually. Whether through fighting, cannibalism, or being crushed, the number could no longer rise. Moreover, there were no more snakes to lure in from outside. The snakes within a 1,000-mile radius had almost disappeared. The time has come. Suddenly, a distant, resonant voice echoed throughout the valley. At this moment, all 5 true disciples, inner disciples, elders, and stewards raised their heads in unison, looking towards the center of Myriad Serpent Valley. In the sky, a figure in a yellow robe slowly appeared. Xianyangzi, the core elder of the Snake Catchers sect, a core formation stage cultivator. This blood sacrifice is unprecedented in my life. 3 million mortal snakes and 500 snake demons are enough for me to break through to the mid-core formation stage and for all of you to break through your bottlenecks and advance to the next level. With a wave of his hand, Xianyangzi released a large number of snake demons he had captured from various places into Myriad Serpent Valley, merging them into the snake tide. These snake demons had been sealed by him, unable to move, like lambs to the slaughter. Their eyes were filled with anger and despair, emitting unwilling hisses. The valley was filled with their kin, now trapped like livestock, unable to resist, only to be slaughtered one by one. Among the snake demons, one was entirely white, but her eyes were calm. Everyone, step forward. How much you can absorb depends on your fortune, Xianyangzi said loudly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Numerous cultivators gathered, sitting cross-legged outside Myriad Serpent Valley. They took out pills they had treasured for years, planning to break through in one go, their eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. This was the greatest opportunity since they joined the sect. Just as everyone was about to begin the blood sacrifice, in one corner of Myriad Serpent Valley, a thick green smoke suddenly emerged. The smoke was highly corrosive, melting soil and rocks into nothingness, accompanied by an indescribable stench that quickly spread. 2 disciples, unable to dodge in time, were engulfed by the smoke, their bodies instantly vaporized, flesh dissolving, emitting agonizing screams. Xianyang's eyes widened. He raised his hand, capturing the spreading green smoke and confining it to a small area. He quickly pulled the 2 affected disciples out, but only their skeletons remained, dead beyond saving. Such a horrifying scene caused an uproar among the crowd. 2 inner disciples were killed right in front of a core formation stage cultivator, with no time to rescue them. What was happening? Was there an unexpected turn of events? The area corroded by the green smoke revealed a gap in the formation, allowing the snake swarm to surge out, but Xianyangzi sealed the gap in an instant. Xianyang's divine sense spread out, quickly locating the source of the smoke, a green pill. He drew the pill into the air, sealing it. Well, an unexpected bonus? I can give this pill a 7 out of 10. Xianyang's face remained expressionless, his gaze locking onto an inconspicuous white snake below, his eyes flashing with brilliance. With a grasp from afar, he pulled the white snake from the ground. Various smokes emanated from the white snake's body, causing crackling sounds in the air. Xianyang's brows furrowed, growing more intrigued. He took out a second-tier spiritual treasure and placed it on the snake. With just a touch, the treasure dissolved into nothingness. This scene left everyone present in astonishment. Interesting, Xianyangzi said with great interest. L.B//JNN. Huayuntian hesitated for a moment, unable to resist saying, Master, this mere spirit communion stage snake demon, why trouble yourself? Let me handle it. Shut up. Xianyangzi glared at him, and Huayuntian immediately fell silent. Wu Macho inwardly scoffed. Huayuntian had potential, but his brain often failed him, frequently saying things that left others speechless, always out of sync with everyone else. Xianyangzi stared at the white snake for a long while before suddenly smiling. Do you think I'll keep you here and take you back for research? The white snake stared at him intently, without a word, its eyes showing no emotion. I'm not curious about you at all. Xianyangzi pulled out a long spear and hurled it into the void. The spear pierced through the white snake's body and shot towards Myriad Serpent Valley, pinning it to the center of the valley. Begin the blood sacrifice, leave no one alive, Xian Yangzi ordered. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. With a wave of Xian Yangzi's hand, a blood-red light enveloped the entire Myriad Serpent Valley. Many were puzzled. This white snake was an unprecedented oddity. Why not take it back for research? No one could fathom Xian Yangzi's true intentions, so they continued as usual, casting spells and throwing them into the valley. From the edge of Myriad Serpent Valley, the snake swarm began to struggle and hiss, writhing like severed earthworms. Their physical bodies dissolved, and blood was drawn out, forming thin lines that injected into the meridians of the snake catcher's sect disciples nearby. Everyone focused their minds, fully refining the precious snake essence, circulating their snake catching technique, and their cultivation levels rapidly soared. L.B//JNN. This was a gluttonous feast. The anguished cries of the snakes echoed through the mountains. They died slowly. First their gallbladders were extracted, then their blood, and due to their tenacious vitality, they often endured prolonged torment before turning into a puddle of mud, completely dead. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of snakes were drained dry within an hour. I'm about to break through. Break through for me. Many Qi refining stage disciples reached their bottlenecks, swallowed pills, and charged towards the next level with all their might, devouring others to gain strength. The strong live, and the weak die. This is the natural order, unbreakable by anyone. Most ordinary snakes had not reached spirit communion. They didn't know why they were dying or where their enemies came from. Silently, they turned into blood, dissipated into ashes, and became nourishment for the snake catchers. Those spirit communion stage snake demons, however, had eyes filled with anger and despair. Some female snakes showed pleading eyes, but it was futile. Regardless of gender, age, species, race, or cultivation level, all were melting, dying slowly. Xian Yangzi took a deep breath. It was time for him to act. This time, he would surely reach the midcore formation stage. Whoosh! Just then, a white lightning bolt streaked across the sky, a sword coming from the west. 5 inner disciples absorbing nourishment were instantly decapitated, and a foundation establishment stage elder also perished, not even knowing how he died. But just after killing these 6, the white lightning was forcibly frozen in place, revealing itself to be a flying sword. Everyone was shocked, exiting their meditative states, staring in disbelief at the flying sword. Xian Yangzi opened his eyes, not angry, but filled with intense curiosity. Another one, and a foundation establishment great demon at that? Xian Yangzi's gaze shifted, raising his hand to activate the gravity technique, pulling the target into the air. It was a snake covered in black gold scales. In the past, he would have kept such a snake demon alive for research. But today, there was no need for words. It would be thrown into Myriad Serpent Valley and refined. Curiosity is good, but excessive curiosity while ignoring the inherent threat of the other party signifies ignorance and arrogance, often leading to great upheaval. Go. With a flick of his wrist, Su Hei's body was uncontrollably flung into Myriad Serpent Valley, about to become part of the nourishment. As a foundation establishment great demon, he could not resist the gravity technique of a core formation stage cultivator. Moreover, this was not an ordinary core formation stage, it was the peak of core formation, far beyond the old woman from the Purple Mist sect. Su Hei's eyes were blood red, filled with raging anger, but his mind remained calm. At the moment he was pulled up, a pale gold storage bag fell from his mouth. This was the storage bag He Huang had given him. Open it at the moment of life and death. Whatever is inside, you can fight any opponent to a draw. These were He Huang's exact words. Su Hei didn't know what was inside, nor if it would be useful. Facing a core formation stage cultivator, he might not even have time to use it before being killed. But Su Hei did not hesitate for a moment. The storage bag automatically opened, and a purple bronze mirror flew out. Seeing the familiar mirror, Su Hei's pupils contracted. He had seen it before, it was the very mirror He Huang had tried to steal from the Purple Mist Pavilion. This is... Xian Yangzi's gaze sharpened, instinctively dodging to avoid being reflected by the mirror, but the mirror seemed to lock onto him, aiming directly at him. Buzz. In an instant, a reflection appeared in the mirror, looking exactly like Xian Yangzi. The reflection waved its hand, and Xian Yangzi's face changed dramatically, retreating hastily. Su Hei seized the opportunity to break free from the gravity technique and fled from midair. Boom! A noticeable dent appeared on Xian Yangzi's chest. The entire scene erupted in chaos. Everyone witnessing this was shocked to the core. What is that mirror? How could it harm a core formation stage cultivator? My heavens, what kind of treasure is this? I think I've seen this item in the Purple Mist Pavilion. For a moment, the crowd was abuzz. The disciples of the Snake Catchers sect were all stunned, their eyes filled with shock. At this moment, all eyes were on that purple bronze mirror. From the mirror, a figure emerged. This person, dressed in a yellow robe, a middle-aged scholar, looked exactly like Xian Yangzi, the very reflection from the mirror. However, this reflection had materialized, as if it had come to life, staring at Xian Yangzi with identical expressions. Xian Yangzi's gaze was fixed on the mirror, coldly saying, "So, this is the mirror's effect. I underestimated it." He had seen this mirror before. It was obtained by the Purple Mist ancestor and stored in the Purple Mist Pavilion, seemingly useless except for its hardness. Now, it was an unexpected surprise. Xianyangzi disappeared from his spot, reaching for the bronze mirror, but the reflection also waved its hand, unleashing a strike. A deafening explosion echoed through the void, forcing Xianyangzi to retreat. Humph! Xianyangzi snorted coldly, summoning an ancient cauldron that enlarged in midair, pressing down on the reflection. This cauldron, named the Myriad Serpent Cauldron, was a third-tier magical treasure, effective against core formation stage cultivators. No matter how strong the reflection was, it was still just a reflection, incomparable to a real cultivator. Unexpectedly, the reflection also summoned an identical Myriad Serpent Cauldron, enlarging it and pressing it down on Xianyangzi. How is this possible? Xianyangzi's face finally changed, exclaiming in shock. He quickly took out two third-tier talismans, simultaneously activating them with a low shout of explode, causing an explosion in front of the Myriad Serpent Cauldron. The reflection did the same, producing two talismans, shouting explode, and blasting Xianyangzi's cauldron away. Xianyangzi then summoned a flying sword, and the reflection did the same. The two swords clashed in midair, evenly matched. After some probing, Xianyangzi realized that the reflection could replicate his magical treasures and talismans perfectly, an unbelievable phenomenon. If I can't deal with the mirror, I'll deal with its owner. Xianyangzi changed his tactics, summoning ancient wood to create wooden puppet clones, sending them towards Suhei. The reflection also summoned ancient wood, creating countless wooden puppet clones, even more than Xianyangzi's, intercepting all of them. Some even charged towards the disciples below, causing them to scream and flee in terror. Xianyangzi's face turned dark. He finally realized that relying on himself alone, it would be difficult to spare a hand to kill this snake. Targeting Suhei would only provoke the reflection to use even stronger methods. He needed help. Master, don't worry, I'll kill this snake. Wu Machu saw Xianyangzi's predicament and stood up from the mountaintop, speaking loudly. And us. Just a foundation establishment stage, easily crushed. Lu Fei, Wang Ping, and other disciples also stood up, drawing their magical treasures. Xianyangzi took a deep breath and said solemnly, everyone, attack together with all your might, kill this snake. Leave no survivors. With these words, everyone present stopped their cultivation, stood up, and focused their gaze on Suhei, who had not fled but instead charged towards the crowd. Suhei charged forward like a raging bull, shattering a foundation establishment cultivator into pieces. He swung his flying sword, decapitating 5 inner disciples in quick succession. Meanwhile, his puppets were unleashed, attacking in all directions. So, this is the snake demon causing trouble earlier. My clone must have been destroyed by this snake, Xianyangzi observed calmly, his eyes flickering with a hint of mockery as he watched Suhei's relentless slaughter below. He had planned to use the bloodline tracing secret technique to find Suhei after reaching the mid-stage of qi condensation. But now, Suhei had delivered himself, saving him the trouble. Although this strange mirror was indeed troublesome, the snake catcher's sect was filled with experts. How could a mere snake contend with them? Kill, kill, kill. Suhei, fearless and ferocious, charged into the crowd like a god of death. Lightning arcs surrounded him as he cut down one snake catcher's sect disciple after another. Countless spell attacks landed on Suhei, but his tough scales deflected them with a metallic clang. Unhindered, he continued his killing spree, drenched in blood, resembling a fearsome demon. Clang. A massive flying sword struck Suhei from behind. Though it didn't break his defense, the impact caused his body to sink, bones cracking, nearly making him fall from the sky. The attacker was none other than Wu Machu. As the top disciple, Wu Machu knew well the vital points to strike on a snake. Each of his sword strikes aimed directly at Suhei's weak spots. His strength far surpassed that of Baishiu, whom Suhei had faced earlier, by at least tenfold. Suhei's eyes turned cold. He spat out a cerulean eye-soul flying sword, which collided with the giant sword above, instantly freezing it with spreading frost. Heavenly thunder curse. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking Suhei's back. Though his scales blocked most of the attack, some of the lightning penetrated, sending Suhei crashing heavily to the ground, creating a snake-shaped crater. Elder Kui is so powerful. The crowd cheered. Kui Yuan, at the Great Perfection Foundation establishment stage, was even more terrifying than Wu Machu. Kui Yuan, expressionless, directed several more bolts of lightning into the snake-shaped crater. As Xianyangzi's senior brother and the highest-ranking individual present, Kui Yuan's strength and wisdom far surpassed everyone else. He could see the strangeness of this snake. Despite appearing to be at the initial foundation establishment stage, he had to go all out. Even if the snake died, he needed to ensure its body was utterly destroyed to feel at ease. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous lightning bolts struck Suhei. Suhei used his earth escape technique to dodge desperately, but the lightning pursued him relentlessly, no matter how fast he fled. Moreover, his opponent's perception was incredibly sharp and experienced, seemingly able to predict Suhei's moves, always blocking his path in advance. Boom. Another lightning strike hit Suhei, severely injuring him, his aura plummeting. If not for his tough scales, he would have died countless times already. Suhei patted his storage bag, took out some healing pills, and swallowed them. Using the demon god cauldron, his injuries healed at an astonishing rate. But immediately, lightning and flying swords attacked again, joined by several mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Suhei's freshly healed wounds were once again severely damaged, his meridians ruptured, flesh charred, and he fell into the ground. Even in a one-on-one fight, Su He struggled to defeat Wu Machu, let alone contend with Kui Yuan. Moreover, with both of them teaming up and so many mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators attacking him, they were determined to kill Su He at all costs. The humans didn't underestimate him due to his low cultivation. They unleashed all their trump cards and magical treasures without holding back, attacking with full force. Su He's injuries were too severe, and his consciousness began to fade. Boom, boom. 2 bolts of lightning struck, sending Su He crashing into the ground. At this moment, Su He could clearly feel his physical body nearing death. Though his scales remained intact, his internal organs were utterly destroyed. Clang! A flying sword struck his vital point, splitting the ground with a 1,000-foot chasm, burying Su He deep underground. Is this the end? A single snake's strength could never contend with an entire sect, nor with the overwhelming force. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Humans are the spirits of all beings, standing at the pinnacle of creation. This is the rule. They are snake catchers, and I am a snake? Why didn't you run? In a daze, Su He entered a dream, hearing that familiar voice again. The voice sounded like it came from a fled dragon, yet also from within himself. Why did you fight so desperately? The voice echoed once more in Su He's mind. Do you regret it? The voice asked 3 soul-searching questions, and Su He asked himself the same. Why didn't he run? Why didn't he escape as he usually did? If he had, he could have survived easily, preserved his strength, and risen again, with a chance to return one day. What did the extinction of the Snake Clan have to do with him? He risked his life to kill a group of Snake Catchers sect disciples, but lost his own life. Was it worth it? At this moment, Su He's mind flashed with blurry images, like a revolving lantern. Scenes appeared before his eyes, as if in the present, as if in the distance, as if in his heart. I am from the Chu Kingdom. My parents and family are all from the Chu Kingdom. I can't just stand by and do nothing. Xiao Zhou knelt before him, tears in his eyes. He stood up resolutely, turning away, leaving only a lonely silhouette. What if there's no return? Then there will be no return? This is my ancestral jade, which I ground into a blade. It's the only thing with spiritual power. A Chu Kingdom soldier, trembling, handed a sharp jade piece to his companion. Kill me, use my head to approach that Qin Kingdom cultivator. The Chu Kingdom soldier, holding his comrade's broadsword, stabbed it into his own chest. No. A painful cry from a comrade echoed in his ears. My death, is it worth it? The Chu Kingdom soldier quietly closed his eyes. In a thatched hut, Wang Ding used his last strength to shout, I won't be a slave to a fallen kingdom, hanging himself from the beam. By the turbulent river, Mr. Chu laughed wildly at the sky, abandoning the pursuit of official rank and power, throwing himself into the great river. N/O/bell/B/jn.C//OM. Why didn't you run? The ethereal voice echoed once more. Su He smiled calmly, replying, This is my home. Why should I run? Why did you fight so desperately? The question appeared again. Su He replied calmly, They kill my compatriots, destroy my home. If I don't fight desperately, who will? This time, the ethereal voice paused for a moment before continuing, Do you regret it? Do I regret it? Su He remained silent for a long time, seemingly sighing, but his gaze remained unwavering. Though I faced death 9 times, I have no regrets. Time seemed to pass quickly and slowly. Who knows how long the attacks continued? Suddenly, a new force was born within Su He. His already established spiritual foundation began to expand once more. The foundation rose, like a giant dragon soaring to the sky. Buzz! A beam of purple light shot from the ground, illuminating the mountains and rivers for miles. The sky was filled with purple light, and the eastern sky was bathed in purple. Everyone was stunned by this magnificent scene. At this moment, Su He's purple true chi rapidly changed, its color deepening from light purple to dark purple, and then gradually turning into an even deeper black. Su He finally realized that his previous foundation establishment was not truly perfect. It wasn't until this moment, when he understood the concept of reverse cultivation, that he achieved true perfection. Reverse? What does it mean to be reverse? A dragon has a reverse scale, touch it and it will rage. Though I faced death 9 times, I have no regrets. Su He's voice, like thunder from the 9 heavens, descended from the clouds. The reverse scale? Su He's last missing scale was his reverse scale? Boom! Thunder rolled, splitting the sky, like the wrath of a god descending to the mortal world, striking Su He's forehead. On Su He's forehead, a black gold reverse scale was rapidly forming, becoming tangible. This reverse scale was the scale of the ancestral dragon, even the heavens would tremble before it. This is the 49 minor heavenly tribulation. Xian Yang's heart was in turmoil. The 49 heavenly tribulations are meant for a foundation establishment cultivator reaching great perfection and forming a golden core. How could they appear on a mere snake? Boom! The thunder tribulation struck Su He's head, but it was completely absorbed by the reverse scale on his forehead, as if it turned into nourishment, leaving him unharmed. Xian Yang's heart sank, and he shouted, We must not let him cross the tribulation, kill him. Wu Machuo raised his hand, and a giant sword flew out. But as it approached Su He, the thunder tribulation fell with a roar, turning the flying sword into ashes in an instant. A small lightning bolt was drawn towards Wu Machuo, who hurriedly took out a pagoda to block it. The lightning struck the pagoda, shattering it into pieces. Everyone realized that attacking Su He now would trigger a chain reaction from the tribulation. Xian Yang's face was cold as he said, surround him. Even if he crosses the tribulation, what can he do? A dying snake is nothing to fear. As time passed, the spiritual foundation within Su He grew larger, several times that of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. His true qi had turned a deep, profound black. Such blackness was unheard of, even among ancient cultivators. Only by tracing back to ancient times could there be any clues. Cultivation techniques, spiritual roots, temperament, and one's own Dao. Su He's Dao was the path of reverse cultivation, and his mysterious cultivation technique gradually revealed its true nature. A vague voice appeared in Su He's mind, conveying the complete content of the technique. This cultivation technique is inherited from the Great Void Ancestral Dragon, the only technique for a snake to transform into a dragon, the 9 transformations of the true dragon. To transform from a snake to a dragon, one must undergo 9 transformations: forging dragon scales, tempering dragon bones, opening dragon veins, creating dragon blood, growing dragon claws, raising dragon might, shaping the dragon body, and igniting the dragon soul. Each transformation is not only a physical change but also a spiritual one. The first transformation of the 9 transformations of the true dragon, the dragon scales, is now complete. With the appearance of Su He's reverse scale, the final dragon scale was finally perfected. His entire body of scales trembled with a terrifying pressure, even the surrounding snake catchers felt a chill of fear. Their cultivation technique, the snake catching technique, was supposed to suppress snake-type demonic beasts, but facing Su He, not only did it fail to suppress him, it instilled fear instead. This was no ordinary snake. What was he? At this moment, Su He finally understood why his scales grew wildly when he rushed to save the white snake and the wolf king from 1,000 miles away. He finally understood why, on that day, when he faced He Luo Hua and used the mountain-severing abyss technique, his scales surged. He was perfecting his Dao. The 9 transformations of the true dragon were not just about refining the physical body but also cultivating the Dao. The first transformation, the dragon scales, could only be achieved by truly understanding the meaning of the reverse scale, transforming into a true dragon. Without the reverse scale, he would never become a true dragon, always remaining a snake. Only dragons have reverse scales. Crack. A rift opened in the void. A pitch-black demonic hand reached out, with overwhelming demonic energy sweeping out. An extraterrestrial heavenly demon. Everyone was horrified and retreated. But as soon as the demonic hand fully emerged, revealing a demonic eye, it glanced at a bronze mirror in midair and quickly retracted, disappearing without a trace. The rift closed, as if it had never appeared. Everyone looked at each other, bewildered. It was just an interlude. Moments later, the tribulation disappeared, and the thunderclouds dispersed. Su He opened his cold eyes, looking at the crowd. Though his form hadn't changed much, his aura was vastly different, no longer resembling a snake demon. Whether it was an illusion or not, everyone felt as if they were facing an emperor, not a snake demon. Especially the reverse scale on his forehead, which looked like an imperial mark. With a thought, Su He took out a blood-replenishing pill from his storage bag marked with a skull and swallowed it. This blood-replenishing pill, if taken by a human, would cause an excess of blood, bursting out. But for Su He, it was just right. This was not a human pill, it was a pill for a demon king. Su He hadn't transformed into a dragon yet. He had only completed the first step, gaining true dragon scales, but his physique was far beyond that of a snake demon. As the pill entered his body, his previously exhausted flesh and blood rapidly recovered. Go. Kui Yuan, holding a thunder seal, waved his hand, and a purple thunderbolt as thick as a barrel condensed into a thunder spear, shooting towards Su He with indescribable speed, reaching him in an instant. Boom. The void shook, and the ground was split into a 1,000-foot chasm. But Su He's figure had completely disappeared. Quick, dodge. Xian Yangzi shouted angrily. Snap. With a flick of his tail, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator's head was smashed, blood spraying, his body torn apart, turning into pieces. There was no time to use any magical treasures, all defensive talismans exploded automatically, unable to block the attack. This strike, Su He didn't use any spells, it was pure physical combat. Everyone was horrified and retreated, only to see a flash of black light, and Su He disappeared again. Whoosh. Su He turned into an arc of lightning, darting through a string of figures, killing 6 people in an instant, including 2 foundation establishment cultivators. Bang, bang, bang. Blood and flesh exploded, limbs flew everywhere, with no trace of spell fluctuations, it was pure physical collision. Kui Yuan waved his hand, and 4 large flags flew out, planting themselves in 4 directions. With a change of hand gestures, he shouted, 4 symbols snake trapping formation. In an instant, the 4 flags emitted red, green, white, and yellow lights, forming a square formation, trapping the area tightly. Kui Yuan clasped his hands together and shouted constrict, causing the formation to rapidly close in, trapping Su He within. Su He's movement range grew smaller and smaller, soon colliding with the formation. Boom. The formation shook violently, Kui Yuan's face turned pale, almost spitting blood, but he gritted his teeth, eyes bloodshot, and activated the formation again, tightening it further. Wu Macho wasn't idle either, he cast a glazed pagoda, which hovered high above, its colorful light covering Su He's head. Su He's speed slowed, as if he were a worm trapped in mud. Soon, he stopped completely. Kill. Seizing the opportunity, the others unleashed their spells, bombarding Suhei with a barrage of colorful lights, causing the ground to collapse, the earth to rumble, and the sound of explosions to spread for miles. Facing a mutated snake, they had responded perfectly. The snake catcher's sect members showed joy, but their faces soon stiffened. As the dust cleared, Suhei's body was covered in thick stone armor, 16 earth shields, 32 light rings, along with his dragon scales and the stone vein technique, blocking all attacks. Crack, crack. The shields, light rings, and armor shattered one by one, leaving Suhei unharmed. Everyone gasped. Earth shield, I've only seen 8 shields at most, how does he have 16? Nov, L, B / JNN. Is that thick earth armor? They couldn't understand how Suhei's basic defensive spells could have such terrifying effects. Xianyang's face turned grim, realizing that mid-foundation establishment spells could no longer harm Suhei. But among them, only 2 were late foundation establishment cultivators, Wu Machu and Kui Yuan. Suhei looked at the crowd coldly and said, "Now, it's my turn." He recalled the earth spells he had learned before. Advanced spell, Mountain Embrace Seal? No, not needed. Suhei directly aimed for the pinnacle spell, Falling Stars. This move was one of the most powerful killing techniques in the foundation establishment stage, with a wide range, capable of covering everyone. But the cost was that the more targets, the greater the consumption. Even with Suhei's perfect foundation establishment and unprecedented black true chi, he couldn't attack everyone at once. High-quality true chi didn't mean a large quantity. Suhei couldn't afford such consumption, but his killing intent was overwhelming. No matter, today, no matter the cost, none of you will leave alive. Suhei made up his mind, took out a whole bottle of rejuvenation pills from his skull-marked storage bag, and swallowed them all in one gulp. A whole bottle of super rejuvenation pills entered his body, transforming into a surging torrent of true chi, roaring like mountains and seas, crashing wildly within Suhei's body. Blood seeped from the corners of Suhei's mouth, his meridians nearly collapsing, and his flesh experiencing unimaginable pain, almost on the verge of exploding. He possessed dragon scales, but the rest of his body was still that of a snake, yet to undergo transformation, unable to withstand such a violent impact. Demon God Cauldron, refine it for me. Suhei shouted, mobilizing the Demon God Cauldron to absorb all the true chi streams, fully suppressing and compressing them within, preventing any chaos. Gradually, his pain lessened. He looked around again. The crowd had already gathered their second round of spells, launching them together like a storm. The snake catcher's strategy was clear, they had the numbers, and even through attrition, they could exhaust Suhei to death. Suhei's spells were powerful, no doubt. With the black true chi's enhancement, even the most basic spells could achieve miraculous effects. But his true chi was limited. He could defend once, twice, but could he defend 3 times, 10 times? In an instant, the crowd's spells descended upon Suhei, including Wumachu's 3 bone-corroding nails, top-tier second-grade magical treasures he had treasured for years, now taken out for use, comparable to third-grade. One person even burned their life force to unleash a third-grade wind blade talisman, aiming to sever Suhei. Suhei swallowed a blood-replenishing pill, ignoring all attacks, a madness gleaming in his eyes as he silently chanted in his heart. Falling stars. In the sky, massive meteors suddenly appeared, gradually solidifying from phantoms into physical forms. At the same time, the true chi within Suhei's body was being consumed frantically, depleting rapidly, while the suppressed chaotic true chi within the Demon God Cauldron was swiftly released, replenishing his body. During this process, Suhei felt indescribable pain, his meridians seemingly on the verge of bursting, his body feeling as if struck by a 1,000-pound hammer, blood seeping from his dragon scales, flowing all over his body. But he gritted his teeth and endured. I can't lose, this is my home, my home. Suhei roared in his heart, the reverse scale on his forehead shining brilliantly. Behind him were his family, his reverse scale. If he were a snake, he could flee, but as a true dragon, he could not retreat. Boom, boom, boom. The falling stars streaked across the sky, crashing down on the crowd below with a terrifying, world-destroying force. Falling Stars was originally a peak second-grade spell, but in Suhei's hands, enhanced by Black True Chi, its power approached third grade, comparable to the core formation stage. Boom. A large group of inner disciples hadn't even been touched yet, but were already crushed by the increasing gravity, their flesh disintegrating, countless magical treasures shattering into fragments. When the meteors struck, the disciples were instantly obliterated, not even a hair left behind. Boom. Another meteor fell on the heads of 2 elders, who took out their life-saving treasures, third-grade golden shield talismans, but due to insufficient spiritual power, the shields shattered after a few breaths, and the meteors fell, killing them amidst their screams. 4th disciple Subei used his treasured umbrella to protect himself, lasting 5 breaths, but turned to ashes after the second meteor fell. 3rd disciple Wang Ping, terrified out of his wits, chose to flee, but was caught by a meteor from behind, smashing into his back, leaving not even a trace of skin. No. Xian Yangzi roared to the heavens. 2nd disciple Lu Fei lasted the longest, with 3 meteors falling on her delicate body, driving her into the ground. Even though she had a treasure capable of blocking a core formation stage attack, she couldn't hold out for long, ultimately perishing. One by one, disciples died, elders with countless means perished, like wheat being harvested, unable to resist. Xian Yangzi's heart bled, He burned his blood and chi, forming a blood array with his life soul, determined to kill Suhei at any cost. But the mirrored figure opposite him also burned its blood and chi, attacking with the same method, even stronger than him. Xian Yangzi immediately realized he couldn't act rashly. If he attacked in anger, the mirror image would do the same, even stronger. When he changed his plan to protect the disciples, the mirror image directly attacked the crowd. Xian Yangzi was instantly at a loss. Even if he wanted to leave, the mirror image blocked him, preventing any escape. Xian Yangzi's gaze was fixed on the mirror image before him, which also stared back, mirroring his every move. What kind of magical treasure is this? Why is it so defiant of the heavens? Xian Yangzi couldn't understand. The effects of this magical treasure were beyond his comprehension. At this moment, the mirror image stared at him, suddenly revealing a sinister smile. Seeing this smile, Xian Yangzi's scalp tingled, goosebumps rising all over. He clearly wasn't smiling, so why was this figure smiling? Could it be the other party had intelligence? This wasn't an ordinary mirror image? What score would you give this magical treasure? The mirror image suddenly sneered. Xian Yangzi's scalp exploded, involuntarily taking a step back. The figure in front also stepped forward, maintaining the same distance. Who are you? Xian Yangzi's face darkened, shouting. The other party didn't speak, just looked at him quietly, a mocking and ridiculing smile on its lips. Xian Yangzi's mind flashed through countless ancient texts, racking his brains for clues, but he was completely at a loss. He couldn't fathom the principle behind this magical treasure. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he thought of a word. Inner demon? The figure before him resembled the inner demons that ancient cultivators faced when breaking through. Born from the heart, emerging from within, inner demons knew everything about you, the evil projection of a cultivator's heart. There was also a theory that inner demons were transformations of extraterrestrial heavenly demons entering the body, but the truth was unknown. L.B//JNN. Boom, boom, boom. Meteors fell, leaving the land scarred, countless cultivators crushed to death, the snake catcher's sect disciples nearly wiped out, less than 5 surviving. They couldn't believe that an hour ago, they were hunters, about to blood sacrifice 3 million snakes. In the blink of an eye, they were slaughtered, dead and wounded. Regret surged in their hearts. If they had known, why get involved in this mess? What they thought was a great opportunity turned into a nightmare? At the same time, Suhei suffered unprecedented injuries. Not only from the collective attack of the snake catchers but also from the severe backlash of casting falling stars. This move was originally for those at the Great Perfection Foundation establishment stage, relying on their abundant true chi to perform. Suhei was only at the early Foundation establishment stage, relying entirely on the rejuvenation pills and the demon god cauldron to forcibly refine and cast it. The damage to himself was terrifying. Even though Suhei took various healing pills to recover, the burning pain in his meridians and the mental exhaustion couldn't be alleviated. His divine sense also felt waves of dizziness, nearly fainting, but he held on with sheer willpower. Suhei had yet to transform into a true dragon, only taking the first step, forging dragon scales, achieving perfect foundation establishment. He had reached his limit. Looking around, the snake catchers present were almost all dead, the survivors severely injured, worse off than him. The eldest disciple, Wu Macho, had his sleeves hanging empty, both arms severed, and his flying sword shattered. He was barely clinging to life. Kui Yuan wasn't faring much better. He was covered in blood, emaciated, and his true chi was nearly depleted. He must have used some secret blood-burning technique to barely stay alive. Another person had managed to run farther away, surviving by sheer luck, but he was also on his last breath, lying on the ground with little time left. In an instant, all the snake catchers who had come to participate in the blood sacrifice were either dead or gravely injured. Xian Yangzi felt his worldview shatter, as if struck by lightning, unable to accept this reality. He couldn't help but ponder a question. What was the cultivation level of this snake? How could it, at the early Foundation establishment stage, unleash an attack comparable to the core formation stage, crossing an entire major realm and killing so many people in one blow? Even Kui Yuan, at the Great Perfection Foundation establishment, nearly perished? Fortunately, he had blood-refining techniques and numerous magical treasures protecting him. Any other Great Perfection Foundation establishment cultivator would likely have been dead by now. This snake cannot be allowed to live, or the snake catcher's sect will face annihilation. Xian Yangzi's face was grim, and the killing intent in his eyes was almost tangible. Suhei took deep breaths, swallowing a large amount of pills again, using the demon god cauldron to refine them and maintain his combat state. Why, is he still able to move? Wu Machu was already bewildered. Seeing that the opponents still seemed capable of fighting, Kui Yuan was equally stunned. They couldn't comprehend why Suhei had such powerful mental strength. They had never witnessed a mortal slaying immortals. So, they didn't understand. Whoosh! A flying sword shot straight towards Wu Macho. Kui Yuan suddenly flashed in front, slapping the flying sword away, but his arm also broke, turning into a mist of blood. Junior nephew Wu! Kui Yuan shouted. Wu Macho shuddered, struggling to lift his head to look at Kui Yuan. Run! I'll hold him off. Kui Yuan gritted his teeth, a resolute look in his eyes. Wu Machu and he were both at their limits, but the former was young with an unlimited future. Kui Yuan, on the other hand, was past his prime, and this severe injury meant he would never form his core in this life.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Seeing Wu Macho still hesitating, Kui Yuan shouted again, "Get out of here." His voice was like thunder, snapping Wu Macho out of his daze. With red eyes, Wu Macho solemnly said, "Take care, Uncle Kui." He turned and trudged away. With both arms severed and his true chi depleted, he could only rely on his legs to run. Su Hei's eyes were cold as he spat out the ivory flying sword, aiming once more at Wu Macho's back. But Kui Yuan's figure flashed again, appearing in front of the flying sword, shouting loudly, "Explode!" Kui Yuan's physical body swelled and then exploded, turning into a mist of blood, with a powerful shockwave sweeping in all directions. The self-destruction of a great perfection foundation establishment cultivator was terrifying. The ivory flying sword was blasted away, flying thousands of meters, even showing cracks. Even Su Hei was impacted, flying out like a kite with a broken string, spitting blood. "Uncle Kui!" Wu Macho cried out in anguish but didn't dare to look back. He bit his tongue and ran for his life, using his remaining legs to escape. He couldn't die. His life was bought with Kui Yuan's sacrifice, and he had to live. With hatred and unwillingness, he had to live on to avenge his fallen brothers. Senior brother. Xian Yang's eyes were filled with sorrow. Of his generation, few were still alive, and now, even Kui Yuan was gone. Su Hei flew out, his body once again suffering a severe impact, bones breaking. Watching Wu Macho gradually disappear into the distance, Su Hei's eyes filled with intense grief and anger. Wu Macho carried the hope of this lineage. He had a reason to live. But he also had a reason to die. "I said, none of you are getting away." Su Hei's eyes were vicious, his remaining true chi rapidly depleting. Xian Yang's face changed drastically, shouting, "Be careful." At this moment, a small scouting snake appeared near Wu Macho. This scouting snake was Su Hei's only remaining puppet, following him until now. It had no cultivation level and had never participated in a fight. It had no combat power and was never taken seriously by anyone. But in this instant, the positions of the scouting snake and Su Hei swapped. Body swap. Su Hei's true chi was exhausted, using a puppet technique from the earth puppet art to switch places with the small snake, appearing right in front of Wu Macho. Die. Su Hei, unable to use any more spells, pounced directly, opening his bloody mouth and biting Wu Macho's head. "Ah!" Wu Macho screamed miserably, his legs kicking wildly, but Su Hei didn't budge. Reverse cultivation. What is reverse cultivation? Cultivators who follow the natural order are like clay chickens and pottery dogs before a true reverse cultivator, unable to withstand a single blow. Su Hei gave him no chance, twisting hard, and Wu Macho's screams abruptly stopped with a crack, his head severed. The entire scene fell silent. The whole myriad Serpent Valley was deathly quiet, only the sound of the breeze blowing through, carrying the scent of blood. Around the perimeter of myriad Serpent Valley, corpses lay in heaps, all snake catchers, young and old, all dead. Xian Yangzi was stunned, standing there like a fool. With Wu Macho's death, his lineage was completely wiped out. Su Hei, at the early foundation establishment stage, had killed a late foundation establishment cultivator, forced a great perfection foundation establishment cultivator to self-destruct, and slaughtered a large number of elder disciples. Such a record was simply terrifying. In that moment, Xian Yangzi seemed to age significantly, feeling somewhat unreal. Whoosh! Suddenly, taking advantage of Xian Yangzi's distraction, the mirrored figure flicked his wrist, sending several phantom spirit snakes flying from his sleeve, striking Xian Yangzi's chest and burrowing in. Xian Yangzi's face turned pale, spitting blood, quickly circulating his energy to expel the spirit snakes. Hey, you actually got distracted. Show some respect, will you? This is an 8-point spell. The mirrored figure sneered, seizing the opportunity to attack relentlessly, bombarding with various magical treasures and secret techniques. Their strengths were evenly matched, but Xian Yangzi, deeply affected, lost his balance, allowing the suspected inner demon to land a successful sneak attack. At this moment, Su Hei's spirit was also at its limit, feeling dizzy and on the verge of fainting. He could only take an awakening pill to stay alert. What should I do now? Su Hei couldn't intervene in the core formation stage battle. He didn't have that capability yet. At this moment, facing the mirrored figure's attacks, Xian Yangzi was at a disadvantage, in a perilous situation, but his eyes showed no panic, only a hint of a cold smile. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flying sword slashed from afar, its speed like teleportation, aiming at the mirrored figure. Clang! The mirrored figure took out the myriad serpent cauldron, blocking the sword, his figure retreating rapidly. Xian Yangzi took the opportunity to escape, landing in the distance. Su Hei's eyes focused, looking towards the sky. Behind Xian Yangzi, a purple-haired young man had appeared at some point. His hair was disheveled, his attire strange, and he was covered in weapons, yet his presence was almost undetectable. But from his earlier strike, it was clear that this person was undoubtedly at the core formation stage. The purple-haired youth glanced around, his gaze sweeping over the corpses outside Myriad Serpent Valley, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Xian Yangzi, you seem to be in trouble. What's going on? The young man with strange purple hair, named Han Ti, was one of the rare core formation stage rogue cultivators in the southern region. He had no sect or faction, known for his incredible speed, appearing and disappearing without a trace. He was an old acquaintance of Xian Yangzi. Xian Yangzi had always been cautious. Upon realizing something was wrong, he decisively used a communication jade slip to send a message to Han Ti. At that time, Su He was still in the midst of his tribulation, and no one believed he would survive. But Xian Yangzi still used a favor to have Han Ti rush over at the fastest speed for support. As it turned out, his choice was correct. A major upheaval indeed occurred. In fact, Xian Yangzi was not the only core formation stage cultivator in the Snake Catchers sect, but most of the core elders were in seclusion at the headquarters, and the fastest one would take a day to arrive, which was too late for support. The only one nearby who could make it in time was Han Ti. Don't ask unnecessary questions. You just need to kill that snake, that's enough. Xian Yangzi pointed at Su He and said coldly. Han Ti squinted his eyes and hesitated. What about the price? Xian Yangzi impatiently threw out a storage bag and urged, hurry up and do it, don't dawdle. Just a dying early-stage qi condensation great demon, and he still wanted to negotiate the price. Xian Yangzi was speechless. Han Ti took the storage bag, glanced inside, and said, this is the price for helping you out earlier. If you want me to kill that snake, you'll have to add more. Xian Yangzi's lips twitched. He forced himself to be patient and threw out another storage bag. Han Ti took a look and finally smiled, putting the storage bag away. Fellow deist, you are indeed generous. I will kill that snake right away. Han Ti sneered, waved his hand, and a flying sword shot out, aiming straight for Su He's forehead. At that moment, a violent demonic wind suddenly arose in front of Su He, forming a fierce storm that swept up the flying sword and blew it far away. This terrifying demonic aura had already turned into a destructive storm, sweeping in from the distance. The sky darkened, black clouds pressed down on the city, as if some terrifying demonic beast was approaching. A golden core great demon. Xian Yangzi and Han Ti's faces changed simultaneously. In the distant sky, a giant elephant as large as a mountain stepped through the void, each step shaking the void, rumbling as if the sky was about to collapse. The terrifying might of this creature was among the top of the great demons they had seen. This was the leader of the wild giant elephant tribe, Manjin. Unlike before, Manjin's body had grown to 10 meters, shining with golden light, with long hair like a forest. On each side, there were 3 tusks like ferocious curved blades, a unique mark of a golden core giant elephant. The elephant tribe was already among the top demonic beasts, almost invincible in the same realm. If he hadn't just broken through recently, he could even fight 2 at once. Su He finally breathed a sigh of relief. When he first arrived at Myriad Serpent Valley and noticed something was wrong, he immediately sent a message to Manjin, requesting support. At that time, Manjin had already completed his core formation, and with the healing pills Su He had given him, he successfully endured the 49 heavenly tribulations in winter without serious injury. Now, Manjin had finally arrived. Not only did he come, but he also brought a group of tribesmen. Behind him were several late-stage qi condensation great demons, all elite members of the wild giant elephant tribe. Xian Yangzi called for help, and Su He did the same. Moreover, Su He called upon top-tier demonic beasts, the elite among demonic beasts. Xian Yangzi's body stiffened, his face turning black. He never imagined that this snake would also call for help. Seeing the situation turn bad, Han Ti took a few steps back and said in a deep voice, Xian Yangzi, this will cost extra. Xian Yangzi ignored him and turned to flee. At this point, there was no need to continue fighting. It was no longer a matter of revenge but whether they could escape. If this wild giant elephant and the mirror image person attacked him together, he would be in grave danger. As for Han Ti, he couldn't be relied on. He was good at bullying the weak, but asking him to risk his life was impossible. Trying to escape. The mirror image person sneered, moving like a ghost to block Xian Yangzi's path. Xian Yangzi slapped his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and shot out like a meteor, flying 1,000 feet away. The mirror image person also spat out blood, flying 1,000 feet to pursue. The 2 figures flew continuously, disappearing from sight in an instant. Manjin roared, stepping on the sky, charging towards Han Ti. Misunderstanding. Han Ti's face changed, and he turned to run. His speed was faster than Xian Yangzi's blood escape, turning into a flash of lightning, speeding towards the horizon. Even Manjin couldn't keep up with such speed. Manjin initially chased for a bit, but the opponent disappeared in an instant. He could only roar in frustration and return to the original place. That damned human escaped. Unfortunately, my strength is still not enough. Manjin was unwilling. Manjin returned to Myriad Serpent Valley, looking around outside the valley, and couldn't help but gasp. Groups of snake catchers lay dead outside Myriad Serpent Valley, their deaths miserable. He recognized their clothes, they were his enemies. My benefactor avenged me and killed so many people. Manjin was deeply moved. Su He entered Myriad Serpent Valley. After a year, he finally returned home. Su He felt a special sensation, like a wanderer returning to his hometown. This feeling was common among humans, but Su He, as a demonic beast, also had this feeling. The restraints of Myriad Serpent Valley had long been lifted. Many surviving snakes left Myriad Serpent Valley, returning to their respective habitats. However, whether they were ordinary snakes or snake demons, they all bowed their heads to Su He in deep respect when they left n/o/vel/b/in.c/om. Su He was their savior? Suhei had defeated the snake catchers, saving the lives of millions of snakes, earning the respect of every snake. Especially after Suhei developed dragon scales, he seemed like the emperor of snakes. Even his aura was enough to make snakes submit. Suhei came to the middle of the valley, crawling to the side of the white snake. Subai had a spear stuck in her, pinning her to the ground. She was barely breathing but still alive. Suhei carefully pulled out the spear, picked up Subai, and carried her on his back. Suhei continued crawling forward, reaching a hillside. Here stood a stone tablet, the tombstone of the old Snake King. Back then, the old Snake King gave 2 serpent fruits, one to him and one to Subai. Old man, I'm back to see you, Suhei whispered to the tombstone. An overwhelming sense of fatigue swept over him, and Suhei collapsed in front of the tombstone, passing out. Manjin watched from afar, sighed, and ordered, all members of the wild giant elephant tribe, guard this valley until the benefactor wakes up. Yes, great king. The elite members of the wild giant elephant tribe roared, taking positions around Myriad Serpent Valley to guard it. An hour later, whoosh, a figure flew back from afar, the mirror image projection of Xianyangzi. This person was covered in blood, his aura chaotic, as if he had experienced a life and death battle. He said nothing, diving into the purple bronze mirror and disappearing. The bronze mirror lost its luster, flying back to Suhei's side and landing on the ground. Chu Kingdom Calendar, early May. Xianyangzi led 100 members of the Snake Catchers sect to surround Myriad Serpent Valley, intending to blood sacrifice 3 million mortal snakes, but they suffered a devastating defeat, with nearly all dead or injured. Since then, Xianyangzi disappeared. No one knew where he went. He might have found a secret place to heal, or he might have been too ashamed to face anyone, or perhaps he fled to another region. Because no one survived to tell the tale, the massacre at Myriad Serpent Valley was only discovered by the world a week later. Mid-May. The Qin army broke through Chuang City, decimating the Chu army of 800,000 and capturing 500,000, including 3,000 cultivators. The southern region of Chu Kingdom completely fell. The core force of Chu Kingdom, the Astrology Bureau, retreated to the capital city. The main force's defeat signaled the end of this war, and the fall of the entire country was only a matter of time. This was destined to be a losing war from the start. The strength of the two sides was not on the same level. If the Qin army hadn't been cautious to minimize casualties, they would have broken the city a month earlier. The 4 major sects of the southeast, northwest, Kunlun, Penglai, Ice and Snow, and Snake Catchers, did not send a single person to aid, waiting quietly for the regime change. These 4 sects have a long history, even predating Chu Kingdom, and regime changes were nothing new to them. For the stubborn resistance of various cities in Chu Kingdom, the Qin army was very patient. They would rather wait for months until the people inside starved or surrendered than attack rashly. They wanted a complete country, not ruins. Of course, these are all later matters. This time, Suhei's coma did not last long. In just 3 days, he woke up. After achieving perfect foundation establishment, Suhei's physique far surpassed ordinary demonic beasts, possessing the qualities of a legendary divine beast. Suhei checked on Subai beside him and found that she was unharmed, which put his mind at ease. He picked up the bronze mirror beside him and observed it carefully, finding that it had lost its previous luster. He remembered He Huang had said it could only be used once. He probed it with his divine sense, but there was no response. Suhei looked at his reflection in the mirror, sighed, and put it back into the pale golden storage bag. Brother Su, you're awake. Manjin immediately flew over and stood in front of him. Thank you, Brother Manjin, for your help this time, Suhei said sincerely. Brother Su killed so many enemies for me, I should be the one thanking you. Besides, it was the pills you gave me that gave me the courage to attempt chi condensation. You helped me, Manjin said even more sincerely. Originally, Suhei's kindness to him was already immense. After this battle, Suhei's kindness was even more unrepayable. He even wanted to give Suhei a piece of his ivory, but Suhei strongly persuaded him not to. This time, although Suhei woke up, his condition had not fully recovered. Consuming so many pills in succession had caused significant side effects. Even now, he still felt waves of soreness. Both his bones and meridians had varying degrees of damage, and there were many residual medicinal residues in his body. During the previous battle, he didn't have time to check, but now he saw that the problem was significant. Suhei planned to retreat in Myriad Serpent Valley for some time, adjust his condition to the best, and then come out. I need to retreat for a few more days, Suhei said. Haha, no problem. I'll guard here. This valley is quite nice. I also need to consolidate my cultivation, Manjin laughed. Suhei nodded. Manjin was not human. He had not experienced the scheming of human sex and had a simple mind, which also made him sincere. Suhei immediately activated the demon god cauldron to absorb the remaining medicinal power in his body. At the same time, he operated the 9 transformations of the true dragon cultivation technique, fully refining it, or expelling some useless substances from his body. In the blink of an eye, June arrived. The breeding season for snakes had ended, and most of the snakes in Myriad Serpent Valley had left, returning to their respective habitats. Only a few snakes that lived here year-round remained, and they all revered Suhei as their king. The hundreds of snake demons captured by Xianyangzi had also left, leaving only a few behind for unknown reasons, staying in Myriad Serpent Valley for a long time. Whenever they saw Suhei, they would lower their heads. Without any verbal communication, just a glance from Suhei, they could understand his orders and act according to his will. Suhei did not interfere with these intelligent snake demons, whether they stayed or left was their own choice. The environment here also often attracted some natural enemies of snakes, leading to hunting and fighting. Suhei did not interfere with this either. As long as it wasn't humans causing large-scale destruction, he wouldn't intervene. During this time, under Suhei's careful observation, he discovered that Myriad Serpent Valley, besides being filled with spiritual chi and being a rare blessed land, seemed to have a trace of dragon chi deep underground. It might be this trace of dragon chi that attracted so many snakes every year. But when Suhei delved underground to investigate, he couldn't sense it anymore. Suhei didn't understand why. He wasn't the type to dig to the bottom of things. Since he couldn't find it, it meant the time wasn't right. If he hadn't cultivated the 9 transformations of the true dragon, he wouldn't have sensed the dragon chi at all. In the battle against the snake catchers, he had obtained over 100 storage bags, which he checked one by one, categorizing the items and storing them in the huge black jade space. Suhei took out some items and gave them to Manjin and Subai. Since waking up, Subai had locked herself in the underground cave dwelling, fully immersed in researching pills. It seemed that the recent injuries had greatly affected her. Suhei didn't disturb her. He took out the formation flags left by He Huang and placed them around the cave dwelling, ensuring it was well hidden. This way, no one could discover Subai's whereabouts. Suhei regretted that he didn't have He Huang's formation skills. Otherwise, he could have set up a mountain protection array like human sex, providing defense even if someone came. One day, Suhei left Myriad Serpent Valley. He went to a branch hall of the snake catchers he had passed by before and found it already emptied, with no one in sight. Have they withdrawn? Suhei was puzzled. Normally, if the small ones died, wouldn't the older ones come? If the older ones ran, wouldn't even older ones come? He didn't know what was happening with the snake catchers sect. However, in these turbulent times, any sect was caught in the larger trend and couldn't stay unaffected. Suhei then went to Snake Village. The news of the southern region of Chu Kingdom falling and the complete defeat had spread to every town and village. From now on, Chu Kingdom might cease to exist. Suhei wasn't human, so he couldn't empathize with humans. But the scene of mortals killing immortals that day deeply influenced him, giving him the courage to resist the invaders. Suhei took out a stone tablet and placed it at the entrance of Snake Village. With the power of mortals, defying the heavens and killing cultivators, these nameless people deserved respect. This stone tablet was called the Immortal Slaying Tablet. Suhei wasn't skilled in carving words, so he used his divine sense to imprint it, merging it into the stone tablet. Only those with a fated connection could sense that trace of defiance. Afterward, Suhei went to the riverside. He set up another stone tablet, leaving the image of a middle-aged scholar. A person's death could be as light as a feather or as heavy as Mount Tai. In a daze, Suhei saw the scene of that day again. A speck of dust fell into the river, swallowed by the waves. But this speck of dust stirred up a mighty wave. Though you have died, your deeds will be passed down through generations, your name will be remembered forever. Suhei bowed deeply to the stone tablet. Across the vast land, the sun and moon changed the sky. Though people die, their noble spirit remains. Suhei was also about to embark on a new path. End of Volume 1, Dragon Scale Chapter. P.S. I deleted the relationship between the old Snake King and the protagonist from the last chapter, treating him as a senior. The same goes for Subai, treating her as a junior. End of volume summary and reflections. I'm quite satisfied with the ending of the first volume. This was the plot I had designed from the beginning, starting and ending with Snake Village. The difference is that the protagonist has changed, from running away at the sight of people to confronting them head-on. Not really. In short, a growing protagonist whose personality also changes is relatively rare in webnovels.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. This actually carries a significant risk. A change in personality might mean that readers' tastes may not accept it. For example, the initial cautious approach might deter readers who prefer hot-blooded stories, while those who came for the cautious approach might not like a reckless protagonist. But I believe that as long as the story is well written, there is no conflict of genre or style. Regarding the female lead, I haven't decided whether to write one yet. Many readers insist on no female lead because many web novels have poorly written romance, with female leads being either vases or tools to create conflict, leading to readers developing PTSD and avoiding female leads. Some readers also say the protagonist shouldn't turn human or empathize with humans, blah blah blah. As I said before, as long as it's well written, there's no such thing as what can or can't be written. I've written snakes with female leads and without, and I haven't seen much difference. Ultimately, content is king. Why do many novels with unique concepts or gimmicks start strong but fall apart later? Because unique concepts are temporary, only a good story can retain readers. In the second volume, the protagonist won't stay in Myriad Serpent Valley but will go to other places and do other things. Being a mountain king all the time can get boring, right? He might go to the deep sea or some human sex, but it won't be cliché. The usual content will still be mainly lighthearted and enjoyable. People like to read funny stuff, and a serious ending once in a while is enough. At the end of each volume, I'll do a summary. With 9 realms and currently 250,000 words, it should at least reach 2 to 3 million words, probably. Off topic. Next month, I plan to change to a shorter title. The current title is somewhat off-putting. Although more people click in, many leave after a few chapters, especially after the Immortal Emperor devours everything, which is frustrating. Actually, that Immortal Emperor is useless, purely a gimmick. He might come back for a revival match later to play a minor role. Suhei passed through village after village, wandering aimlessly until he found himself outside the Mountain Movers sect. Suddenly, Suhei thought of someone. Xiaozhou. Shuiyang City had fallen, this person was probably dead. Suhei sighed, and on a peak outside the Mountain Movers sect, he erected a monument and carved the name Xiaozhou on it. I know this person best, so I should write a bit about his life. Suhei pondered for a long time, then wrote down the contents of a bamboo slip he had once read, carving small lines of text at the bottom of the stone tablet. Just got beaten up by young Master Hua. I wanted to fight back, but I didn't, because you said you liked honest people. You told me to get lost. You finally spoke to me, which means you have me in your heart. These were all written by Xiaozhou himself, likely the best reflection of his life. Suhei thought to himself. Shuiyang City. Shi Longzi, an elder of the Mountain Movers sect and a veteran Foundation establishment cultivator.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Today, however, he received a summons from the Grand Commander. The Grand Commander, also known as the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Puppet Sect, Qin Sunji, was a figure who had almost no rivals even in the core formation stage. With a heart full of anxiety, Shi Longzi entered Qin Sunji's palace. Qin Sunji sat in a chair, quietly gazing ahead. On the ground in front of him lay a man covered in blood, on the brink of death, his breath barely detectable. The moment Shi Longzi saw this man, his pupils contracted, and his face turned deathly pale. This dying man was none other than his disciple, Xiaozhou. You are this man's master? Qin Sunji asked calmly. Shi Longzi trembled all over, immediately kneeling on one knee, and said, yes, his name is Xiaozhou. It's my fault for not teaching him well. He knew that Xiaozhou had fought a life and death battle with the Qin army to protect the Xiao family, killing 5 Foundation establishment cultivators. In this one-sided war, it was nothing short of astonishing to know that during the Qin army's siege of Shuiyang City, they had lost fewer than 30 Foundation establishment cultivators, many of whom had died in mutual destruction, 1 for 1, or even more. Killing 5 was simply unbelievable. However, what surprised Shi Longzi was that this had caught the Grand Commander's attention. Shouldn't his focus be on battles at the core formation stage? Why pay attention to a Foundation establishment junior? You don't need to be afraid, I'm not here to hold you accountable. Qin Sunji waved his hand, interrupting Shi Longzi's apology, and said, I'm here to discuss taking this disciple of yours. What do you think? Shi Longzi was momentarily stunned. Am I not clear enough? Qin Sunji said indifferently. Shi Longzi's heart trembled, and he quickly said in a panic, no problem, I'll do as you say, senior. Very well. I won't take your disciple for free. Here, take this as compensation. Qin Sunji tossed a storage bag to Shi Longzi, who caught it without even looking, hurriedly bowing. Thank you, senior. He didn't know why Qin Sunji had taken an interest in Xiaozhou. Xiaochu's spiritual root was indeed exceptional, but not enough to attract this person's attention. The inner disciples of the Heavenly Puppet Sect were all more talented and brilliant. Go now, and make sure the survivors of the Xiao family are well taken care of. Do not harm a single member of the Xiao family, especially this person's direct relatives. Ensure they are properly settled, Qin Sunji said. Yes, I'll take care of it right away. Shi Longzi nodded and bowed as he retreated. Qin Sunji looked at the unconscious Xiaozhou lying on the ground, not bothering to heal him, merely letting out a cold laugh. Reverse cultivation, interesting. He waved his hand and said to the shadows, take this kid and dump him in some desolate mountain. Just don't kill him. Yes. A black-clothed person emerged from the shadows, grabbed Xiaozhou, and vanished into the air. Myriad Serpent Valley. After returning from his travels, Suhei sensed 2 powerful auras outside Myriad Serpent Valley. One belonged to Manjin, but the other was unfamiliar. Suhei quickly returned to the valley and immediately locked onto the massive figure in midair. It was a lion covered in purple lightning, its fur bristling, with wings on its back. Though slightly smaller than Manjin, it was still a colossal beast to Suhei. The void around the lion was entirely purple, with bolts of lightning crackling, exuding a terrifying aura. Purple Lightning Lion King. Suhei's heart tightened. Comparing its aura to Manjin's, the Purple Lightning Lion King's cultivation was slightly higher, roughly at the peak of the early core formation stage, not far from the mid-stage. However, Manjin, being from the elephant tribe, had naturally powerful combat abilities, making him not inferior to his opponent. I've been waiting for you. The Purple Lightning Lion King's gaze locked onto Suhei as it approached. Manjin stepped forward, blocking its path, and said coldly, speak your piece and be quick about it. Don't just barge into someone's home, it's extremely rude. The Purple Lightning Lion King's eyes flashed with disdain but stopped in its tracks, not forcing its way in. It looked at Suhei and said, my wife's body is in your possession, isn't it? Suhei was taken aback. His wife? That purple crystal thunder lion in the Foundation establishment stage? In the lion tribe, any lion with a lightning spiritual root could be called a thunder lion. Suhei had long suspected that the lion might have a powerful mate, but he hadn't expected it to be this strong and to come looking for him. That lion had a leg bitten off by him, and its body was incomplete. Would it cause trouble for him because of that? Suhei pondered for a moment and then feigned confusion. Your wife. I won't waste words with you. It's that purple crystal thunder lion. From what I understand, she was killed by a human, but her body was taken by you. I advise you to hand it over quickly, or don't blame me for being impolite, the purple lightning lion king said coldly. Rude. Manjin roared and stepped forward, his powerful demonic wind forcing the purple lightning lion king back half a step. Is this how you ask for help? Threatening people? If you can't speak properly, go back and learn how to communicate before coming back. Manjin's voice was filled with anger. To him, Suhei was a great benefactor, and he wouldn't allow anyone to threaten Suhei. The purple lightning lion king was stunned, his eyes filled with uncertainty. He was just surprised why this golden core elephant would help a foundation establishment snake, trying to test the other's attitude, but the response was so resolute. He began to doubt the snake's background. Suhei asked in confusion, how did you know the body was taken by me? I asked the pangolin king and 2 passing eagles. They all saw what happened that day. I also caught a few snake demons to inquire. In this forest, you're the only snake that can use spells, the purple lightning lion king explained. Suhei couldn't help but feel speechless. He had become so famous without realizing it, to the point where people could find him just by asking any random snake. Damn it. Suhei suddenly felt that he couldn't keep a low profile anymore, even if he wanted to. Seeing Suhei's prolonged silence, the purple lightning lion king coldly said, you didn't eat her, did you? So what if I did? You said yourself that your wife was killed by a human. If you want revenge, go find the humans. Why are you causing trouble here? Manjin retorted unceremoniously. The purple lightning lion king was utterly enraged, raising its paw to strike. Suhei didn't hesitate any longer. He quickly took out the incomplete body and used the gravity technique to toss it over. The moment he saw the body, the purple lightning lion king immediately stopped, rushed over, and hugged the body, wailing in grief. Howl! Ninth sister, ninth sister. The purple lightning lion king cried tears like rain, wailing incessantly, a stark contrast to his previous image. Suhei and Manjin were both stunned. Damn it, you were just about to fight, and now you're crying? After wailing for a full hour, the purple lightning lion king finally stopped, wiped away his tears, and regained his composure. He stored the body away and said, sorry, I lost control of my emotions earlier. It's fine, I understand. Suhei nodded in agreement. The purple lightning lion king was born into an unremarkable thunder lion family. He was the eldest and the first to successfully reach the chi condensation stage, becoming a demon king. Afterwards, he inherited the position of lion king and took 9 wives. 8 of them were inherited from the previous lion king, and only the 9th was his original mate. The 9th wife was the youngest and had the lowest cultivation level. She was often ostracized, but she had a strong personality and left home, taking her child with her. As a result, she met a tragic end. The purple lightning lion king was heartbroken and gritted his teeth. Do you know which sex people killed her? Suhei initially wanted to tell the truth and say it was the heavenly puppet sect. But after a moment's thought, he shook his head and said, I'm not sure, but in these chaotic times, the only ones capable of such an act are the snake catchers sect. Good. I'll destroy the snake catchers sect right now. The purple lightning lion king roared, stepping on lightning and thunder, his wings flapping as he flew towards the direction of the snake catchers sect. Suhei was dumbfounded. He's just going like that? Where's his brain? Don't be impulsive. Suhei shouted. I'm not impulsive at all. If I can't destroy the headquarters, I can at least wipe out their branch halls. Watch me take down their 3 branch halls in one go. As he spoke, the purple lightning lion king had already disappeared from sight. Suhei turned around and looked at Manjin, who was also looking at him. Brother Su, should we follow him? Manjin asked hesitantly. He's just a reckless brute. I'm afraid if we follow him, we'll get ourselves into trouble. Despite saying this, Suhei was also hesitant. After all, the snake catchers sect was his enemy too. If they could cause some damage to the sect, he would be happy to see it. After a moment of silence, Suhei gritted his teeth and said, let's follow and see. All right. Manjin nodded. Take this. At this moment, Su Bai's voice came from behind. Suhei turned around to see Su Bai throwing a porcelain bottle towards him. Suhei used the gravity technique to catch it. It seemed to contain some powdery substance. Use this, and it will make the snake catchers sex people unable to have descendants. Su Bai said seriously. Suhei was surprised. Is this a poison pill? That's right, it's my first time making a poison pill. Su Bai nodded. Suhei was stunned. The normal pill Su Bai made already had terrifying effects. If this was a poison pill, it must be extraordinary. Hearing her description of unable to have descendants, Suhei knew it wasn't simple. He instinctively took a few steps back, carefully storing it in a storage bag from a distance of 30 meters, sealing it with a label before taking it. Suhei didn't even dare to swallow it, only hanging it around his neck to avoid accidentally breaking the storage bag inside his stomach, which would be disastrous. The headquarters of the snake catchers sect was in the northern part of the southern region, a long distance away, but it had 5 branch halls. Each branch hall had a great perfection stage cultivator stationed, combined with a 3rd-tier formation. Even a core formation stage cultivator couldn't easily take it down and could hold out until reinforcements arrived from the headquarters. Some old monsters at the end of their lifespan in the core formation stage would also come to the branch halls to retreat, making them even harder to attack. The two demons traveled at full speed and arrived outside a city after half a day. This city was called Rock Serpent City, built on the edge of a cliff. Only cultivators could enter and exit, with the snake catcher's sect stationed there, making it one of the few cities not affected by the war. From a distance, Su-hei saw the purple lightning Lion King standing outside Rock Serpent City, surrounded by purple lightning, with a demonic wind swirling around him, ready to attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Behind him, a group of female lions appeared, the purple lightning Lion King's 8 wives, each exuding a powerful aura, moving like thunder, stepping on 7 stars. 3 were at the mid-stage of chi condensation, 3 at the late stage, 1 at great perfection, and 1 was his first wife at the core formation stage. In comparison, the 9th wife's cultivation level was indeed the lowest. Lions have so many wives. Su-hei was also shocked, not by the number, but by their combat abilities. At this moment, a light shield rose outside Rock Serpent City, with faint snake-shaped shadows circling it. This was the city's protective formation. Inside the light shield, an old man with white hair and a white beard appeared on the city wall. He looked at the purple lightning Lion King and said calmly, "Purple lightning Lion King, how has our snake catcher's sect offended you to bring you here? You killed my wife and child, and you still ask why I'm here." The purple lightning Lion King didn't bother with words, roaring angrily and spitting out a 30-meter-wide lightning bolt, striking the city wall of Rock Serpent City. Boom! The light shield shook violently, cracks spreading all over it, showing signs of collapse with just one strike. The old man's face darkened. "This year, no one from our snake catcher's sect has entered the mountains. How could we have killed your wife and child?" As soon as he said this, his heart sank. Not long ago, Xianyang's faction suffered a great disaster, with everyone slaughtered, and Xianyang's himself missing. No one knew the details. Could it have been Xianyang's people who did it? The old man was pondering this when he heard a mocking voice. "Didn't enter the mountains? Your snake catcher's sect sent over 100 people to Myriad Serpent Valley, blood sacrificing millions of lives. Is this what you call not entering the mountains?" Su-hei didn't waste words, directly taking out over 100 snake catcher's sect disciples' clothes, tokens, and body fragments, making them circle in the air with the gravity technique. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. At this moment, there was an uproar inside Rock Serpent City. Everyone stared at the items flying in the air, their faces twitching, their hearts in turmoil. My god, the rumors are true, Xianyang's faction was completely wiped out. Look at that golden token, it's the first disciple Wu Macho's. Oh my god, that's Kui Yuan's head. The city was in complete chaos. 100 people entered the mountains, not a single one returned alive, and even Xianyang's was missing. They only knew they were all killed but didn't know the details. Seeing this now, it was highly likely they had clashed with this demonic beast. The old man's face turned black. Xianyang's, how could you cause such a huge disaster? The old man cursed Xianyang's ancestors in his heart. The Chu kingdom was in turmoil, the heavenly puppet sect had wild ambitions, and all their branch halls had received orders to guard their headquarters and not go out casually. At such a critical moment, Xianyang's took his 100 men to hold a blood sacrifice ceremony. He could understand, though, if it succeeded, their strength would greatly increase, and even if the heavenly puppet sect wanted to act against them, they would have to think twice. But it failed and caused such a huge trouble. Attack! The purple lightning Lion King was impatient. Seeing the old man silent, he directly ordered an attack on the city gate. Boom boom boom. All 8 female lions attacked, spitting thunder and flames, beams of terrifying energy striking the light shield, causing it to shake and crack all over. On the light shield, a coiled snake shadow appeared, the spirit of the formation. A 3rd-tier mountain protection formation had a spirit guarding it. At this moment, the coiled snake roared to the sky, spitting out streams of venom, raining down on the lion group. Roar. Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from behind. Manjin raised his nose to the sky, spraying a stream of scorching air, evaporating the venom completely. Another one. The people inside Rock Serpent City were once again shocked, their hearts almost numb. A pack of thunder lions was already enough to handle, and now an elephant had appeared. The elder of the snake catcher's sect initially believed that with his strength combined with the nascent soul ancestor in seclusion and the mountain protection array, they could hold out until reinforcements arrived from headquarters. But now, seeing that giant elephant, his heart sank. This wasn't an ordinary core formation demonic beast, it was the most powerful elephant. I'm going in. Manjin raised his trunk, took a deep breath, and sank his chi into his danshan, compressing his true chi into a single point within his golden core. Then, he suddenly released it. Manjin stepped into the void, charging forward like an immense, boundless mountain toward the city wall. Boom, boom, boom. It was like a war chariot rolling across the sky, the heavens and earth trembled. Even before he arrived, a massive earthquake erupted within Rock Serpent City, and the deafening roar echoed in everyone's ears. The sky collapsed, the earth shattered, and the sun and moon dimmed. In everyone's eyes, it seemed as if it wasn't an elephant charging but the heavens and earth themselves. Fire the cannons! Release the arrows! The white-bearded elder shouted in terror. The soldiers aimed their cannons, but there was no time to fire. Manjin had already arrived. Boom! Manjin's body collided with the protective barrier. The entire rock serpent city seemed about to be blown away. The barrier, already covered in cracks, was instantly pierced by sharp tusks. His physical body crushed forward, and the entire formation was like glass on the verge of shattering. The white-bearded elder, who was controlling the formation, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, crashing down from the city wall. The soldiers were shaken to death on the spot. The coiled serpent was also affected, letting out a miserable scream, its phantom dimming significantly. Ha, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Man Jin roared, took a few steps back, and charged again. This time, the barrier shattered completely, turning into countless fragments. Man Jin's momentum didn't stop. He crashed into the city wall. The 10-meter-high wall crumbled like fragile paper under his massive body. With a loud boom, the entire wall collapsed into ruins. 1 hit, 2 hits boom. From the start of the battle to the breach of the city, it took only a few breaths, setting a record for the fastest city breach in history. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had seen humans attacking cities, but never demonic beasts, and certainly not in such a straightforward and brutal manner. It wasn't until the city wall collapsed that the nascent soul ancestor in seclusion within Rock Serpent City finally arrived, looking at the devastated battlefield, completely stunned, unable to advance or retreat. Rock Serpent City, Listening Wind Tavern. This information is definitely worth 30,000. You won't regret buying it. Why don't you believe me? Hey, 28,000, how about that? I'm already giving you a discount. Han Ti, with his messy purple hair and clothes filled with weapons, was haggling with a middle-aged man in black. The middle-aged man in black was the manager of Listening Wind Tavern, the largest intelligence organization between the two countries, responsible for intelligence transactions and also purchasing information. Han Ti's information was about the specific situation in Myriad Serpent Valley that day and the whereabouts of Xianyangzi. He directly asked for 30,000 spirit stones. That was today's price. 2 days ago, he even asked for 50,000. Deist Han, it's not that the information is bad, but your asking price is too outrageous. Even if I sell this information to the Snake Catchers sect, I won't make a profit. You should look elsewhere, the middle-aged man in black said helplessly. I don't want to argue anymore. 25,000, final offer. Deist Han, are you insulting me? Then what's your price? The middle-aged man held up 5 fingers and said, 5,000. Damn, are you trying to brush off a beggar? Han Ti cursed and turned to leave. 5,000? For someone at the foundation establishment stage, it might be a fortune, but for someone at the core formation stage, it was nothing. Qian Dachun sneered inwardly, not in a hurry. With Han Ti's greedy nature, he wouldn't let the information rot in his stomach, he would eventually sell it to him. Han Ti didn't dare sell to the Snake Catchers sect because they would capture and interrogate him directly. If he wanted to exchange it for money, this was his only option. He had already waited 2 days, he could wait a bit longer. Boom. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, as if something had crashed into Rock Serpent City's formation. The shockwave swept across the city, and the sky trembled. Even several nearby buildings collapsed. Fortunately, Listening Wind Tavern had a separate formation for isolation, otherwise, they would have been affected too. What's going on? Qian Dachun's face darkened as he stood up and went outside. Han Ti disappeared in a flash. After a moment, he reappeared, urgently saying to Qian Dachun, 5,000, I'll sell. Qian Dachun sensed something strange and didn't immediately agree. Instead, he went to the edge of the city to take a look. What he saw nearly made his eyes pop out. The western city wall had completely collapsed, overturned by a 10-meter-tall giant elephant. Roar. Man Jin raised his trunk and let out a loud trumpet, hot air spewing from his nostrils, his battle intent soaring. Roar. Behind him, a male lion and 8 female lions charged into the city, unleashing lightning and thunder, bombarding the buildings. Various demonic spells rained down, and screams filled the city, blood and gore everywhere. Demonic beasts attacking the city. Oh my god, something big is happening. The cultivators in Rock Serpent City were scared out of their wits, fleeing for their lives. They never imagined that demonic beasts would attack a city. And 3 core formation great demons at that who could withstand this? Qian Dachun quickly understood what had happened. Xianyangzi has caused such a huge mess, what a disaster. Qian Dachun cursed inwardly. At this moment, the lion pride was besieging the nascent soul ancestor. The male lion led the attack, while the female lions formed a formation to assist, working in perfect harmony. The ancestor spat blood, beaten so badly he couldn't even escape. Lions were naturally good at teamwork, a trait they had inherited since their days as wild beasts. As for the coiled serpent formation spirit, after the formation was broken, its form became illusory and weakened significantly, but it still had considerable combat power. However, when facing Suhei, for some reason, there was deep fear in its eyes. It coiled in place, trembling, not daring to attack. Man Jin didn't interfere. His gaze swept through the city, searching for other experts. Soon, he locked onto someone. It's you? Man Jin immediately spotted the conspicuous Han Ti, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Without a word, he charged forward. Han Ti's face turned green, and he turned to run. Misunderstanding? I'm just passing by, I have nothing to do with that person. Passing by? Then today I'll just pass by too, Man Jin said coldly. Qian Dachun finally understood why Han Ti had agreed to lower the price so quickly. It was because his enemy had come knocking. Man Jin stepped through the air, and wherever he passed, buildings collapsed one after another, like a bulldozer, leaving a long trench. The ground sank several meters deep. Han Ti's face twitched. If he got passed by, there wouldn't be anything left of him. Although he was also at the core formation stage, as a rogue cultivator, he didn't have the numerous treasures and trump cards of a sect elder. His combat power was among the lowest in his realm. Of course, as a rogue cultivator, surviving until now, he relied on his ability to escape. Han Ti's entire body surged with purple energy, his speed skyrocketing, and his purple hair danced wildly as if he were treading on lightning. Man Jin, however, was prepared. At the same moment he gave chase, he threw out a pair of icy tusks that spun together, summoning a frigid wind that froze the air, creating an expanse of ice. Han Ti's speed immediately plummeted, and even his true chi began to freeze, causing him to stall halfway. His face turned ashen as he shouted, "Don't push me! If you push me any further, I'll have to use my killer move." Man Jin remained unfazed, charging forward with a thunderous roar. Compared to him, Han Ti's figure was like that of a tiny ant. Qian Dachun was curious. Did Han Ti really have a killer move? 10,000 swords, unsheath. Han Ti let out a strange cry, and the dozens of weapons on his body all unsheathed simultaneously, connecting together to form a ship. This ship, made of weapons, lifted Han Ti up. With a burst of speed, it shot out in an instant, flying out of Rock Serpent City in the blink of an eye. Man Jin was stunned. Not only him, but everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. No one had expected that the numerous weapons on Han Ti's body were not for killing but for forming a ship to escape. What a disgrace to the core formation stage. Qian Dachun cursed inwardly. A core formation cultivator, with the same level of cultivation, fleeing without a fight was indeed a weirdo. Qian Dachun returned to the Listening Wind Tavern and activated a one-time teleportation array, leaving directly. Su Hei stared at the formation spirit, the fear in its eyes growing more intense. At first, it flicked its tongue, issuing a warning sound, but as Su Hei approached, the formation spirit's body began to tremble. Su Hei watched for a long time before calmly saying, "I know you were forced into this formation, not by choice. Would you be willing to leave with me?" Su Hei had killed many members of the Snake Catchers sect and had examined the jade slips in their storage bags. Naturally, he knew that each mountain protection array of the Snake Catchers sect used the soul of a golden core snake demon as the formation spirit. Some were cultivated by the sect, but most were captured from the wild. Each formation spirit had a history of hundreds of years, like the one before him in Rock Serpent City, which had existed for 300 years. The formation spirit did not speak, still staring coldly at Su Hei. Despite its inexplicable fear, its instinct to guard remained. Su Hei sighed inwardly and said no more. Dragon scales detached from his body, attacking the formation spirit. Foundation establishment cultivators had the ability to control flying swords. After completing his first transformation, Su Hei's new ability was to detach dragon scales, turning them into flying swords. However, this move had a drawback, it left him defenseless. Swish! The dragon scales sliced through the formation spirit's body, causing it to let out a shrill scream and become even more ethereal. But this also triggered its ferocity, and it lashed its tail at Su Hei. Su Hei did not dodge. He condensed thick earth armor with true chi and charged forward, colliding with the tail. Boom! Su Hei's body trembled slightly, retreating a bit, but the formation spirit was heavily struck, sent flying into the city lord's mansion below. Facing this third-tier formation spirit, Su Hei had the upper hand. Of course, it also helped that the formation spirit had been repeatedly injured and was no longer at its peak. The formation spirit rose again, biting towards Su Hei. Mountain Embrace Seal. Su Hei envisioned a great mountain descending from the sky, smashing onto the formation spirit's head and pressing it deep into the ground, its screams echoing. He then took out several sealing talismans, continuously throwing them to temporarily seal the formation spirit. Su Hei looked around and saw that the cultivators in the city were fleeing in all directions. Some elders of the Snake Catchers sect initially wanted to resist, but seeing the situation deteriorate and the formation spirit defeated, they gave up and chose to run. Su Hei had no interest in dealing with rogue cultivators, but he killed every member of the Snake Catchers sect he encountered. Kill. With a thought, Su Hei launched ivory needles, crafted from leftover materials, at the fleeing members of the Snake Catchers sect. The crowd was terrified, using protective magical treasures to shield themselves, but Su Hei's gaze intensified. With his black true chi burning, the needle's speed doubled, creating a piercing force. Thud, 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 thud. Wherever the needles went, magical treasures were pierced, and the crowd fell like wheat being harvested. Everyone had a blood spot on their forehead, killed instantly without even a chance to scream. Aiming for the forehead was the most efficient way to kill. Su Hei conserved his true chi, ensuring each strike was lethal. For tougher foundation establishment cultivators, Su Hei used dragon scales to target their foreheads, achieving the same result. Too terrifying, he's a demon. Help! The crowd screamed and fled, using all their trump cards to escape, fight back, or beg for mercy, but none could escape death. Su Hei's strength was nearly invincible within the foundation establishment stage. Except for a few tough opponents with numerous magical treasures, killing others was as easy as slaughtering chickens. However, after killing dozens, Su-hei finally encountered a tough opponent. This was a middle-aged man with a full beard, at the peak of Foundation establishment, likely from Kui Yuan's generation. Unlike Kui Yuan, who had a sacrificial spirit, this man grabbed those around him and threw them at Su-hei, Nov, L, B /JNN. Whether fellow disciples or passing rogue cultivators, he used them as shields to delay Su-hei's attacks. Su-hei launched 5 attacks in a row, not even touching a hair on him. Still trying to escape. Su-hei's eyes turned cold, ready to pursue, but then he wondered if the man was feigning weakness to lure him into a trap. Seeing Manjin returning from afar, Su-hei felt reassured. Without hesitation, he charged at the man, recalling the flying dragon scales to his body, making them stand up like blades. Swish, swish, swish. Everything in his path was shredded to pieces as Su-hei shot towards the bearded man like a straight line. "Don't push me," the bearded man roared. Seeing Su-hei's relentless approach, he made a decisive move, swallowing a shriveled golden core. A golden core. Su-hei's eyes narrowed. This golden core belonged to a core formation cultivator but was in a withered state, likely obtained from a long-dead corpse. The man's desperate act made Su-hei pause, quickly activating 16 layers of earth shield and 30 layers of thick earth armor. Boom! The violent power of the golden core erupted from the man's body, surging backward. Su-hei's defenses shattered, and he fell back. But his vast divine sense remained locked on the man. The bearded man's Danshan, where his stable spiritual foundation was, rapidly transformed, forming a shriveled, semi-finished golden core. Has he formed a golden core? No, it should be a false core. Su-hei thought of a term. Foundation establishment cultivators, if unable to form a true golden core, might settle for a lower-grade semi-finished golden core, a false core. Such cultivators might be stuck at the false core stage for life. False core cultivators were weaker than true core formation cultivators but stronger than peak foundation establishment cultivators. This old snake catcher's sect cultivator, knowing he was in grave danger, sacrificed his future to form a false core, just to survive. After forming the false core, he didn't turn to attack but used his boosted cultivation to burn his lifespan and flee Rock Serpent City at top speed. In this brief burst, his speed was indeed comparable to a true core formation cultivator. As he fled for his life, he didn't forget to repeat his previous actions, grabbing at the people around him. "Lu Buchan, you heartless scoundrel. You won't die a good death." Angry curses echoed from the sides, but Lu Buchan grabbed each person through the air and threw them behind him. Manjin noticed Lu Buchan's unusual behavior. He snorted, sending a wave of air that blasted through the crowd and headed straight for Lu Buchan. Lu Buchan pulled out a copper bell, withstanding the impact of the airwave. He spat out a mouthful of blood, using the force to propel himself forward. Mid-air, he took out a wind sail, riding the wind and diving out of the city. In an instant, he had escaped Rock Serpent City. Su-hei was stunned. That guy actually managed to escape. If Lu Buchan had even a moment's hesitation or the slightest thought of turning back to fight, he would have been dead. Manjin wanted to chase after him, but remembering the many experts still in the city, he had to give up. Instead, he turned his attention to the city guards on the tower. "Fire the cannons." The city lord waved his flag, and the guards aimed their cannons at Manjin and fired. Boom, boom, boom. The cannonballs hit Manjin, causing him no pain, only slightly halting his movement. At this moment, a 10-meter-wide ballista, carried by 5 cultivators, was brought out from the tower. They loaded a bolt and aimed at Manjin, firing it with a loud whoosh. The bolt pierced through the void with a sharp, ear-piercing sound, slightly pausing Manjin's movement before it struck him. Initially, Manjin didn't pay much attention, but this bolt penetrated his protective true essence and embedded into his skin. Though only the arrowhead was lodged in, it shocked Manjin. He used his nose to pull out the bolt and examined it closely. The arrowhead was white jade in color, with faint spiritual power fluctuations. It was made from the tusk of a spirit-devouring elephant? Manjin's mind flashed back to his childhood memories. At that time, the wild giant elephant tribe had many members, including a branch of spirit-devouring elephants with 13 members, one of whom was his closest sister. But after a foraging trip, they never returned. When they were found, only their tuskless corpses remained, lying cold in a pit. The spirit-devouring elephants were completely wiped out in that incident. Roar. Manjin let out an earth-shattering roar, shaking the entire Rock Serpent City. In truth, Manjin was naturally simple and didn't enjoy killing. As a herbivore, his bloodlust was far less than that of lions or Su-hei. After entering Rock Serpent City, he only targeted Han Ti and other potential threats. But now, seeing his kin's tusks made into weapons by humans, he recalled those painful memories. "Senior Elephant, it was the snake catcher's sect that wronged you. Why must you annihilate us too?" the city lord shouted in grief and indignation. Manjin glared over. That sentence was like a fuse, igniting Manjin's fury completely. "You humans all deserve to die." Manjin's roar echoed across the sky. At this moment, he had no more mercy, unleashing his most destructive demon technique, Elephant's Roar. Roar. The air twisted, visible waves of air sweeping in all directions, destroying countless buildings, collapsing pavilions, and toppling city walls. Countless people had their brains burst and souls scattered. Some weaker cultivators were caught in the waves, their bodies exploding. On the city tower, the cultivators who were about to fire a second ballista bolt bled from their 7 orifices, screaming in agony as they fell from the high walls, which tilted backward. The city lord of Rock Serpent City, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, only lasted a breath before his head exploded. He died not knowing how he had offended this giant elephant. The sorrows of humans do not connect, let alone between humans and demons. Manjin's anguished roar spread far and wide, turning the surrounding 10 miles into ruins in an instant. Suhei watched this scene and couldn't help but gasp. He had used flying needles and dragon scales, going to great lengths to kill about 50 people, and even let one escape. But with a single roar from Manjin, not a single person within 10 miles survived, killing hundreds. The entire Rock Serpent City had fewer than 1,000 cultivators, and half were gone in an instant. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Adding those who fled and were killed by the Thunder Lions, the city was almost empty, with hardly any survivors. Suhei acted again, eliminating the remaining stragglers. Now, no disciples of the Snake Catchers sect could be seen in the city. In the sky, the core formation stage battle was also nearing its end. The nascent soul ancestor, unable to withstand the lion's siege, was finally defeated. In his dying moments, he aimed at Suhei and dove down, preparing to self-destruct. He knew Suhei was the mastermind behind this incident. Dream on. Not only did Manjin intercept him, but the Purple Lightning Lion King also moved to block him. Suhei quickly retreated, putting a safe distance between them at unprecedented speed. You little beast, I won't let you go even as a ghost. The unnamed nascent soul ancestor roared in unwillingness, his body exploding into a sky full of energy, sweeping outward. Manjin inhaled deeply, sucking all the shockwaves into his nose and refining them, preventing any spread. The Purple Lightning Lion King activated his thunder shield, standing in front of Suhei and blocking most of the waves. The remaining impact on Suhei was minimal, hardly causing any discomfort. A few breaths later, everything was calm. The unnamed nascent soul ancestor was dead, not even leaving a storage bag. Phew. Suhei let out a long breath. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. Not letting him go even as a ghost? He almost forgot. Suhei patted his storage bag and took out a black soul flag. This was the soul-absorbing flag he had taken from Baishiu, an enforcer of the Four-Sex Alliance, a rare magical treasure capable of storing souls. Such treasures were extremely rare. Despite killing so many snake catchers, Suhei hadn't found another with similar effects. Baishiu was indeed fortunate. Suhei waved the soul-absorbing flag at the spot where the old man had died. Suddenly, a faint, invisible wisp of yin energy was drawn into the flag. It works. Suhei's eyes lit up, and he waved the flag again, drawing in another wisp of yin energy. It was said that a person's soul lingers in the world for a moment after death before dissipating completely. Before that happened, Suhei needed to absorb the old man's soul into the soul-absorbing flag for refinement. If you won't let me go even as a ghost, then I won't let you go either. Suhei activated the soul-absorbing flag, continuously waving it to absorb the yin energy. Finally, a nearly complete soul was drawn into the flag. With a sweep of his divine sense, Suhei saw a fist-sized misty spirit body swirling inside the flag, faintly emitting roars, its outline resembling the old man's face. Stay put. Suhei sneered inwardly. Suhei was not adept at using magical treasures and had suffered greatly because of it in the past. Now, he could finally indulge in the power of a magical treasure. Once he refined this old man, he could turn him into a vengeful spirit, unleashing him against enemies with remarkable effect. Exactly, since so many have died, I should collect more. Suhei's eyes lit up. Back then, Baishiu had released 5 or 6 vengeful spirits, forcing Suhei to swallow the Thunderfire seal and injure himself to break the attack. If he could absorb 100 or so and release them all at once, it would definitely be a powerful trump card. Suhei immediately took action, waving the soul-absorbing flag over the spots where Foundation establishment cultivators had died, absorbing each soul. He ignored those at the Chi refining stage, focusing mainly on the Foundation establishment stage. The lion pack wasn't idle either, scavenging storage bags from the ground and searching for anything useful. As demonic beasts, this was their first time attacking a human city, and their success left them somewhat excited. Manjin wasn't in the mood for treasure hunting. He headed straight for Rock Serpent City's armory, pulling out all the ivory items and storing them in his trunk. Many of the ivory items emitted familiar energy fluctuations. They had once been members of the wild giant elephant tribe. After a round of scavenging, Suhei had collected 16 Foundation establishment souls and over 100 Chi refining souls, though many were fragmented due to the passage of time. But Suhei was already very satisfied. He began to understand why humans valued magical treasures so much. If a treasure was carefully cultivated and used at a critical moment, it could indeed turn the tide of battle. Suhei's physical body and true chi were so powerful that he often defeated opponents with a single spell, causing him to frequently overlook the importance of magical treasures. Finally, Suhei headed straight for the city lord's mansion. There was still a Jiaopython formation spirit that hadn't been subdued. When Suhei arrived, the formation spirit was already extremely weak, almost transparent, with no strength left. However, having guarded Rock Serpent City for 300 years, it had developed an instinctual duty ingrained in its soul, long forgetting its wild nature. Suhei tried to persuade it, but the formation spirit remained unmoved, still attempting to attack. Suhei stopped wasting words and directly took out the soul-absorbing flag, focusing his mind. Soul-absorbing flag, absorb. A suction force acted on the formation spirit, which screamed and struggled. Suhei's eyes turned cold, and black true chi ignited, increasing the force. After a series of screams, the formation spirit was forcibly absorbed into the soul-absorbing flag. Once inside the flag, over time, it could be refined into a vengeful spirit, ready to devour anyone. No matter who you were in life, you would ultimately become an emotionless killing machine. Suhei had given it a chance out of consideration for his kind, but he didn't have time to convert it. Suhei scanned the soul-absorbing flag with his divine sense, noting that the old man and the Jiao Python were the largest and most conspicuous. Next were the 16 Foundation Establishment souls, and finally, the over 100 Qi refining souls, scattered around. Once these souls were all turned into vengeful spirits and released together, who knew if they could threaten a core formation stage cultivator? Killing has its perks, this trip wasn't in vain, Suhei thought to himself. Hey, you over there, come take a look. A voice called from afar, it was the purple lightning thunder lion looking at him. Suhei flashed over to an underground cage. Above it had been a formation that blocked divine sense, but now it was destroyed. Suhei's divine sense probed underground, and he was shocked, his body stiffening. Inside the dungeon were countless snakes, densely packed and uncountable. There were all kinds of snakes, spread over 10 levels with 1,000 rooms, totaling over 10,000, all ordinary snakes. At the lowest level, there were even snake demons. From the spirit communion stage to the foundation establishment stage, the strongest snake demon was a 15-meter-long giant horned python at the late foundation establishment stage, but it was bound by iron chains, unable to move, with thin tubes inserted all over its body, looking emaciated. So many. Suhei had known that the snake catchers sect had places for raising snakes, but he hadn't expected the scale to be so grand. This underground breeding base was like an underground city, filled entirely with snakes. And this was just one branch. The snake catchers sect had 5 such branches and an even more exaggerated headquarters. What would that be like? It was unimaginable. Humans might find this snake-filled scene terrifying, but Suhei felt no discomfort. He leaped into the underground breeding ground. There were 5 snake catchers hiding there, knocked out by the purple lightning thunder lion. These are your enemies. I didn't kill them, I'll leave them to you, the purple lightning thunder lion said calmly. Thank you, Suhei nodded. He entered the underground, heading straight for the deepest part where the foundation establishment great demons were kept. Each cage on either side had its own formation, imprisoning a great demon. Most of the snake demons had thin needles inserted all over their bodies, connected to jade bottles and other containers, emitting a pungent smell. Suhei immediately recognized these as devices for extracting snake gall and snake blood. The cultivation techniques of snake catchers relied mainly on these. Foundation establishment great demons were hard to cultivate, so they chose to extract them alive. The giant horned python twitched instinctively at the sound, its eyes flashing with fear. But when it saw that the visitor was not human but Suhei, it was visibly stunned, then overjoyed. Brother, please kill me, kill me. Its eyes were filled with fervor, as if death were a blessing. Suhei frowned. The other snake demons woke up and also began to shout, Benefactor, please kill me, be careful of the humans. Please kill me, I don't want to suffer anymore. Please, have mercy and let me be free. Various pleading voices filled Suhei's mind. Their excitement outweighed their fear. To them, death, which ordinary people feared, was a release, a blessing. The late foundation establishment giant horned python had been imprisoned for 5 years. Once 20 meters long and as thick as a barrel, it was now skin and bones. Each extraction of snake gall was excruciatingly painful. Their true chi was sealed, their meridians blocked, unable to move, not even able to commit suicide, forced to watch their life drain away helplessly. Suhei scanned each snake, taking in their emotions. I'm here to save you, Suhei said. No, don't save me, I just want to die. Benefactor, I don't want to live. The snake demons pleaded. Suhei remained expressionless, revealing the robes and heads of each snake catcher, and displayed the soul-absorbing flag, letting it float in the air. The noisy voices fell silent in an instant. All the snake demons stared in shock, the entire place falling into a deathly silence. They're all dead. Rock Serpent City has been destroyed. I can really let you out, Suhei said calmly. The snake demon's eyes filled with hopeful light, but it quickly dimmed again. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Some things could never be restored. An old snake sighed, my venomous fangs have been pulled, my venom sac removed. I've lost the ability to hunt. Going back means death. Another patterned python said dejectedly, I'm already a useless snake. I don't want my friends to see me like this. My meridians are severed, my bones shattered. I can't cultivate. My demon core was taken. I can only die. Various helpless voices continued to echo. Gradually, the snake crowd fell silent, until the place was as quiet as death. Suhei then realized. The snake catchers had destroyed not only their physical bodies but also their spirits and wills. Once, they too had dreams of escaping this hellish place and regaining their freedom. But as time passed, their will to survive gradually faded away. Their bodies were still alive, but their spirits had been crushed, turning them into mere walking corpses. The only belief they had left was to die. Thank you, benefactor, for killing so many of our enemies and fulfilling our wish. Please, elder, do it without mercy. The snake horde shouted in unison. They were grateful to Suhei for killing their enemies and granting them freedom. Then choose death freely. Suhei sighed and decided to respect their choice. He released a scale, which shot out and shattered the formation and chains that bound them, pulling out the fine needles from their bodies. There were only 13 Foundation Establishment stage snake demons here. Suhei placed a slumber pill in front of each snake, allowing them to forget their pain briefly and die in their sleep. This, perhaps, was compassion. It was also the greatest kindness Suhei could offer. The snake demons understood Suhei's intention, and tears of gratitude and excitement filled their eyes. Benefactor, that flag should be able to collect souls, right? The giant horned python, the highest in cultivation, looked at the soul-absorbing flag Suhei had just taken out and asked. That's right, I've collected many remnants of the snake catcher's souls. Suhei nodded slightly. The other snake demons also looked over, staring at the soul-absorbing flag. The giant horned python took a deep breath and said, I would like to request that after I die, benefactor can also collect my soul. Suhei frowned slightly. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Do you know what it means to have your soul collected? Suhei said in a deep voice, this treasure, called the soul-absorbing flag, can refine souls into vengeful spirits, stripping them of their consciousness, leaving them only with the desire to kill. They will never reincarnate after death. I know. The giant horned python interrupted him, his gaze unwavering. Then, he lowered his head, if my soul can kill a snake catcher, I will die without regret. The other snake demons, seeing this, lowered their heads without hesitation. Please collect my soul after I die. Refine me into a vengeful spirit to kill the snake catchers. Various pleas echoed through the dungeon. Suhei was astonished, looking at each snake. In their cold eyes, a glimmer of hope appeared. This hope had never emerged, even when they were freed from their chains and regained their freedom. But when they learned they could become vengeful spirits, this hope became unprecedentedly strong. They had found their value, which was revenge. Please let me kill my enemies with my own hands. A flower python swallowed the pill and collapsed to the ground. I have no regrets. Old Snake swallowed the pill and closed his eyes. Even if I never reincarnate, I will become a vengeful spirit and kill all the snake catchers. The giant horned python swallowed the pill and slammed its head against the wall, causing blood to flow before collapsing to the ground. One by one, the snake demons swallowed the death pill and fell into a peaceful sleep. Their last words, countless as they were, condensed into 2 words, revenge. My death has value, right? A young black yin snake, after taking the last pill, lay on the ground and spoke words that seemed familiar. Before her consciousness fell into chaos, she quietly looked at Suhei, her eyes filled with hope. I promise you, your deaths will be the snake catcher's nightmare, Suhei said solemnly. She finally closed her eyes, dying peacefully. Suhei no longer hesitated. He took out the soul-absorbing flag and waved it towards the sky. Wisps of souls floated out from the tops of the corpses' heads and were absorbed into the flag without Suhei needing to actively collect them. They were the shadows of snakes. They were heading towards a beautiful vision, towards hope. Before long, all 13 souls were absorbed into the soul-absorbing flag without exception. Unlike the snake catcher's souls, these snake souls retained their complete snake forms, vivid and lifelike, while the snake catcher's souls were mostly scattered points of light or amorphous clouds, incomplete. Suhei spat out flames, burning the place to ashes. Just as Suhei was about to leave, suddenly, there was a disturbance within his soul-absorbing flag. The souls of the snake demons, upon entering the flag, began to riot, all of them devouring the souls of the snake catchers. They opened their mouths wide, swallowing the snake catcher's souls one by one. Points of light disappeared one after another. Even the Foundation Establishment stage souls were not spared, being devoured in one gulp. Suhei was stunned. This change was completely unexpected for Suhei. After devouring the remnants of the snake catcher's souls, the snake demon's souls seemed to have grown significantly, appearing more solid and several times stronger. Before long, over 100 chi refining souls and 16 Foundation Establishment souls were completely devoured, leaving only 13 enhanced snake demon's souls. An even more surprising scene unfolded. The formation spirit, the Jiao Python's soul, seemed to be stimulated by something. With eyes full of rage, it roared towards the sky and pounced on the elder's soul beside it. Die! Revenge! Revenge! The Jiao Python's soul roared continuously, biting at the elder's face. Each attack devoured a large amount of soul power. The 13 snake demon's souls joined in the assault, surrounding and attacking the chi condensation elder. The elder tried to resist, but Suhei's eyes flashed, and he activated the soul-absorbing flag, suppressing the elder and allowing the snake horde to attack. In just a moment, the chi condensation elder was completely devoured, his soul scattered, never to reincarnate. After devouring the elder's soul, the Jiao Python's soul and the 13 snake demon's souls all sparkled with starlight, appearing even more robust than before. Especially the Jiao Python's soul, the confusion in its eyes had vanished, and it lowered its head towards the sky. It seemed to be paying its respects. This situation was beyond Suhei's expectations, and he couldn't tell if it was good or bad. Well, at least the benefits stayed within the family, Suhei thought to himself. Losing over 100 souls, but they were devoured by his own snake souls. Next, Su-hei went to the cells of the spirit communion stage snake demons. These snake demons had not been tortured, their gallbladders not extracted alive, the snake catchers had killed and eaten them directly, refining them completely. Su-hei released all the snake demons, including the ordinary snakes. At the same time, Su-hei opened a passage leading directly to the outside world. The snake demons bowed deeply to him and left the dark underground prison with their respective tribes. The 5 snake catchers were devoured by the frenzied snake horde. Su-hei let out a long breath. Brother Su, it's time to retreat. Outside, Man Jin's voice came. He had just looted the armory, retrieving many ivory items, as well as unprocessed ivory and elephant bones. The lions had also destroyed the snake catcher's sex scripture repository, pill rooms, and other places storing valuables, but they hadn't found much of value. It must have been taken away in the chaos, possibly hidden in a storage bag. There were quite a few jade slips, which could be of some reference even to demonic beasts. There's no time to lose, let's go. Su-hei didn't delay, immediately climbing onto Man Jin's back. Man Jin stepped into the void, rushing out of Rock Serpent City, with the lion pack following behind, their bodies like lightning, quickly leaving the place. About half an hour after they left, an elderly man with a gloomy complexion appeared in the sky, his vast divine sense sweeping over Rock Serpent City inside and out. As the divine sense swept through, the elder's face grew increasingly grim. My snake catcher's sect hasn't suffered such a loss in a long time, and it was at the hands of a bunch of beasts. The elder's voice was calm, but the calmer it was, the more furious he was. Senior brother, the envoy from the heavenly puppet sect is about to arrive, it's best not to act rashly, a gentle voice came from beside him. Damn that heavenly puppet sect, they've been eyeing us for half a year now. If it weren't for them, Xian Yangzi wouldn't have faced such a calamity, the gloomy elder muttered bitterly. When the Qin kingdom advanced, they didn't take sides like the other 4 sects, and that was the problem. Enough talk, let's go back and deal with that envoy. Myriad Serpent Valley. Su-hei, Man Jin, and the Lion King had a simple division of spoils. In this siege, Su-hei didn't contribute much, it was Man Jin who broke through the mountain protection array, and the one who killed the nascent soul ancestor was the lion pack. Su-hei only subdued a weakened formation spirit and killed a bunch of ants. Even so, under Man Jin's insistence, Su-hei still got a third of the treasures, and the Lion King had no complaints. The lionesses wanted to say something, but a single glare from the Lion King silenced them. Family hierarchy. How about this? I don't want anything else, just the spirit stones, Su-hei said. The 2 beasts exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. Nov, L, B /JNN. The lioness's eyes also showed a hint of joy. Spirit stones are mostly used as currency by cultivators or for daily cultivation needs, and they are of little use to demonic beasts. Demonic beasts primarily cultivate their physical bodies by devouring heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as other demonic beasts and cultivator corpses. Speaking of which, the cultivator corpses in Rock Serpent City were almost entirely eaten by the lion pack, and those weren't even counted. Then take all these spirit stones, they are useless to me anyway. The Lion King took out the spirit stones he had collected, and Su-hei exchanged various treasures for them. Su-hei didn't care about ordinary low-grade spirit stones, his eyes were only on the square high-grade spirit stones. There were 5 of them, adding to what Su-hei had previously acquired, he now had 16 high-grade spirit stones. Su-hei didn't know how many the demon god Cauldron's true dragon needed to devour to be satisfied, but with 16, he could definitely give it a try. This time, I also gained quite a bit, including 2 gold element spells that I need to study carefully, Man Jin said. The purple lightning Lion King gave Su-hei a deep look and said, Su-hei, right? My name is Lei Meng. If you have an urgent matter, you can use this communication jade slip to contact me. But if it's not urgent, don't bother me. He left a communication jade slip and departed with his lioness harem. Lei Meng. Su-hei had a deep impression of this irritable lion who attacked cities at the slightest provocation. This Lei Meng is not simple. He might have already realized that the one who killed his wife wasn't a disciple of the snake catcher's sect, Su-hei thought to himself. In the previous battle, Lei Meng surrounded and killed the nascent soul ancestor, showing a state that was not like a hot-headed fool. He might have long understood that Su-hei was merely using him to attack the snake catcher's sect. Su-hei shook his head, not dwelling on it. Regardless of whether Lei Meng saw through it or not, the fact that he left a communication jade slip and shared the spirit stones already expressed goodwill. In the sky, Lei Meng's wings flapped as he sped along. Behind him, a lioness said, Great King, that little snake might be using you. Yeah, 9th sister might not have been killed by the snake catcher's sect. What were the snake catchers doing at the mouth of Wu Mountain? Another lioness echoed. Does it matter? Lei Meng retorted. The lionesses were instantly speechless. Don't be ungrateful. Think about how many people you ate this time. Lei Meng's words plunged the harem into collective silence. After leaving a communication talisman, Man Jin also left Myriad Serpent Valley. Su-hei burrowed underground, creating a spacious chamber. Then, he took out all the square high-grade spirit stones. He swallowed them one by one, pressing them against the surface of the demon god cauldron. With his knowledge, Su-hei initially thought the dragon-shaped statue on the surface was a flood dragon, but it was actually a true dragon. Su-hei only later understood the significance of a true dragon. Since ancient times, true dragons have been unseen, and those remaining in the world only have thin dragon bloodlines, known as flood dragons. For example, that third-tier formation spirit was a geopython, not even a flood dragon. Only those at the elemental infant stage and above might encounter a flood dragon. A true dragon is far above a flood dragon. What realm could that be? Su He calculated that a true dragon required 9 transformations, 1 for each major realm, which was beyond his imagination. The first high-grade spirit stone was quickly absorbed by the dragon statue. Su He swallowed the second, then the third. One after another, Su He consumed 7 stones, but it still wasn't enough. Could it be a bottomless pit? Su He's heart trembled. He had killed so many people and washed an entire city, barely accumulating 16 stones, which even a core formation stage cultivator might not have. Su He steeled himself and continued devouring. After consuming the 8th stone, the dragon statue began to emit a faint glow. 8 stones, plus the 2 I had before, that's 10 in total. Su He calculated. Boom. A thought surged into Su He's mind. Then, that grand and distant voice echoed once more. It was the voice of the true dragon. Ever-changing fish and dragon, a lower-grade dragon clan supreme technique. Master this body technique, and you can grasp the wonders of myriad transformations, invisible to the naked eye, undetectable by divine sense, traversing forbidden zones, passing through formations, and escaping the void as if walking on solid ground. Countless pieces of information converged, flooding into Su He's memory. Who knows how long it was before Su He opened his eyes again, filled with deep shock. Ever-changing fish and dragon, a dragon clan body technique. Su He had only ever learned elemental spells from humans and had never seen a demonic beast technique, let alone a dragon clan technique. This ever-changing fish and dragon body technique completely opened a new world for him. Ever-changing fish and dragon has 9 levels. The first level increases movement speed, making it impossible for anyone in the same realm to harm you. The second level further increases speed, allowing you to create afterimages. The third level multiplies afterimages, making the true body hard to find. The fourth level solidifies illusions, enabling the creation of external incarnations. The 8th level allows for initial shapeshifting. The 9th level enables myriad transformations, mastering the Dao of change. Recalling the contents of ever-changing fish and dragon, Su He couldn't help but gasp. 9 levels, each more heaven-defying than the last. At the later stages, one could even pass through formations without being detected. Especially the final level, enabling myriad transformations. Of course, no matter how you change, it doesn't alter your essence. A fight would reveal you. It's just a smokescreen. Su He wasn't interested in transformations, his focus was on the body technique's enhancements, which could save his life. 9 levels are too far off, I'll start with the first level. Su He estimated that with the difficulty of this technique, truly mastering the 9th level would take who knows how many years. So, feeding the dragon statue spirit stones would yield the Dragon Clan Supreme technique. It was a huge gain. But Su He suspected that next time, 10 stones wouldn't be enough. Who knows how many it would take. Southern region, headquarters of the Snake Catchers sect. This time, a large number of core elders who had been in seclusion came out, all to welcome the envoy from the Heavenly Puppet sect. Rather than welcoming, it was more like being on high alert to prevent any sudden attacks. Upon arrival, the envoy demanded 100,000 spirit stones without any preamble, which enraged all the elders. However, after the envoy injured 2 people, the Snake Catchers sect obediently handed over the spirit stones. As cultivators of the Qin Kingdom, what's wrong with paying a little tax? If you behave, this tax will be collected once a year. If not, I'll come every day to collect it, and you will have to pay whether you like it or not. The envoy sneered, pocketed the spirit stones, and left. 100,000 spirit stones were no small amount for the Snake Catchers sect. Many core formation elders didn't have that many spirit stones. This Heavenly Puppet sect is too much. They're treating us like pigs to be slaughtered. The elders were furious but didn't dare to say much, knowing they couldn't afford to offend this person. Envoy, please wait. Suddenly, the Grand Elder, who was seated at the head, spoke up. This person was the same gloomy old man who had appeared in Rock Serpent City earlier, his cultivation at the peak of mid-stage core formation, known as Yinmingzi. Apart from the sect master and some elders in deep seclusion, his cultivation was the highest. Oh, do you have something to say? The envoy turned back, frowning slightly. Yinmingzi waved his hand, and a storage bag flew to the envoy's side. Envoy, you've traveled a long way. This is a small token of my appreciation, and also an apology for any earlier disrespect, Yinmingzi said apologetically. The envoy took the storage bag and scanned it with his divine sense, finding 20,000 spirit stones inside, raising his eyebrows. This didn't need to be handed over and was his personal gain. You have a request, don't you? The envoy accepted it expressionlessly. Yinmingzi didn't hide anything, cupping his fists. You must have heard about the demonic beast that destroyed Rock Serpent City. I've heard a bit, the envoy nodded. If the Heavenly Puppet sect can capture that snake demon, I will offer 300,000 spirit stones as a reward, Yinmingzi said, cupping his fists. All the elders gasped. 300,000 spirit stones were more than half of the Snake Catchers sect's savings. Sending it out would be a severe blow. The elders wouldn't receive their stipends for years. Everyone's expressions changed. Oh, not interested in the giant elephant or the thunder lion, but willing to pay 300,000 for the weakest snake. Why? Capturing the snake is a small matter, it's just a gift to your sect, hoping the envoy will show mercy in the future. Yin Mingzi bowed respectfully, his attitude sincere. His words were reasonable, seemingly flawless. But anyone could hear the underlying message in Yin Mingzi's words. The envoy frowned, pondered for a moment, then nodded. I will report this matter, and the sect will decide. Farewell, envoy. The envoy said no more and turned to leave. After leaving, the envoy was still deep in thought. He couldn't understand why 300,000 spirit stones, enough to hire a group of core formation cultivators, were offered just as a gift. He initially thought of capturing the snake demon himself and pocketing the 300,000, but on second thought, he decided to report it to avoid any traps. At this moment, the snake catcher's sect's main hall was in an uproar. No one understood why they had to offer 300,000 spirit stones to capture a snake, their savings accumulated over countless years. Grand Elder, why? We could capture that snake demon ourselves, why give away our savings? Questions arose from all directions. Yin Mingzi coldly said, can't you see? Everyone was stunned. That snake demon has always seemed off. Puppet techniques, human spells, countless magical treasures and pills, its cultivation advancing rapidly. Do you think a wild snake could achieve this? Yin Mingzi said coldly. Nov, L.B//JNN. An old woman seemed to realize something, her voice heavy. Are you saying, this snake demon has someone behind it? Exactly. Yin Mingzi nodded. Initially, I was just suspicious, but yesterday, I learned from a bounty hunter that the snake demon could perform body swap, a secret technique of the Heavenly Puppet Sect. Only a few direct disciples of the Heavenly Puppet Sect know this technique. The hall fell into dead silence. And last year, on the Yanluo River official ship, what did Qin Sunji say? He told us not to worry about the snake, that he would handle it. Now it seems, how ironic, Yin Mingzi said self-deprecatingly. In fact, they had long felt something was wrong. How could a snake be so formidable? Single-handedly wiping out all of Xianyang's subordinates and leading a group of demonic beasts to flatten Rock Serpent City? They didn't believe in a miraculous snake, only in a powerful backer. It made much more sense that the Heavenly Puppet Sect had secretly nurtured it to target them. Everyone suddenly understood. My offer of 300,000 is clear, asking them to show mercy. We've already lost Rock Serpent City. If we lose Green Snake City or King Snake City, it won't be just 300,000. Yin Mingzi said helplessly. The other elders sighed, treating the 300,000 spirit stones as a protection fee. At this time, Su He had no idea what the snake catcher's sect had imagined. He had been waiting in Myriad Serpent Valley for days, but no one had come to trouble him. In fact, Su He was mentally prepared that if a powerful elder came, he would have to flee, but he would take Su Bai with him, one of his few friends. Su He kept a bit of his divine sense on the jade disc given by the old dog. The rest of his mind was focused on cultivating the ever-changing fish and dragon technique. Days passed. The jade disc remained empty, not a single red dot from the core formation, foundation establishment, or chi refining stages appeared. Even if there were, they passed by quickly, never approaching Myriad Serpent Valley. Su He was puzzled. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, summer and autumn passed, and it was the end of the year. Su He finally completed the first layer of the ever-changing fish and dragon technique and began the second layer. Now, his movements were not just fast but had some form, unlike before, when he relied solely on speed. Swish, swish, swish. Su He darted back and forth over the pond several times without causing a single ripple, sometimes left, sometimes right, leaving a phantom behind. Leaving a phantom was the mark of the second layer. Half a year to reach the second layer, who knows when I'll finish all 9 layers, Su He sighed. Over the past 6 months, Su He hadn't neglected his main cultivation technique either. The second transformation of the 9 transformations of the true dragon was to temper the dragon bones. Su He noticed a faint golden glow at the tip of his tailbone, and his cultivation had improved slightly. Although it was just a preliminary change, the power of his tail had increased several times. Boom! Su He's tail struck the pond, causing a massive splash and leaving a 100-jong-deep crater. The water shot up into the sky and fell like rain. This casual strike was comparable to a high-level spell. Su He's black true chi made him nearly invincible within the foundation establishment stage, and once his dragon bones formed, his physical strength would also increase dramatically. This gave him great confidence. Time to spar with Manjin. Feeling confident, Su He went to the wild giant elephant tribe. Over the past 6 months, Su He had often sparred with the elephant tribe, challenging all their experts, except for Manjin. However, to Su He's frustration, no matter what moves he used or how he attacked, Manjin remained unmoved. Manjin's body was covered with a golden shield, and no matter how Su He struck, it had no effect, not even causing a ripple. Haha, use more strength. This is a gold element spell I acquired last time, specializing in defense. Your strength is not enough. Manjin laughed heartily. Su He felt ashamed. He used his dragon scales to cut with all his might, but it was useless, only scratching the surface, which quickly healed. After 3 attempts, Su He couldn't even break through the defense. Forget it, I give up. Su He sighed. The gap between foundation establishment and core formation was indeed vast. The true essence power used in the core formation stage was far superior to that of the foundation establishment stage. Unless he used the soul-absorbing flag, Su-hei had no other way. Man-jin, I'm planning to visit a human city to buy some supplies. Do you need anything? Su-hei asked. Oh, you're going to a human city. Man-jin was slightly surprised. Su-hei patted his storage bag and took out a puppet, placing it in front of him. This was a flesh puppet Su-hei had crafted from the corpse of a rogue cultivator, similar to Qin Shuang'er and Sun Jian. Su-hei had found this rogue cultivator's body during his attack on Rock Serpent City. The man had an ordinary appearance, the kind that would blend into a crowd. His storage bag was also empty, without even an identity token. Using this puppet to infiltrate the city was ideal. Of course, besides this puppet, Su-hei had also made a backup and a backup for the backup. So it's a puppet. Man-jin was well aware of Su-hei's puppet techniques. After thinking for a moment, he said, I don't really need anything. If you have time, could you get me some bananas? Oh, and watermelons too. Bananas, watermelons. Su-hei was speechless. Damn it, can't you ask for something more serious? Magical treasures or pills would be fine too. He hadn't expected Man-jin to be such a foodie. With his 10-meter-tall body, it seemed no amount of food would be enough. Hehe, I have a child now, and he likes those things, Man-jin said with a simple smile. Su-hei was momentarily stunned and looked towards a hot spring, where a mother elephant and a recently born baby elephant were. I see. Su-hei nodded and said, I'll keep an eye out. Su-hei put away the puppet, flashed his figure, and left the wild giant elephant tribe, heading straight north. This trip was necessary because he had accumulated too many low-grade spirit stones. With storage bags from hundreds of people, he had over 70,000 spirit stones and a bunch of miscellaneous magical treasures to sell. Su-hei left the mountains and first passed through Chen family town. Now, Wang Ding and his sister Wang Qin were both working for the Chen family. Wang Qin was a maid, and Wang Ding had become a servant. The breathing exercise Su-hei had taught them was learned by both. Although it wasn't a complete cultivation technique and couldn't generate cultivation, it could strengthen the body and prolong life. Because of this, Wang Ding was recruited to do chores like chopping wood and cooking, which saved him from starving to death. At the same time, he hadn't forgotten to study. A teacher imparts knowledge and resolves doubts. Huh? Snake. Wang Ding was suddenly startled, looking towards the east side of the courtyard. He was about to call out to the snake Immortal but hesitated, fearing someone might overhear, and didn't say it. Su-hei was speechless. He was observing from 1,000 meters away with his divine sense, yet Wang Ding still noticed. The snake Immortal didn't show up, probably because he doesn't want to see me. Forget it, teaching me the breathing exercise in a dream was already a great favor. Wang Ding didn't say anything more. He just knelt on the ground and kowtowed towards the east. For this simple village boy, Su-hei didn't want him to step onto the path of cultivation. It was a cruel and inhumane world. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Once you start cultivating, it's like a fish coming ashore. The fish is no longer a fish, and a person is no longer a person. Su-hei didn't linger and quickly left, heading towards the big city in the north. However, Su-hei didn't know. From the moment he taught Wang Ding the breathing exercise, Wang Ding's path was already set. It was a bloody, cruel, and endless road. Once you step into cultivation, there's no turning back. Southern Region Core, Shuiyang City. After 6 months of full restoration, Shuiyang City had already regained its prosperity. This was a crucial battle for Qin Shenshu, and the city received special attention. Over the past 6 months, a large number of people had migrated in. The number of cultivators and the economic strength had surpassed the Chu Kingdom's peak. On this day, an unremarkable middle-aged man walked to the gate of Shuiyang City. The man had a square face, a broad forehead, dull eyes, and dry lips, an appearance that would blend into a crowd. His hair was messy, he wore a thick coat, and his waist was tied with a burlap sack, making him look like a bloated dumpling. Fortunately, it was winter, otherwise, this appearance would make him look like a lunatic. Su-hei had originally planned to wear a mask, but now, with the whole country catching spies and remnants of the Chu, masks were banned in the city. Su-hei had no choice but to take off his mask. Entering the city requires a fee of 5 taels of silver. The guard at the gate said, frowning at Su-hei's appearance. Silver. Su-hei was stunned and quickly searched his body. After searching for a long time, he couldn't find any silver, which made him very embarrassed. At this moment, the guard stared at his face for a long time, his expression changing. He trembled and said, Senior, please enter. We won't charge you. Another guard's face also turned pale, and he took a few steps back. No charge. Su-hei frowned. You're not going to arrest me, are you? No. Cultivators always enter the city for free. The 2 guards quickly shook their heads. Su-hei didn't think much of it and walked into the city. After Su-hei entered the city, the 2 guards exchanged glances and waited for a long time until Su-hei was completely out of sight before whispering. That person is. Yes, it's him. I recognize every wanted criminal's portrait. That man is Ma Tang, who lost everything, even his wife and children, and still owes the Heavenly Dragon Casino 1,000 spirit stones. He's currently wanted by the casino. Keep your voice down. Cultivators have extremely sharp senses. Don't let him hear us. The 2 guards' faces changed, and they didn't dare to discuss further. After entering the city, Su-hei didn't walk far before realizing something was wrong. He noticed that some passersby were subtly observing him, staring at his face, but quickly looking away when Su-hei glanced back. Was his face that strange? Or was his figure too conspicuous? Su-hei's true body was hidden under his clothes, making him appear a bit bulky, but it was a reasonable amount of fat. Su-hei thought for a moment and gradually quickened his pace, becoming more vigilant. Shuiyang City was divided into the inner city and the outer city. The inner city was the cultivators area, occupying 1/3 of the city's area. After entering the inner city, Su-hei headed straight for the Myriad Treasure Pavilion trading area. Suddenly, a group of cultivators emerged from the street corner, rushing towards Su-hei with fierce expressions. Su-hei instinctively wanted to run but stopped himself. "Ma Tang, you dare show your face? You have some nerve. Get him." The leading black-clad cultivator waved his hand, and the others swarmed Su-hei, punching and kicking him. Su-hei didn't want to cause trouble, but he quickly realized that this group had a grudge with the former owner of this body. So this person's name was Ma Tang. What bad luck, running into this right away. Su-hei took a step back, activated the gravity technique, and sent the group flying, causing them to fall in disarray. Su-hei had held back, so no one was killed. Everyone was shocked. The black-clad cultivator's face darkened and said, "Ma Tang, do you know the consequences of defying the casino? Speak plainly. What do you want?" Su-hei said impatiently. The black-clad cultivator laughed coldly and said, "You owe our casino 1,300 spirit stones. Are you trying to deny it?" Su-hei was stunned. All this trouble was over some money? Su-hei suddenly realized that the original owner of this body was just a chi refining stage cultivator. 1,300 spirit stones was an enormous sum. He remembered how surprised he was when he found over 1,000 spirit stones in Zhao Yu Duo's black jade stone. The black-clad cultivator was sure Ma Tang couldn't repay the debt, which was why they attacked. 1,000 spirit stones would take a foundation establishment cultivator a long time to save, and a chi refining stage cultivator might never earn that much in a lifetime without great fortune. As for how Ma Tang owed the money, it started with just 100, but with interest piling up, it grew to this amount. Su-hei was new to the area and didn't want to attract too much attention. He planned to settle things quietly and return the 1,000 spirit stones. But on second thought, if he easily took out 1,000 spirit stones, it might backfire and draw unwanted attention. After weighing the pros and cons, Su-hei released a hint of foundation establishment stage pressure. The black-clad cultivator was about to make a move when his body suddenly trembled, his face turned pale, and he stared with wide eyes at foundation establishment. This kind of aura made his true chi stagnate, and his whole body felt numb. It was definitely not a bluff. Su-hei took out a storage bag, filled it with 100 spirit stones, and tossed it over. "This is all I have. Follow me again, and don't blame me for turning hostile." After saying this, Su-hei turned and left. He estimated that the man originally owed just a small amount, but it had snowballed due to high-interest loans. The black-clad cultivator caught the storage bag, still shocked. He couldn't believe that this wretched gambler, who had disappeared for years, had actually broken through to the foundation establishment stage. The other thugs were also stunned. Was there any justice in this world? Master Ma. In an instant, the black-clad cultivator's attitude changed. He followed Su-hei, his tone now ingratiating, with a flattering smile. The speed of his change in demeanor made Su-hei frown. "Do you still have something to say?" "Master, it's like this." The black-clad cultivator paused, his tone respectful. "Our Heavenly Dragon Casino is under the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. If your debt isn't cleared, you'll remain on the blacklist and won't be able to make purchases or trades at any Myriad Treasure Pavilion location. You would only..." The black-clad cultivator laughed awkwardly. According to the casino's rules, if a chi refining stage cultivator owed over 1,000 spirit stones, they would be a wanted criminal. But for a foundation establishment stage cultivator, it would only be a bad credit record, not enough to warrant capture. Different cultivation levels had different credit limits. "How did I end up owing so much?" Su-hei asked. "It's like this, you borrowed 120 spirit stones from the casino years ago and didn't repay them on time. According to our interest rates, the debt doubles every year, but there's a cap where the interest can't exceed 10 times the principal." The black-clad cultivator patiently explained. "It's been 5 years now, so the debt has capped at 1,320 spirit stones. The tenfold cap was to prevent some debtors from disappearing for decades and returning to find their debt had multiplied to an unpayable amount. N/O/fel/B/C//N.C//OM." Seeing Su-hei's troubled expression, the black-clad cultivator added, "If you're short on spirit stones, you can sign this installment agreement, and the Myriad Treasure Pavilion will immediately remove you from the blacklist." The black-clad cultivator took out a jade slip and handed it over. Su-hei looked at the jade slip and couldn't help but feel a bit strange. The agreement divided his debt into 3 years of repayments, with 100 spirit stones due each month, plus an additional double repayment. Su-hei was disgusted by this swindler. He lost his patience and coldly said, "I can pay it off, but are you sure you want to take it? Casino rules, I have no choice." The black-clad cultivator laughed awkwardly. Su-hei said no more and threw over 1,200 spirit stones. "Thank you, master. Take care, master." The black-clad cultivator collected the spirit stones with a smile. Su-hei left expressionlessly. Although the spirit stones were not much, just a fraction of his wealth, it still put him in a foul mood, lowering his opinion of the myriad treasure pavilion to the minimum. At this moment, a young woman in black approached. She was young, stunningly beautiful, and dressed similarly to the previous cultivator, indicating she was also from the casino. Master Ma, now that you're a valued guest of our Heavenly Dragon Casino, is there anything you need to take care of in Shuiyang City? I can arrange it for you. A top-notch cave dwelling, a fine restaurant, a trade fair, an auction, or even a few young ladies, I can arrange it all. Or if you want to place another bet, we can raise your limit to 5,000. Get lost. Su He shouted, sending the woman flying. The young woman was terrified but didn't dare to react. She bowed respectfully. If Master Ma needs anything, feel free to send me a message. Su He ignored her and walked away. Damn, they're too damn greedy. Even after he paid off his debt, they still wanted to raise his limit and trick him into gambling more. They'd squeeze the rich dry and leave the poor in debt. When I leave the city, I'll visit the casino personally and place a big bet. Su He didn't care about the money, but he didn't want to suffer a loss. Once he finished his business, he would make the casino understand that sometimes, it's not spirit stones you lose, but your life. Inner City, Jiaofang Division. In Shuiyang City, brothels were divided into several levels, with the Jiaofang Division being the highest. The women there were all stunningly beautiful and had notable backgrounds. They included family members of high officials, fallen nobles, daughters of cultivators, and even female cultivators at the chi refining stage. As long as you had enough spirit stones, you could find any kind of woman. At this moment, in a courtyard, a young girl was cleaning. The door opened, and a black-clad cultivator entered. It was the same person from the Heavenly Dragon Casino. Ma Yuan, you can leave now, the black-clad cultivator said indifferently. What did you say? Seeing the person who had sold her here years ago, Ma Yuan thought she had misheard. You're lucky. Your father, Ma Tang, has repaid the debt and even reached the foundation establishment stage. The Jiaofang division naturally won't hold you anymore. You can leave. The black-clad cultivator's gaze was indifferent. He raised his hand and lifted the seal within Ma Yuan, restoring her cultivation. Master Ma is now a valued guest of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. You can find him there. After saying this, he ignored the stunned young girl and turned to leave. Ma Yuan sat on the ground in a daze, tears streaming down her face. Mother. Myriad Treasure Pavilion, Marketplace. Many cultivators set up stalls here, either selling or buying. The outer area was filled with chi refining stage cultivators, while the inner area had foundation establishment cultivators. Su He casually browsed the stalls but found nothing useful. If only He Huang were here. With his knowledge, he could probably sniff out some treasures, Su He thought. Suddenly, Su He's eyes narrowed, and his divine sense locked onto a jade detection plate. There was a large red dot on it, right nearby. Su He had long known there were chi condensation cultivators in Shuiyang City, but he hadn't paid much attention. However, this red dot was right in front of him, among the stall owners. The puppet's face remained calm, and his gaze shifted to a purple-haired man in the corner. This man looked unfamiliar, but he gave Su He a sense of familiarity, especially with his unique roguish aura. It reminded Su He of someone. Xian Yang's accomplice, the chi condensation cultivator who escaped from Rock Serpent City. Han Ti. Su He discreetly sniffed with his snake tongue. He recognized Han Ti's scent. As Su He approached, he sniffed again, confirming that this person was indeed Han Ti, but he was in disguise. This man's cultivation was also suppressed to the late foundation establishment stage. Who knew what he was planning? Hey, fellow deist, interested in any of these treasures? They're all rare finds, reasonably priced, just 5,000 spirit stones each. Han Ti noticed Su He's interest and smiled. Anyone who didn't back off at that price was definitely wealthy. Su He glanced at the three items in front of Han Ti. An ancient map, a mechanical box with a keyhole, and a pitch-black mirror. The moment he saw the mirror, Su He's pupils contracted. Damn, that's He Wang's mirror. The real mirror was in his possession. The one before him was undoubtedly a fake. Seeing Su He's gaze, Han Ti's eyes lit up. He pointed to the mirror and said, "Fellow deist, you have a good eye. This mirror has a mysterious origin. It's said to be a supreme treasure left by an ancient demonic cultivator, with unfathomable powers." Su He was speechless. This guy had made a fake mirror and was praising it to the skies. Didn't he feel embarrassed? 5,000 spirit stones were enough to deter most foundation establishment cultivators. Among the storage bags Su He had acquired, only a few of Xian Yang's direct disciples and a couple of deeply hidden individuals had more than 5,000 spirit stones. What is this ancient map? Su He asked. This is a map of an ancient ruin. The story behind it is quite significant. Han Ti began to boast. He claimed that two core formation stage cultivators fought fiercely over this ancient map, and he had obtained it by sheer luck. He had once formed a team to explore the ruins, led by a core formation stage cultivator, but the entire team perished, leaving him as the sole survivor. As for the mechanism box, it was discovered within the ruins. With permission, Su He picked up the mechanism box and examined it. There was a keyhole on it, and the size. Su He was suddenly startled. He had found a key in the black jade storage artifact of the old ape, and its size seemed to match this keyhole. Could it be such a coincidence? Su He was uncertain but remained outwardly calm, placing the box back down and turning his attention to the mirror. Inwardly, he was debating whether to buy the mechanism box. 5,000 spirit stones were no small amount. Hey, isn't that the mirror from the Purple Mist Pavilion? How did it end up here? A surprised voice came from behind. Suhei turned to see a young cultivator dressed in luxurious clothes, exuding an extraordinary aura, likely a scion of a great family. Han Ti's expression changed, and he looked around before lowering his voice. Do you recognize this item, fellow cultivator? Indeed. The noble cultivator nodded slightly and stepped forward. I've seen it once before. How did it end up in your hands? Han Ti sighed. To be honest, this mirror is an ancient relic that had been stored in the Purple Mist Pavilion for many years, but no one could decipher its mysteries until one day, a demon stole it. And that demon used this mirror to defeat Xianyangzi. Han Ti lowered his voice for the last two sentences, as if transmitting the information only to Suhei and the noble cultivator. The noble cultivator's expression changed immediately, indicating he had heard of it before. I acquired this mirror by chance, and the details are inconvenient to disclose, Han Ti said. The noble cultivator pressed. What exactly does this mirror do? Its function. Han Ti took a deep breath and lowered his voice mysteriously. It can create inner demons. Both the noble cultivator and Suhei were shocked. Han Ti's words were so convincing that if the genuine mirror wasn't in Suhei's possession, he might have been deceived into buying it. Really? You're not a fraud, are you? The noble cultivator asked suspiciously. Han Ti glanced at him disdainfully. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate, but you'll have to buy it first. The noble cultivator hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. If it truly can create inner demons, this treasure is priceless. Will definitely buy it. Han Ti smiled slightly. Watch closely, I can only demonstrate a fraction of its power. Han Ti picked up the mirror and chanted a spell. The mirror emitted a faint light and shone on the Bai family cultivator. Suddenly, Bai Ye's expression changed as if he had seen something terrifying, and he staggered back. It's really an inner demon. His eyes were filled with fear, and he clutched his chest as if struck by a heavy blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood, as if an invisible person was attacking him. Han Ti retracted the mirror and sneered. Now, do you believe me? Bai Ye nodded quickly, still shaken. I believe. Suhei was baffled. He had tried various methods but couldn't see what was in front of Bai Ye. But judging by his reaction, it seemed he had indeed been attacked. Could it be that Han Ti created a replica using the mirror? Suhei vaguely sensed something. The mirror wasn't entirely useless, it still had some effects of a magical treasure. Damn it. Bai Ye touched his storage bag and panicked. I didn't bring enough spirit stones? Can I owe you 500? I'll go get it right away. That's not possible. No credit here. Han Ti frowned. Bai Ye was so anxious he was almost jumping. Fellow cultivator, can you lend me 500? I'll repay you double, no, triple. Suhei decisively refused. Bai Ye had no choice, sweating profusely. Hold it for me, I'll be right back with the money. With that, he disappeared as fast as he could. Suhei watched him leave, frowning slightly. Could these two be colluding to put on a show? That Bai family cultivator might not have encountered any inner demons at all, it was all an act. One selling fake goods, the other acting as a shill? Suhei was speechless. If he hadn't opened his heavenly eye and known the real mirror was with him, he would have been deceived. Creating a fake, selling it for 5,000, and using real rumors to make people believe. Suhei suddenly felt that the city was full of schemes, and he just wanted to go back to the mountains. Seeing Suhei still hesitating, Han Ti raised an eyebrow and smiled. Fellow cultivator, time waits for no one. That Bai family cultivator might return any moment. Suhei remained silent for a long time, then took out a storage bag with 10,000 spirit stones, a total of 10,000 spirit stones for these 3 items. If you don't sell, I'll leave immediately. Han Ti's face stiffened, and he shook his head repeatedly. 3 items for 15,000, no bargaining. Then goodbye. I want to see if that Bai family cultivator will come back. Suhei sneered and turned to leave decisively. Han Ti panicked, feeling like ants were crawling all over him, but he remained outwardly calm, sitting still. Until Suhei reached the marketplace gate, Han Ti transmitted, 10,000, I agree. Suhei returned, threw out the storage bag with 10,000 spirit stones, and took all 3 items from the stall. Fellow cultivator, here's the method to use the mirror. Han Ti tossed a jade slip over. Suhei caught the jade slip and left without looking back, heading to an inn under the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Myriad Treasure Pavilion, Marketplace. Not long after Suhei left, the Bai family cultivator returned. He looked around cautiously and approached Han Ti. Senior Han, did it work? N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. It worked, but that person seemed to have noticed something wrong with the mirror, Han Ti said seriously. What? Bai Ye was stunned. Anyway, we sold the other 2 treasures, so it's not a loss, Han Ti said. Are the other 2 also fake? Bai Ye couldn't help but ask. Han Ti glanced at him and smiled. Han, do business with a mix of truth and falsehood. What I said before was not a lie, and the items are real. Don't ask more. In the inn, Suhei looked at the jade slip's instructions, which said the mirror needed to be refined for a year before it could be used. Damn it. Suhei threw the mirror on the ground. It wasn't even a replica, just a piece of junk. Completely useless? After hesitating for a while, Su-hei picked up the mirror and put it back in his storage bag. He had spent money on it, and if he ever got the chance, he would demand a tenfold refund. Su-hei could only pin his hopes on the mechanism box now. Inside the inn, Su-hei took out the mechanism box. First, he tried to force it open with brute strength, but it didn't budge, and his divine sense couldn't penetrate it either. Then, he took out the key he had obtained from the old ape and inserted it into the keyhole. Click. With a crisp sound, the mechanism box automatically opened without needing to be turned, revealing its contents. Su-hei's pupils shrank, and he stared intently. Inside the box was a purple bead, about the size of a palm, with countless purple arcs of electricity flowing inside. Lightning flashed and roared. Despite the outer shell, Su-hei could clearly feel the destructive energy contained within. This is a Thunder Tribulation Pearl. Su-hei carefully sensed it. Bai Xiu had previously used a makeshift version of the Thunder Tribulation Pearl, which was incredibly powerful. The one before him was clearly a genuine Thunder Tribulation Pearl, having absorbed the power of the heavenly tribulations. It could unleash the 49 heavenly tribulations, posing a threat to core formation stage cultivators. Su-hei probed it with his divine sense, and a wave of destructive energy immediately surged forth, startling him into quickly retracting his divine sense, no longer in doubt. Once the box was opened, it lost its defensive properties and turned to ash automatically. Su-hei suddenly realized that if the mechanism box had been forcibly opened with brute strength, it would have immediately triggered the Thunder Tribulation Pearl, leaving him with no place to be buried. The key was the only way, otherwise, it was just scrap. So, Han Te wasn't entirely a fraud. What he described might actually be true. Recalling Han Te's previous statements, Su-hei realized that aside from some exaggeration, the events were mostly accurate. Su-hei then took out the ancient map and probed it with his divine sense, finding the exact location of the ruins. Located deep within Wu Mountain, in an underground cave, the entrance was clearly marked, very detailed. The map also depicted the general structure. Rather than an ancient ruin, it was more like a grand tomb. The location where the mechanism box was found was also marked, in a hidden chamber on the outskirts of the tomb. Su-hei made a copy of the map and stored it safely. He also placed the Thunder Tribulation Pearl into a special storage bag, as it was extremely dangerous and needed careful handling. The value of the map aside, obtaining a Thunder Tribulation Pearl was worth more than 10,000 spirit stones. This was a tangible treasure that could threaten a core formation stage cultivator. Su-hei glanced at the key again and was momentarily stunned. He noticed that the key seemed to have shortened after opening the box. Could it be that this key has a limited number of uses? Su-hei frowned. One day later, Su-hei left the inn and entered a shop in the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, selling off some of the stolen goods he had previously acquired. In a hurry, Su-hei didn't haggle over the price, conceding at least 20%. 2 days later, Su-hei switched to a human puppet and repeated his actions, selling off another portion of the stolen goods. Su-hei didn't dare to sell everything at once. Instead, he sold in batches, using different identities in different areas, through various channels. Sometimes he set up a stall, sometimes he went to a pawn shop, sometimes he sold to shops, and sometimes at auctions. After 7 consecutive days of selling, Su-hei finally sold off all the miscellaneous items that were of no use to him. He totaled 30,000 spirit stones. During this period, Su-hei also purchased a large number of foundation pills for his foundation establishment stage cultivation, as well as various spiritual fruits, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures valuable to demonic beasts. He spent even more, but such a vast amount of resources was enough to cultivate him to the mid-stage. Along the way, Su-hei wasn't without encounters with those who coveted his wealth and secretly followed him. All were dealt with by Su-hei in secret, adding 2 more human puppets to his collection. These encounters only heightened Su-hei's vigilance. I can't stay here any longer. Who knows how many people are secretly watching me? I've gained enough, I'll leave tonight, Su-hei thought to himself. That day, Su-hei switched back to his first identity, Ma Tang. Since his transaction with Han Te, he hadn't used this identity. Today, he switched back, finding it the cleanest. Just as Su-hei stepped out of the inn, a clear female voice suddenly called out from beside him. Father. Su-hei was momentarily stunned and turned to look. He saw a young girl, about 13 or 14, clutching her sleeve, staring at him with tearful eyes. The girl's appearance was very similar to Ma Tang. Su-hei had heard of Ma Tang's story, losing his entire fortune, running away with a mountain of debt, even losing his wife and child. It seemed that after clearing his debts, the child had left the Jiaofeng division. Su-hei had no interest and turned to leave. Father, this is the only thing mother left behind before she passed. She said it was to repay your debt. Please take it, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Ma Yuan rushed up to Su-hei, holding out a bracelet. Su-hei frowned slightly and scanned it with his divine sense, immediately detecting a strange poison within the bracelet. Corpse bone pill? If worn regularly, the poison from the corpse bone pill would gradually enter the body until it fully erupted. Even a foundation establishment cultivator would find it hard to eradicate. Looking at Ma Yuan again, she appeared normal on the surface, but her eyes concealed a deep hatred that Su-hei, having experienced these recent days, could easily discern. Heavenly Dragon Casino, truly harmful. Su-hei sighed inwardly. He bore no ill will towards the girl. From her perspective, a gambling-addicted father had ruined her mother and sold her to the Jiaofang division, so her desire for revenge was understandable. She had probably been racking her brains these days to come up with such a revenge plan. Unable to defeat a Foundation establishment cultivator, she could only resort to such means. I am not your father. Don't deceive yourself, Su-hei said calmly and turned to leave, ignoring the girl. Hearing this, Ma Yuanyuan's hatred surged uncontrollably, unable to be suppressed any longer. She drew a flying sword, bit her tongue, and unleashed all her cultivation, blood seeping from her body as she charged at Su-hei's back. Boom! Ma Yuanyuan was sent flying, landing by the roadside. In a hidden alley, the black-clad cultivator who had taken 1,300 spirit stones from Su-hei couldn't help but sigh. Failed again. This Ma Tang is really cautious, the black-clad cultivator lamented. His daughter used such a method, yet he saw through it and killed her effortlessly. It shows he is cold-hearted. We better not provoke him further, an old man beside him sighed. The black-clad cultivator, named Zhang Kuang, was a manager at the Heavenly Dragon Casino, responsible for debt collection. A week ago, he saw Ma Tang easily produce over 1,000 spirit stones and break through to the Foundation establishment stage, believing he had a great opportunity. Coupled with Ma Yuanyuan's desire for revenge against Ma Tang, Zhang Kuang had given her mother's relic, laced with the poison of the corpse bone pill. As long as Ma Tang took the bracelet, within 2 days, the poison would erupt, his strength would plummet, and that would be the day they killed him for his treasures. Let's go. It's best not to think about Ma Tang anymore. He's no longer the gambling addict he once was, the old man urged, getting up to leave. What a pity, Zhang Kuang sighed. He understood the psychology of gamblers. If Ma Tang still wanted to gamble, he had countless ways to make him hand over his opportunities and wealth without resorting to such means. But Ma Tang had stopped gambling, leaving them no choice. Just as the two were about to leave the alley, a figure suddenly appeared at the alley's entrance, staring at them coldly. Minor revision in the previous chapter, the protagonist also obtained the relic map. Thanks to the readers for the timely feedback. Writing and posting immediately can lead to such issues. I'll ensure to double-check in the future. Master Ma. Zhang Kuang's face changed instantly. He never expected Ma Tang to discover them. But thinking about the mid-foundation establishment elder beside him, he didn't feel afraid. He smiled and asked, "What brings you here, Master?" "Let me introduce you to Zhu, our manager at the Heavenly Dragon Casino. I handle matters related to the Qi refining stage. Since you are a Foundation establishment cultivator, Manager Zhu will take care of all your affairs from now on," Zhang Kuang said, pointing to the elder behind him. Manager Zhu nodded and smiled. "Whatever Master Ma wishes to play, our Heavenly Dragon Casino can accommodate." He was speaking leisurely when suddenly his vision blurred. Retreat. Manager Zhu's face changed dramatically. Just as he was about to summon his magical treasure, Su-hei appeared before him with terrifying speed, almost like teleportation. It was the Dragon Clan's movement technique, the ever-changing fish and dragon. Even when performed by a human puppet, the ever-changing fish and dragon was still more than enough to handle a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Crack. A pair of powerful hands clamped around Manager Zhu's neck, lifting him off the ground. Manager Zhu's face turned pale with fear. He found himself completely immobilized, unable to activate his magical treasure or even circulate his true qi. His entire body felt like it was being crushed. It was nothing but the gravity technique. Under the enhancement of black true qi, Su-hei's gravity technique had reached an almost divine level. Zhang Kuang, who tried to escape, was also caught by the gravity technique and dragged in front of Su-hei. "Anything you want to play? How about your lives?" Su-hei said coldly. Both Zhang Kuang and Manager Zhu turned pale, their scalps tingling with fear. The opponent was clearly at the early Foundation establishment stage, yet he handled them like they were mere chickens. "Please, don't be hasty. We can talk this out. If our Heavenly Dragon Casino has offended you in any way, just let us know your demands, and we can negotiate," Manager Zhu said, trembling. Su-hei remained expressionless, glanced at Zhang Kuang, and said coldly, "I have no demands. Since this gentleman kept urging me to gamble, let's do as you wish. I'll place a bet." Zhang Kuang was nearly scared out of his wits, his lips trembling and his body shaking. "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Without another word, Su-hei moved his mind, and a thin thread of true qi entered Zhang Kuang's meridians. Ugh! Zhang Kuang's body convulsed, his eyes rolled back, and his consciousness began to fade. Su-hei sped up his movements, sending one thread of true qi after another into Zhang Kuang's body, connecting to his joints and fully integrating into his flesh. Puppet Mechanism Technique, Second Level, Earth Puppet Art, which includes 3 techniques, Spirit Body Thread, Body Swap, and 100 Puppet Array. This move was the Spirit Body Thread. Sun Jian had once used this move to deal with Su-hei's puppet, causing Su-hei's giant snake puppet to lose consciousness on the spot. Now, Su-hei used it against a living person. In no time, Zhang Kuang completely lost control of his body, becoming a living puppet under Su-hei's control. His consciousness remained, but he couldn't speak or make any expressions. He was like a wooden doll, at Su-hei's mercy. You. Witnessing this scene, Manager Zhu was terrified, a chill running down his spine, feeling an unprecedented fear. Heavenly Puppet Sect, a direct disciple. Such a terrifying thought crossed Manager Zhu's mind. Initially, he had thought to use his status and the backing of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion to intimidate Suhei, but after witnessing the spirit body thread, he was utterly hopeless. The Heavenly Puppet Sect was a colossal power in the Qin Kingdom, the leaders of warfare, while the Myriad Treasure Pavilion was merely a business entity. At this moment, Manager Zhu deeply regretted his actions. They had speculated that Ma Tang had some great fortune, never imagining that he was a puppet all along. Had they known, they wouldn't have dared to provoke such a deadly figure even with 100 lives. Master, it's a misunderstanding. I didn't know you were. Manager Zhu said regretfully. Enough with the nonsense. Suhei used the spirit body thread again, controlling Manager Zhu as well. Manager Zhu's cultivation was slightly higher, making it a bit more troublesome to control him. But with the enhancement of Black True Qi and the fact that Manager Zhu had already lost all hope, Suhei managed to subdue him within half an hour. In fact, a week ago, Suhei had considered whether to reveal that he was a puppet. But for the sake of caution, Suhei hid his puppet identity, leading the Heavenly Dragon Casino to misjudge the situation. This was a wise decision, as the identity of a Heavenly Puppet Sect disciple was too prestigious and would easily attract unwanted attention. Now that he was about to leave, a bit of attention didn't matter anymore. Suhei dragged the two living puppets behind him, walking at the forefront as they headed towards the Heavenly Dragon Casino. Passing through a bustling street, Suhei arrived at the center of Shuiyang City. This was the most prosperous commercial area under the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, with arenas, the Jiaofang Division, martial arenas, taverns, everything one could imagine. The Heavenly Dragon Casino was among them, one of the busiest places. It was the golden hour, and the streets were adorned with eternal lamps, making the night as bright as day. The puppet Ma Tang walked in front, followed by Zhang Kuang and Manager Zhu, like two dogs on a leash, as they entered the Heavenly Dragon Casino. The casino's interior was luxurious, akin to a palace, filled with shouts and curses. Ah, isn't this our esteemed guest, Master Ma? Welcome, welcome. A woman in a cheongsam approached, her face beaming with a smile. What would Master Ma like to play today? Clearly, this woman knew Ma Tang. Ma Tang was a notorious gambler at the Heavenly Dragon Casino, a well-known figure. Every hostess would vie to attach themselves to him, enticing him to gamble heavily for a substantial commission. L.B//JNN. Suhei scanned the place with his divine sense, finding a variety of games. There were the simplest dice and mahjong, and more advanced stone gambling. There were also beast fights, slave fights, and insect fights. As long as you had enough spirit stones, you could even call two people to the stage for a duel, with the house setting the odds and the guests betting on the outcome. Whatever you wanted to play, you could play. You could even grab a passerby for a game of rock paper scissors. This was a gambler's paradise, but also a gambler's hell. Countless people had lost everything here, selling their children and wives. In just a brief scan, Suhei witnessed two people who had lost everything, crying in despair. Because this was the inner city, the players were mostly cultivators, primarily at the Qi refining stage. The lower the cultivation, the easier it was to get addicted. Foundation establishment cultivators were rarer. Those who had broken through to foundation establishment naturally had extraordinary willpower and usually came just for fun, rarely getting addicted. However, foundation establishment cultivators often played the biggest stakes, losing dozens of spirit stones without a care. They were the casino's esteemed guests. Suhei retracted his divine sense and looked at the cheongsam woman in front of him. Anything I want to play. Of course, as long as you're willing, anything is possible. The cheongsam woman giggled, subtly using her charm technique. As a professional hostess, she was not only skilled in verbal persuasion and psychology but also proficient in charm techniques. She had already arranged for Ma Tang to win 100 spirit stones today. Winning and losing could be manipulated in secret. First, get him hooked, and there would be plenty of opportunities to slowly drain him in the future. Good. Suhei nodded and said calmly, today, I won't play for spirit stones. I'll play for lives. His words caused a brief silence around them. Playing for lives was rare at the Heavenly Dragon Casino. The cheongsam woman was momentarily stunned but quickly recovered, smiling. So Master Ma likes this kind of game. We have plenty of slaves and demonic beasts at the Heavenly Dragon Casino, all available for life and death games, as long as you... Bang. Before she could finish, Suhei slapped her, sending her head flying, blood gushing out. You misunderstood me. When I said playing for lives, I meant this. The head of the female cultivator in the cheongsam rolled to the side of the hall. The noisy crowd instantly fell silent, everyone retreating to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Some cultivators, however, wore cold smiles, eager to watch the spectacle. The last person who killed someone in the Heavenly Dragon Casino had grass growing a meter high on their grave. How dare you kill someone in the Heavenly Dragon Casino? You're courting death. An old man in hemp clothes appeared, raising his hand to suppress Suhei without a word. His palm, as large as a fan, descended on Suhei like Mount Tai. This man's cultivation had reached the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage. Against a troublemaker like Suhei, he struck with lethal intent. Suhei himself was hidden underground with an invisibility talisman. This mere avatar couldn't withstand such a powerful opponent. But Suhei remained unfazed, pulling out the soul-absorbing flag and waving it skyward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A large group of phantom snake heads suddenly burst from the flag, biting at the descending palm. Each bite took out a large chunk, and in an instant, the palm crumbled to dust. Not bad. The old man's eyes narrowed. He took out a bronze furnace and waved it. With a thought, the furnace's suction power erupted, and a fire ignited inside, attempting to draw in and refine the snake souls. Suddenly, one of the Jiao pythons raised its head and spat a stream of venom onto the furnace. The bronze furnace emitted a hissing sound, blue smoke rising as it vaporized instantly, leaving no trace. What? The old man was dumbfounded, retreating as if he'd seen a ghost. The Jiao python soared into the air, opening its mouth to bite his head. A third-tier demonic beast's soul. The old man was terrified, shouting in despair, "Master, save me." Boom. An invisible force surged, halting the Jiao python mid-air, but it still spat venom, which splashed onto the old man's sleeve. A piercing scream echoed as the old man decisively severed his arm, which turned to ash instantly. Suhei waved the soul-absorbing flag, recalling all the souls, including the Jiao python. These snake demon souls had grown, developing some basic instincts. They were no longer just mindless wraiths, they had a degree of self-awareness. Thus, they could be recalled after being released. In midair, the figure of a woman in a red robe gradually appeared. She looked to be in her middle years, with fair skin, long legs, red lips, and white teeth, exuding the charm of a mature woman. She was the master of the Heavenly Dragon Casino, Lu Ruyan. Who would have thought that my humble casino would attract such an esteemed guest? Lu Ruyan said calmly, her tone betraying no anger. Master, this. The old man with the severed arm hurriedly transmitted his voice, thinking that if they didn't kill this person who had murdered in public, their reputation would be ruined. Step back. Lu Ruyan glanced at him. The old man trembled, bowed, and retreated. Then, the red-robed woman looked at Suhei and smiled. Esteemed guest, what would you like to play? I already said, I'm playing for my life, Suhei replied, his expression unchanged. Very well, the Heavenly Dragon Casino has always had a rule, whatever the guest wants to play, we will accommodate. Lu Ruyan nodded slightly. This bizarre scene caused an uproar among the crowd. The Heavenly Dragon Casino was the most profitable force under the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, an economic pillar. Even core formation stage cultivators wouldn't dare cause trouble here. Yet this middle-aged male cultivator had killed someone in public and severed the arm of the old manager, and he was just let off? Isn't he the infamous gambling addict Ma Teng? He sold his wife and children. What's going on? Heavens, when did Ma Teng get such a powerful backing? The crowd speculated wildly. How had Ma Teng gotten so lucky? Not only had he broken through to the Foundation establishment stage, but he also had such a powerful backing that he dared to kill in the Heavenly Dragon Casino without being captured. Most of the people present were locals from the Chu Kingdom, with few from the Qin Kingdom. They had never encountered an inner disciple of the Heavenly Puppet sect in their lives and couldn't fathom the use of a puppet in place of a real person. Many were unaware of such puppet techniques, only the high-level members of the Heavenly Dragon Casino could recognize it, but they didn't expose it. Suhei walked to a platform and waved his hand. Whoosh! A figure flew onto the platform. It was Zhang Kuang, controlled by Suhei. You and I will gamble. You send someone to fight this person. If your person wins, I'll lose 10,000 to you. If they don't win, you lose 10,000 to me. How about it? Suhei said calmly. Lu Ruyan nodded slightly, agreed. She waved her hand, and a burly man walked out from among the slaves and stood on the platform. This man had reached the great perfection of the Qi refining stage, equal in cultivation to Zhang Kuang. The onlookers were stunned. This was clearly Zhang Kuang, who was responsible for debt collection, yet he was on the platform like a slave. And his expression seemed unusually calm. Others can place bets too. The odds are 2 to 1. I'll accept all bets. You have the time of 1 stick of incense to decide, Suhei said. The crowd looked at each other, hesitant to place bets. This situation was clearly not simple. Who would dare get involved? However, many gambling addicts with low intelligence and some influential people were present. After a while, many placed their bets. I bet 100 on Zhang Kuang to win. I bet 300 on the slave to win. Soon, Suhei collected 3,000 spirit stones in bets. I bet 5,000 spirit stones on Zhang Kuang to win. The last bet was placed by a young cultivator. He had an arrogant demeanor, handsome looks, and had reached the mid-foundation establishment stage at a young age. That's the young master of the Bai family, Bai Qiushui. He's a prodigy, said to have achieved a perfect foundation establishment, capable of fighting even late foundation establishment cultivators. Whispers spread among the crowd. Suhei was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard of a perfect foundation establishment in someone else. The Bai family was a renowned noble family in the Qin Kingdom. Bai Xiu and Bai Ye were both from the Bai family. Bai Qiushui glanced at Suhei and nodded slightly. Suhei paid no attention to him and said directly, begin, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. As soon as Suhei spoke, he controlled Zhang Kuang to charge forward, engaging in a fierce battle. The slave quickly stabilized his stance. The slave had survived countless life and death battles, and both his spellcasting and physical body had reached the peak of the Qi refining stage. In terms of raw strength, he was clearly superior to Zhang Kuang. However, Zhang Kuang was under Suhei's control. Boom. After a few moves, Suhei controlled Zhang Kuang to self-destruct while holding the slave, resulting in both of them dying on the spot. Everyone was stunned. They had never seen a self-destruction in a platform battle before. A draw, all bets are collected. Su-hei gathered all the spirit stones from the bettors, including Lurian's, making a small profit of 18,000. Ignoring the angry expressions of the crowd, Su-hei sent Manager Zhu onto the platform and said, "For the second round, I'll have him fight. You send someone too. The rules remain the same." Manager Zhu, who was at the mid-foundation establishment stage, was not fully controlled. His eyes were filled with deep fear as he looked at Lurian, seemingly pleading for help. Lurian took a deep breath, her voice turning cold. "Esteemed guest, I have respected you and given you some face. I hope you know when to stop. The Heavenly Dragon Casino is not a place to be bullied." Lurian could see that Su-hei had no other intention but to cause trouble. Playing along once in front of so many people was giving face, but if he pushed too far and even dared to kill a foundation establishment manager, where would her dignity be? As the casino master, she wasn't easy to bully. Did he really think she feared a disciple of the Heavenly Puppet Sect? Su-hei frowned slightly, taking something out of his storage bag. "Your voice was too low, I didn't hear what you said. Could you repeat it?" Su-hei's eyes gleamed coldly, and he applied slight pressure to the bead in his hand. The bead emitted a world-destroying aura, with arcs of lightning spreading and rumbling. It was the Thunder Tribulation Pearl. "Run." The entire crowd was terrified, retreating frantically. Even Baiqiushui's face changed drastically as he retreated hundreds of meters, taking out a small teleportation talisman for safety. Lurian could no longer remain calm. Her face changed dramatically as she shouted in shock, "Friend, calm down. Let's talk this out." Lurian's heart was in turmoil. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The Thunder Tribulation Pearl, a devastating weapon of war, was priceless and unattainable. The creation of this pearl was extremely difficult. Only when a cultivator reached the core formation stage and attracted the heavenly tribulation, with a great divine ability user nearby to condense the tribulation lightning into a single point using supreme artifact refining techniques, could it be formed. Such stringent conditions made mass production of the Thunder Tribulation Pearl impossible. Each use meant one less in existence. Who was this person, to possess a Thunder Tribulation Pearl? Fellow deist, don't be impulsive. Everything is negotiable. How about putting down the Thunder Tribulation Pearl? Lurian had never been so flustered. "I'm not impulsive at all, just a bit shaky. I can't handle stimulation, so you'd better not say anything to provoke me," Su-hei said calmly. "All right, we'll do as you say. Let's continue with the second round, okay?" Lurian was truly scared. This guy was a lunatic. The biggest feature of the Thunder Tribulation Pearl was that it didn't distinguish between friend and foe. Once used, it meant mutual destruction, but its power was undeniable. Back then, she had set up countless third-tier defensive formations, used numerous magical treasures, and had senior experts protecting her, barely surviving the 49 heavenly tribulations, and was severely injured as a result. If the tribulation were to be triggered without any preparation, not only she but the entire Heavenly Dragon Casino and even half of the commercial district would be doomed. Su-hei stared at her for a long time before finally putting down the Thunder Tribulation Pearl and putting it away. Lurian finally breathed a sigh of relief. The crowd watching had long lost their interest in the spectacle. Except for a few who were not afraid of death and returned, most had scattered, fleeing the Heavenly Dragon Casino to avoid being caught in the explosion if the lunatic really detonated the Thunder Tribulation Pearl. Baiqiushui hesitated for a long time but finally steeled himself and returned. Who knows what was going through his mind? Moments later, only the casino staff, slaves, and a few spectators remained. Lurian sent an old slave at the Foundation establishment stage onto the arena. At Su-hei's command, the two immediately began to fight. At this moment, the old manager with a severed arm returned. "Master, I've investigated the matter. The cause is as follows." The old manager explained the situation through sound transmission. "Those two bastards." Lurian's face twisted upon hearing the explanation, cursing Zhang Kuang and Manager Zhu's ancestors for 18 generations. These two jinxes, of all people to provoke, they had to provoke a lunatic like this. Running a casino involved many shady dealings, especially in debt collection. Forcing people into prostitution, kidnapping, and murder were commonplace. They could even lure the families and children of those unwilling to gamble into gambling. With these methods, the Heavenly Dragon Casino, under the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, was the most profitable business. Usually, Lurian couldn't be bothered to intervene, but these two didn't even investigate who they were dealing with. A week ago, they extorted 1,300 spirit stones from Ma Tang, who didn't cause trouble, which was already lucky. Now, they even incited Ma Yuanyuan to plot against him. No wonder someone came to make trouble. Manager Zhu's limbs were twisted, and he screamed miserably, ultimately ending in self-destruction, taking others down with him. In an instant, the Heavenly Dragon Casino lost 2 Foundation establishment cultivators. An unprecedented humiliation? Lurian sighed inwardly, accepting her bad luck for the day, and handed over 10,000 spirit stones. Continue. Su-hei took out the Thunder Tribulation Pearl and walked towards the casino's interior. Lurian gritted her teeth and followed. "I wonder, how long does this esteemed guest plan to play?" Lurian asked. "Until the end of time, until I lose everything." Su-hei sneered. "Lose everything?" Lurian's eyelids twitched. The casino members nearby all had expressions of gritted teeth. Hey, your people invited me to play back then, so why am I not welcome now? Su-hei said with a fake smile. You misunderstand, we certainly welcome you. Lu Ruyan outwardly flattered him while inwardly cursing those two again. Next, Su-hei started playing human versus demonic beast battles. The Heavenly Dragon Casino raised many demonic beasts, either bought or captured, all fitted with beast control rings for human manipulation. Using these small tricks, they secretly controlled the outcomes to earn gambling money. In gambling, 9 out of 10 bets are lost, 9 out of 10 bets are scams, the only way to win is not to gamble. Of course, Su-hei's method was an exception. If you could carry explosives into a casino, they would ensure you win. Let that rat fight that big cat. I bet 10,000 spirit stones on the rat winning. Su-hei pointed to the caged rat demon and cat demon. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. The rat was only at the mid-stage of spirit communion, while the cat demon was at the later stage, with a bloodline suppression. How could it win? Lu Ruyan signaled to someone, and the manager immediately arranged for the two demonic beasts to be brought to the arena. The battle began. With just one move, the rat demon was caught in the cat's mouth, unable to fight back. Crack. Suddenly, Su-hei's hand trembled, causing a slight vibration in the Thunder Tribulation Pearl, and his body tensed up. Stop. Everyone's faces changed drastically. The old manager immediately willed the rat to go berserk, escaping the cat's mouth, while the cat mysteriously weakened, having its neck bitten off. The rat demon won narrowly. Su-hei's hand stopped shaking, and he took his winnings, feeling pleased. Bai Qiushui suddenly regretted coming to watch this spectacle. This was clearly dancing on the edge of a knife. This guy is a lunatic, a maniac. Bai Qiushui, usually arrogant, couldn't muster any arrogance in front of such a ruthless person. As for why he followed, he was mainly curious about how the other person showed off in front of others. He wanted to learn. This was a profound skill. Among the onlookers, a few fearless bystanders focused on the fact that the casino could easily manipulate the outcomes. What did their previous bets mean then? Lu Ruyan's face was extremely ugly. This was not just a slap in the face but also ruining their reputation. However, she couldn't let these people leave. You, and you, get on stage and fight that bear. Su-hei randomly pointed to two people in the crowd. Me. These two were casino employees, responsible for reception and such, and were dumbfounded. The old manager waved his hand, directly throwing them onto the stage. As expected, Su-hei won another 10,000 spirit stones, and the two employees died. Then, Su-hei played various games, winning a total of 50,000 spirit stones. Such a loss made even Lu Ruyan feel a pang of pain. They earned a lot, but most of it had to be tribute, leaving them with little. Hurry and find out which disciples from the Heavenly Puppet Sect have come to Chuiang City. Lu Ruyan secretly urged. Yes. The old manager quickly left. Su-hei arrived at the stone gambling area. These stones were claimed to be from spirit stone mines, potentially containing high-grade spirit stones and rare artifact refining materials. But most were junk. Su-hei didn't bother to look closely, taking out the spirit devouring sword, cutting one after another, slicing through rows of stones, revealing many materials, and even damaging some treasures in the process. Everyone watching had twitching mouths. This area had a total of 1,000 stones, each priced at least 10 spirit stones, the most expensive over 100, all casually cut through. More absurdly, Su-hei only found 2 high-grade spirit stones and a pile of worthless stuff, showing how stingy it was. So black, too black. Su-hei cursed loudly. Everyone else was angry but didn't dare to speak. Based on the provided genre, character introductions, story settings, and name correspondences, here is the translated text. According to the listed prices, selling all these stones could fetch over 60,000 spirit stones, but the actual value of what was cut out didn't exceed 5,000. Not even a tenth. Meanwhile, banners overhead boasted about certain cultivators cutting out treasures worth 50,000, 100,000. It was all just a scam. Su-hei shook his head and cursed, then walked into the next stone gambling area to continue cutting. The stones here were enormous, some even taller than a person or a house, and their prices were equally staggering. The lowest priced stone was 500 spirit stones, while the most expensive one reached a whopping 10,000. Su-hei scanned the stones with his divine sense but couldn't penetrate them, so he simply started cutting. Honored guest, the stones on the outskirts are one thing, but these stones here are closely monitored by the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Some contain extreme dangers, please consider the consequences, Lu Ruyan said seriously. Bai Qiushui also reminded, I once saw a cultivator cut out an evil weapon here, which killed him on the spot. Su-hei found their words reasonable. As soon as he entered this area, he felt a faint sense of being watched, indicating that there were experts hidden nearby. They were probably there to guard this stone area. Lu Ruyan kept her eyes on Su-hei, squinting slightly, wanting to see how he would react and whether he would back down. If he retreated. Whoosh. Suddenly, Su-hei drew his sword and slashed at a giant stone worth 3,000 spirit stones. I don't even fear the Thunder Tribulation Pearl, why would I be afraid of mere danger? Su-hei sneered. He was showing his defiance, since he was already in trouble, he might as well go all the way. Lu Ruyan's face remained unchanged, but her inner fury was raging. If it weren't for the Thunder Tribulation Pearl in his hand, she would have attacked him 1,000 times over. Crack. The giant stone split open, revealing a blood-red light inside. A streak of blood shot out from the stone, and Suhei quickly took out his soul-absorbing flag to capture it. The snakes inside the flag devoured the remnant soul in an instant. The crowd was stunned. Suhei completely cut open the stone, revealing a human skeleton inside. The remnant soul had flown out from its skull. This is an ancient cultivator, Baikyushui said in a deep voice. An ancient cultivator. How is that possible? The ancient era was countless millennia ago. Their bodies should have turned to dust long ago. Some remained skeptical. Baikyushui explained, ancient cultivators had much stronger physiques than us. They were skilled in body refining, had excellent bone structure, and their bones were thicker. This is the proof. Baikyushui pointed at the skeleton. The crowd examined it closely and found it to be true compared to their own bodies. The skeleton was over 2 meters tall, and each bone was about 30% thicker, like a small giant. In ancient times, everyone had a perfect foundation establishment. Today's foundation establishment stage cultivators would be mere ants in that era. Baikyushui sighed inwardly. Despite his current brilliance, he would be nothing in ancient times, where everyone could surpass their level. Suhei said nothing, waving his hand to turn the skeleton into dust. No matter what cultivation level the person had in life, after countless years, it was worthless. Suddenly, a small black stone the size of a fingernail fell from the ashes. Suhei's eyes narrowed, and with lightning speed, he collected the entire pile of ashes along with the inconspicuous black stone, almost unnoticed by anyone. Suhei continued cutting several more stones but found no treasures. He did, however, cut out a streak of sword chi that almost severed his puppet's arm, but there was nothing inside. This made Suhei realize that even in this high-level stone gambling area, finding treasures was nearly impossible. Suhei targeted a stone priced at 30,000 spirit stones and slashed at it, but after cutting just an inch, he couldn't cut any further. It was absurdly hard. This stone is called Kingdom. It requires the destructive power of a peak foundation establishment cultivator to break it, Lu Ruyan explained softly from the side. Suhei frowned. His true body wasn't nearby, and he didn't want to reveal his dragon scales. After a moment of contemplation, he retracted his flying sword. All right, that's enough for today. Suhei knew that everything had its limits. The other side was surely investigating his identity, possibly even contacting the higher UPS of the Heavenly Puppet Sect. He didn't want to actually detonate the Thunder Tribulation Pearl. Suhei tried to store the giant stone in his storage bag but found it wouldn't budge, so he had to give up. Is the honored guest leaving? Lu Ruyan's eyes flickered as she probed. Why, don't want me to leave? I can stay and play until dawn, Suhei said with a smile. Lu Ruyan's face stiffened. Hehe, I have other matters to attend to, so let's call it a day. I hope that next time I come to Chawayang City, I'll still receive an invitation, Suhei said with a forced smile. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The crowd cursed inwardly, hoping he would leave quickly. Whoever invited him again would be a fool. Lu Ruyan had long reached her limit but maintained her smile, saying, in the future, as long as the honored guest enters the city as Ma Tang, I guarantee a warm welcome. Then I will certainly come as promised, Suhei said, cupping his hands. Farewell. He held the Thunder Tribulation Pearl and turned to leave. Once he exited the stone area, the sense of being watched disappeared, making Suhei breathe a sigh of relief. The hidden expert was indeed only guarding the stone gambling area and wouldn't follow him elsewhere. Suhei instinctively glanced at the jade detection disc He Huang had given him and found that only Lu Ruyan was marked as a red dot nearby. This puzzled Suhei. According to his guess, the hidden expert should be a high-level chi condensation cultivator. Why didn't the disc detect them? It seems this jade disc isn't foolproof, Suhei thought to himself. Under various gazes, Suhei boldly left the Heavenly Dragon Casino. As he walked out, someone followed him in secret. It was unclear if they were from the casino or just curious onlookers. However, one person openly followed him, none other than the Bai family's young master, Baikyushui. Dressed in white, with an elegant demeanor, he followed Suhei from a distance of about 3 meters, neither too fast nor too slow. Fellow deist, may I know your name? Baikyushui asked, cupping his hands. Ma Tang, Suhei replied. Baikyushui, of course, knew that this puppet body was called Ma Tang. He could only smile awkwardly. Then I'll address you as Brother Ma from now on. Suhei had no interest in this overly familiar person. He just wanted to get rid of him and said bluntly, if you have something to say, just say it. Can you stop following me? Baikyushui hesitated for a moment, then asked, I want to know, if the casino master had troubled you earlier, would Brother Ma really have detonated the Thunder Tribulation Pearl? Of course, Suhei replied. Baikyushui wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued, Brother Ma, you must also have a perfect foundation establishment, right? Suhei refused to answer. Brother Ma, there's no need to hide it. The Bai family is a major clan in the Qin Kingdom. I've been dealing with Heavenly Puppet Sect cultivators since I was young. A normal foundation establishment cultivator couldn't possibly have such proficient puppet techniques, Baikyushui said confidently. Suhei took out the soul-absorbing flag and said coldly, if you keep following me, don't blame me for taking action. Baikyushui immediately froze. I mean no harm. I just wanted to ask a few questions. Since Brother Ma is unwilling, I'll take my leave. Baikyushui cupped his hands and decisively turned to leave. Bai Qiushui thought for a moment and then turned back, saying, by the way, if Brother Ma enjoys gambling on stones, you're welcome to visit my Beatty City. The stones there are all first-hand, much better than the rejects in Shuiyang City. In Beatty City, we gamble, but we don't cheat. Su He paused for a moment, said nothing, and left straight away. Watching Su He's departing figure, Bai Qiushui's eyes showed a look of reverence. Su He's heroic act today had completely overturned his understanding. Though young, Bai Qiushui was a rising star in the Bai family and had experienced life and death battles, but he had never shown such brilliance in front of others. The world's perception of him was limited to being the young master of the Bai family with a perfect foundation establishment. He had an arrogant personality, disdaining to use his status to oppress others and hating those who fawned over him. However, purely based on his own strength, a core formation stage cultivator could crush him with a single finger. But Su He's actions today made him realize that even a foundation establishment cultivator could make a core formation stage cultivator tremble with fear. Bai Qiushui's eyes flickered. Old Du, at your service, young master. A shadow appeared, bowing. Do we still have any thunder tribulation pearls in the Bai family? This. The shadow shook his head. No. Bai Qiushui was speechless. Shuiyang City, core commercial district. That night was a night of humiliation for the Heavenly Dragon Casino. Someone had come to provoke them, killed several members in public, forced the master to lose tens of thousands of spirit stones, and cut all the gambling stones in the outer area without a single complaint. It was a blatant slap in the face, n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. The news spread, and the Heavenly Dragon Casino's reputation was utterly ruined. If it were just a slap in the face, it would be one thing, but there were also rumors that the Heavenly Dragon Casino could manipulate the outcomes behind the scenes. On the surface, it was gambling, but in reality, it was cheating. This was no longer just a matter of face but a matter of credibility. Once the casino lost its credibility, no one would come to gamble. Although gamblers were foolish, they weren't foolish enough to give money away for nothing. Have you found out anything? Lu Ruyan asked coldly. Master, I have already asked Elder Ding. He said that there have only been 2 inner disciples in Shuiyang City recently. One left yesterday, and the other is reclusive and couldn't have caused such trouble, the old steward replied with a fist salute. Elder Ding, Ding Quan, was the manager stationed in Shuiyang City by the Heavenly Puppet Sect. 30% of the Heavenly Dragon Casino's profits went to him, making him their biggest backer. Lu Ruyan's face darkened. Then who could it be? No need to think about it. It's not someone from our Heavenly Puppet Sect. At this moment, a mechanical voice came from outside the hall. A mechanical dog ran in, entirely yellow, only the size of a palm, but very fast and agile. It was Elder Ding's puppet. Greetings, Elder Ding. Lu Ruyan and the old steward quickly bowed. Ding Quan loved dogs, and all his mechanical beasts were modeled after dogs. People secretly called him Ding Dog, but he didn't mind. Elder Ding, are you sure? Lu Ruyan asked. Of course, I've already sniffed around. I remember the aura of every inner disciple of the Heavenly Puppet Sect, and there's none nearby, the mechanical dog said with a smile. Lu Ruyan was first shocked, then her face turned completely dark. Notify all city gates to set up a 10,000-mile soul-chasing formation. I want to make sure that person can't escape. Lu Ruyan said with a grim face. Yes. The old steward immediately left. Apologies, Elder Ding, I have urgent matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first. Lu Ruyan cupped her hands. Haha, no problem, business is important, the mechanical dog said with a smile. Lu Ruyan hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but ask, once we catch that person, should we hand them over to Elder Ding, or just kill them directly, no need to inform me. The mechanical dog sneered and then disappeared. Lu Ruyan, being extremely shrewd, already understood his meaning. 30% of the profits from the Heavenly Dragon Casino went to Ding Quan. How could he sit idly by while the casino's reputation was ruined? There was only one solution, catch the person, kill them, and set an example. Whether that person was a disciple of the Heavenly Puppet Sect was no longer important. With Ding Quan's tacit approval, that was enough. As an elder of the Heavenly Puppet Sect, his status was high. Even if the sky fell, he would bear it. The casino only needed to handle the killing. Shuiyang City, the largest city in the southern region, had a no-fly formation in the sky and an anti-escape formation underground. To enter or leave the city, one had to go through the city gates. Only core formation stage cultivators could ignore these rules. Su He stood at one of the city gates, his true self hidden in a bundle, and Ma Teng had already been swapped into the form of a skinny old man. As for the people following him, Su He had casually wandered around the city a couple of times and used a body swap once, shaking them all off. After checking with a jade disc to confirm no one was following, Su He planned to leave. He mingled in the crowd, queued up, and after a routine check, was about to walk out of the city gate. Suddenly, Su He's eyes narrowed, and he stopped in his tracks. Su He could vaguely sense a thin membrane at the city gate, invisible to the naked eye. If not for his recent breakthrough and the surge in his divine sense, he wouldn't have noticed it. Su He recognized this thin membrane, he had encountered it before. It was the same divine sense membrane he had encountered when leaving the Purple Mist sect. Anyone or anything passing through it would be marked with a divine sense imprint, hunted to the ends of the earth, including Su He's true self. Is this the work of the Heavenly Dragon Casino? Su He squinted his eyes. He switched to another city gate and carefully checked, but the result was the same. Every city gate had this divine sense membrane. Su-hei had reason to believe this was the handiwork of the Heavenly Dragon Casino, but where did they get the guts to target him? Could it be the high UPS of the Heavenly Puppet Sect giving orders? Forget it, I won't leave the city for now. I'll go back to the inn and wait for a couple of days. Su-hei made a decisive decision, abandoning his plan to leave the city. He found a random inn on the roadside and checked in. In the inn, each cultivator had their own independent courtyard. Su-hei took out 4 formation flags he had bought earlier and placed them in 4 directions, forming a simple shielding formation. This formation couldn't block divine sense probes above the Foundation establishment level but could serve as an alert, letting Su-hei know if someone was watching. At the same time, he sent out 2 puppets to rent cave dwellings 3 and 5 miles away, respectively. This way, even if his true self was discovered, he could use body swap to escape, buying time to flee. The fact that the other party dared to target him, knowing he had a soul-absorbing flag and thunder tribulation pearls, showed they had great confidence. Su-hei had to be cautious. This situation was something Su-hei had anticipated long ago. Back then, he could have ignored the other party's schemes and left the city directly. If he had done that, perhaps nothing would have happened, and he wouldn't be in this passive situation now. But Su-hei didn't regret it. If you asked why, there were only 2 words: peace of mind. He had stormed in and humiliated the Heavenly Dragon Casino, offending so many people and taking a huge risk, just for peace of mind. Su-hei waved his hand, and a cold corpse appeared in the courtyard. It was Ma Yuan's body. She had been killed by Su-hei but had died at the hands of Ma Tang, the puppet. If it had been Ma Tang himself facing this situation instead of me, what would have happened? Su-hei fell silent. As an observer, he couldn't empathize, but from Ma Yuan's despair and pain before her death, he gained a bit of understanding. Was she innocent? Neither innocent nor guilty. She merely wanted to avenge her mother, but ended up being used as a tool to plot against Su-hei. Su-hei shook his head, no longer dwelling on the matter. He took out the black stone he had cut from the gambling house earlier. The stone, only the size of a fingernail, was peeled off from the fossilized bones of an ancient cultivator. The moment Su-hei saw it, he realized it was a storage artifact he had seen before. Su-hei had investigated this stone and believed it to be a material called void stone. Ancient cultivators rarely used storage bags, they typically used void stones, which had vast space and could preserve items for a long time. Even after countless millennia, they wouldn't decay. Many people embedded void stones in rings, naming them storage rings. They were extremely convenient for storing and retrieving items. However, in contemporary times, void stones were exceedingly rare, making storage rings almost extinct. Even core formation cultivators primarily used storage bags. Su-hei's divine sense probed into the black stone, encountering a layer of dense fog. Su-hei pondered briefly, then took out the soul-absorbing flag, summoning a snake spirit to bite at the black stone. Gradually, the fog thinned. An hour later, the fog completely dissipated. Only then did Su-hei's divine sense smoothly enter the stone. Inside was an irregular spherical space with a diameter of 50 meters, filled with numerous enormous spirit plants. Is this dragon blood vine? Earth flame mushroom? And Su-hei was stunned, his breath stopping. These treasures were rare spirit medicines recorded in ancient texts, long thought extinct, and at least of the 3rd rank. There were many others Su-hei didn't recognize, but judging by their appearance, they were likely of even higher rank, possibly above the 4th rank. Instinctively, Su-hei touched them with his divine sense, only to see each plant turn to dust at the slightest contact. Su-hei realized that too much time had passed. Even items in a storage ring would eventually perish. The space was stable, with no air circulation. If taken outside, a gust of wind would scatter them. Su-hei sighed, touching each plant with his divine sense, hoping to find some remnants. Unfortunately, all turned to dust without exception. In the end, only a pill furnace and a token remained intact. The pill furnace was clearly a top-grade treasure, still metallically lustrous after countless years, though its spiritual essence had long been depleted, rendering it mundane.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. The token was quite large, retaining some spiritual aura. Su-hei's divine sense moved, taking out the token. It contained some information, and as Su-hei probed, he heard fragmented words. I, descendant of Gongsho, to save my master. Great calamity. Yin corpse pill, seal myself. Inherit my legacy. Divine puppet sect. Su-hei only grasped the gist. This person was a descendant of Gongsho, collecting so many spirit medicines to save his master. When calamity struck, he had to take the Yin corpse pill to seal his physical body. The rest involved the Divine Puppet Sect, but too much time had passed, leaving many gaps. Divine Puppet Sect, this name is quite similar to the Heavenly Puppet Sect. Are they related? Su-hei pondered. Such ancient jade slips are hard to preserve unless by a great divine ability user. Judging by the medicinal herbs left behind, this person's cultivation was likely at the peak of the Golden Core stage or around the Elemental Infant stage. Even such a powerful person struggled to leave a bit of information. Su-hei sighed. Time is the greatest enemy. After countless years, not only surviving but even leaving traces of existence is difficult. Su-hei looked at the token in his hand and put it away. He then took out the pill furnace, examining it closely. Besides its sturdy material, its spiritual essence was long gone. So, he hadn't gained any substantial rewards. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Su-hei had a flash of insight and took out the token. There was a complex mark on the token. He then took out the key left by the old ape, which had the same mark. The two were identical, possibly made by the same person. Descendant of Gongshu. Su-hei suddenly had a thought. Could this key have been left by the descendant of Gongshu? And this key could open the mechanical box obtained from the ancient tomb. Su-hei felt a chill down his spine. Ancient tombs, mechanical boxes, keys, descendants of Gongshu, divine puppet sect. Could all these be interconnected? Su-hei took out the ancient map, his eyes fixed on the tomb's location. It seems I need to find time to visit this tomb, Su-hei thought to himself. However, now he was trapped in the city. Finding a way out was the priority. Su-hei sighed, took a chi-nourishing pill, and sat down to cultivate. 2 days later, at the Heavenly Dragon Casino. How bold of him to still be in the city. Lu Ruyan's expression was uncertain. Over the past 2 days, she had investigated every Foundation establishment cultivator leaving the city, totaling over 30 people, none of whom were the target. Not even a single puppet was found. There was only one possibility: the target hadn't left the city and was still hiding in Shuiyang City. Master, why don't we conduct a thorough search? We can check every Foundation establishment cultivator in the city, we'll surely find him, suggested the old steward beside her. No, that would offend too many people. Lu Ruyan shook her head. The Thunder Tribulation Pearl was still a hidden threat. If it were outside the city, it wouldn't matter, but inside the city, it was troublesome. At this moment, a yellowish figure appeared in the front hall, Ding Quan's mechanical dog. Lu Ruyan, it's been 2 days, and you still haven't caught him. How disappointing, the mechanical dog said impatiently. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan knew her chance had come and quickly bowed. Please, Elder Ding, give me some guidance. The mechanical dog tossed a jade slip over. I found traces of that person's scent in 15 places within the city. I've marked them all. Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up, and she eagerly took the jade slip. Thank you, Elder Ding. Lu Ruyan put away the jade slip, her eyes flashing with cold light. Her figure vanished from the spot. In the past 2 days, Su-hei hadn't stayed in one place. He changed inns every few hours, never staying in one place for more than 6 hours. Not only him, but also the 3 puppets he sent out did the same. Su-hei could control up to 4 human puppets, maintaining flexibility. Any more, and they would become like wooden dolls. Su-hei had tried to leave the city, but the divine sense barrier remained. He knew this barrier couldn't be maintained indefinitely, as it consumed a lot of divine sense. The opponent would eventually be unable to sustain it. But Su-hei no longer planned to wait. My patience lasts 1 more day. If you push me, I'll turn your Heavenly Dragon Casino into rubble overnight. Su-hei's eyes were cold. If the opponent thought the Thunder Tribulation Pearl was just a deterrent and not a weapon, they were gravely mistaken. At that moment, Su-hei's expression shifted as he took out a jade detection disc. On the disc, a large group of Foundation establishment cultivators was approaching him and the places where his 3 puppets had been in an extremely orderly fashion. This group consisted of 15 Foundation establishment cultivators, 7 in the mid-stage, 5 in the late stage, and 3 at great perfection. Such a scale was beyond the capabilities of ordinary forces, and even the Heavenly Dragon Casino didn't have so many experts. Su-hei squinted his eyes as he watched the group quickly pass by the inn where he had previously stayed and head straight for his current location. Heavenly Dragon Casino, you brought this upon yourselves. Su-hei's gaze turned cold as he severed his connection with all the puppets, leaving only Ma-tang by his side. He then stored Ma-tang in his storage bag. Body swap. With a thought, Su-hei's true body instantly disappeared from the original spot and reappeared on a street 5 miles away. He had long set up small snakes in these places specifically for body swapping. However, Su-hei's current body swap technique was only partially mastered and could only move him 5 miles at most. Taking a deep breath, Su-hei ignored the cultivators tracking him and controlled Ma-tang, who wore a mask, to head straight for the Heavenly Dragon Casino. The streets were bustling with people and traffic. Even in the afternoon, the commercial district was still crowded. Along the way, Su-hei overheard passers-by discussing him and the Heavenly Dragon Casino. Ever since Ma-tang caused that commotion, the Heavenly Dragon Casino has lost more than half its customers. Serves them right. I've always heard that the casino is a scam, but some people just don't believe it. n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. A gambling stone worth over 80,000 was cut open and turned out to be worth less than 5,000. Isn't that ridiculous? Some people always dream of getting rich overnight. 2 people by the roadside were discussing. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in black walked up and scolded, "What nonsense are you spouting?" The 2 were startled and quickly shook their heads. "We didn't say anything." Boom. With a palm strike, the middle-aged man in black made the 2 cough up blood and fall to the ground, their faces pale. The Heavenly Dragon Casino has already debunked those rumors. They were spread by enemies. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll cripple your cultivation. The middle-aged man in black snorted coldly, spread his divine sense, and continued walking. The 2 dared not retaliate and had no choice but to leave helplessly. To control public opinion, the Heavenly Dragon Casino had resorted to extreme measures, sending out many people to forcibly silence others with violence. In the short term, this might not be effective, but over time, people tend to forget, and it would eventually work. By then, they would publicly execute Ma Tang, the rumor spreader, and hang his body at the city gate, ensuring no one would dare to speak out again. At this moment, Su He passed by, staring at the black-clothed man with a blank expression. He raised his hand and clenched it. The middle-aged man in black seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand, his head making cracking sounds before it was forcibly crushed. Boom! Blood splattered everywhere. In an instant, the entire street fell silent, and everyone looked over. You dare court death? From a distance, an old man in black rode the wind, rushing over and reaching out to grab Su He. Su He took out the soul-absorbing flag and waved it, causing a swarm of snake shadows to appear and pounce on the old man. It's Ma Tang. The old man's face changed drastically, and he screamed, Master Ma, spare me, die. Su He's eyes were filled with malice as the snake swarm quickly tore the old man to pieces, even absorbing his soul into the soul-absorbing flag, devouring it completely. The snake swarm grew even stronger. After killing the Foundation establishment old man, Su He quickened his pace, using the ever-changing fish and dragon technique to leap into the Heavenly Dragon Casino. After Su He left, the place erupted into chaos. Was that Ma Tang? Ma Tang is back? My god. He's back to make trouble again. The entire street fell into a frenzy. However, no one dared to go and watch. Neither the Heavenly Dragon Casino nor the notorious madman Ma Tang were people ordinary folks dared to approach. One wrong move, and they could be caught in the crossfire and die. Like the onlookers 2 days ago, almost none survived. They were all silenced by the Heavenly Dragon Casino. Ma Tang was even more dangerous, often using thunder tribulation pearls. Although no one dared to approach, it didn't stop people from excitedly discussing in small groups. Inside the Heavenly Dragon Casino, today, there were very few gamblers. The casino had implemented a series of profit-sharing measures, and those who participated had won some spirit stones. They even arranged for 2 shills to open top-grade treasures from the gambling stones and hung banners to promote it. This attracted some customers. Su He entered the casino and, without a word, started a killing spree, releasing snake spirits to kill everyone in sight, whether they were casino staff or bystanders. Most of the casino's experts had been sent out, and Su He, with bloodshot eyes, entered an unstoppable state. It wasn't until a white-robed elder activated a large formation that Su He's rampage was slightly hindered. Master Ma, when did our Heavenly Dragon Casino ever offend you to deserve such ruthless attacks? The elder's face was ashen. Tell your master to come out and see me, Su He said coldly. At this moment, Lu Ruyan had just captured the 4 puppets Su He had abandoned when she received news from the casino. What? Lu Ruyan couldn't believe that Su He had actually returned. Not only did he not leave the city, but he also went back to the Heavenly Dragon Casino, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Without hesitation, Lu Ruyan retraced her steps and rushed back to the casino as fast as she could. Meanwhile, Ding Quan's mechanical dog followed suit. He actually went back. Is he courting death? Ding Quan was baffled. However, it seemed the other party had no way out. Leaving the city meant death, staying in the city meant death, so the only option was to fight desperately at the casino. This was also within Ding Quan's calculations, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Inside the Heavenly Dragon Casino, in the main hall, in front of Su He, Lu Ruyan's figure slowly appeared. Her face no longer bore the courtesy from 2 days ago but was filled with cold killing intent. Why did you come back? Someone didn't want me to leave, so I had to come back, Su He replied calmly. A trace of surprise flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes. This person could actually see through the soul-chasing technique at the city gate. Impressive. Since you're back, you won't be leaving today. Lu Ruyan waved her hand. As soon as she finished speaking, Su He took out a thunder tribulation pearl and, without giving her any time to react, threw it and clenched his hand in midair. Explode. Su He shouted in a low voice. Lu Ruyan's pupils contracted to a point. She had anticipated this moment but still didn't expect Su He to be so decisive. One must know that the range of the thunder tribulation pearl was vast. Su He's true body would definitely be affected, if not killed, then severely injured. In that case, he would have no way to escape in Shuiyang City. Madman. Lu Ruyan cursed inwardly, but she was prepared. The moment Su He threw the thunder tribulation pearl, she took out the formation disc given by Elder Ding and clenched it. In an instant, a light shield appeared, compressing rapidly towards the thunder tribulation pearl's location at lightning speed, aiming to minimize the destruction range. This was no ordinary formation but a mid-tier 3rd-grade formation, capable of blocking most of the power of a heavenly tribulation. Long before, she had discussed with Ding Quan the method to deal with the Thunder Tribulation Pearl. The Heavenly Puppet sect had suffered greatly from the Thunder Tribulation Pearl before. Qin Sunji's daughter was killed by its explosion. Even the Emperor of the Qin Kingdom had been ambushed with a Thunder Tribulation Pearl by someone who sent him a painting. This formation was the proud creation of Gongshalei, the strongest formation Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Puppet sect. Although it couldn't completely eliminate the impact, it could reduce the power of the Heavenly Tribulation to its minimum. The 49 Heavenly Tribulations couldn't be fully suppressed. The more you tried to suppress it, the stronger it would explode. This was the terrifying aspect of the Heavenly Tribulation. This formation compressed the power of the Heavenly Tribulation within a specific area, releasing it cyclically without letting it spill out, thereby reducing the destruction. explode. With Suhei's low shout, the light shield formed simultaneously. Inside the light shield, there were thin blue lines, which were lightning conductors that could draw the lightning within the area and prevent it from spreading. Crack, crack, crack. The Thunder Tribulation Pearl was covered in cracks and instantly exploded. The destructive energy inside poured out, and the thunder roared like blue thunder dragons, letting out ferocious growls. Boom. The void shook, the heavens and earth trembled, and terrifying ripples swept out. Everyone spat blood and was thrown back. The lightning struck the edge of the light shield, constantly vibrating, causing the ground to crack and buildings to collapse, but it couldn't break through the encirclement. It's under control. Lu Ruyan wiped the blood from her mouth, breathed a sigh of relief, and a hint of sarcasm flashed in her eyes. Outside the casino, the mechanical dog also showed a look of disdain, sniffing around, intending to find Ma Teng's hidden body. But at that moment, inside the light shield, the originally blue lightning turned purple, growing darker and darker, becoming deep purple, and its power was crazily increasing. The light shield was visibly filling with cracks, about to collapse. How is this possible? These words weren't from Lu Ruyan. They came from the mechanical dog. Ding Quan's heart was in turmoil. He could feel the formation rapidly disintegrating, unable to withstand it. He had planned to track Suhei's real body, but now he had no such thoughts. In a flash, he fled at the fastest speed. Ding Quan's hidden body also fled frantically, as if he had seen a ghost. Even Lu Ruyan, no matter how foolish, realized something was wrong. This Thunder Tribulation Pearl was abnormal. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Everyone, retreat. Lu Ruyan shouted, and all the members inside the casino fled for their lives, their hearts in their throats, their souls almost scared out of them. At this moment, everyone felt a chill running from their spine to the top of their heads. This was the body's instinctive warning of danger, a crisis of death. The formation controlling the heavenly tribulation was about to fail. As for Suhei's true body, at the moment the first shockwave hit, he used body swap to switch places with another puppet 5 miles away. As for the puppet Ma Teng, he decisively abandoned it. What's going on with that Thunder Tribulation Pearl? Why did it turn deep purple? Suhei's heart was very unsettled. He had vaguely felt before that the energy of this pearl seemed different from what was recorded, but he hadn't thought much of it. Now, he felt a tingling on his scalp and fled at the fastest speed. In the blink of an eye, not long after everyone fled, just 2 breaths time. Boom. A thunderous roar that everyone in Chuiang City could hear echoed above the Heavenly Dragon Casino. Boom. The sky exploded. Daylight filled the area, as if a hole had been punched in the sky, light piercing through the clouds, illuminating for miles. At this moment, everyone in the commercial district went blind, their ears deafened, their heads buzzing, losing all senses. The next second, a world-destroying thunder roar swept from the center. All cultivators spat blood and were thrown back, taking out various magical treasures to resist, but each one exploded, shattered into pieces. Chi refining stage, foundation establishment stage, all were severely injured. These were the people in the commercial district. As for the cultivators at the center of the Heavenly Dragon Casino, the moment the dazzling lightning swept out, their bodies vaporized instantly, turning into steam, not even a hair left. What kind of tribulation is this? Only this thought appeared in Lu Ruyan's mind. This wasn't the 49 minor heavenly tribulation, definitely not. A normal 49 heavenly tribulation wouldn't be this terrifying. What they saw wasn't blue lightning, but deep purple, mixed with a hint of black. Ancient cultivators all had perfect foundation establishment, and the heavenly tribulation triggered by perfect foundation establishment cultivators during chi condensation was countless times more powerful than today's. From the weakest 49 minor heavenly tribulation to the great heavenly tribulation, and then to the destruction heavenly tribulation, each level was a qualitative change. They didn't know what kind of heavenly tribulation was stored in this Thunder Tribulation Pearl, only that it was not something a normal cultivator could withstand. Bang! The shockwave hit. Suhei spat out a mouthful of blood, gritted his teeth, and once again used body swap, moving 5 miles away, but still being thrown out, blood oozing from his body, bones breaking. This was the result of him escaping at the first moment. If he had been at the center of the casino, 1 step slower, the outcome would be unimaginable. Die, let them all die. Suhei didn't dare stop, fleeing at the fastest speed, running 30 miles away, still dizzy and blood surging. Only when he reached the city gate did the feeling disappear. Suhei glanced at the detection jade plate, found it had lost its function, cursed inwardly, and quickly put it away to avoid it being shattered. He looked back at the dazzling sky behind him, the whole city watching, faces filled with fear, as if facing the end of the world. Suhei didn't hesitate, taking advantage of everyone's distraction, used ever-changing fish and dragon, and rushed out of the city gate. The thin divine sense membrane naturally disappeared, its owner likely dead. Outside the inner city was the outer city, a gathering place for mortals. Because of the protective formation, the mortals in the outer city didn't feel the destructive power of the heavenly tribulation, only saw the light in the inner city and heard the roaring thunder, not knowing what had happened. Everyone was curiously looking, pointing, and discussing. It was their first time seeing such an apocalyptic scene, feeling a chill in their hearts. Suhei didn't stop, fleeing at the fastest speed, not even bothering to use a puppet, moving with his true snake body. This has blown up big, I wonder if I'll be wanted by the Qin Kingdom. Su He muttered to himself, swallowing a pill to suppress his injuries, speeding away like a thunderbolt. He didn't want to use the Thunder Tribulation Pearl, it was purely a last resort. The other side had provoked him repeatedly, forcing him to take this desperate measure. The Thunder Tribulation lasted for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense before finally subsiding. Shuang City, the core area of the inner city. The Heavenly Dragon Casino was reduced to ashes in an instant under the baptism of the Thunder Tribulation, leaving not even a trace behind. Every member was dead, without exception. Even the formation guarding the place couldn't withstand a single breath before it exploded into fragments. Several nearby palaces and auction houses were also affected, their formations destroyed, and the casualties were heavy. Only the inner courtyard of the stone gambling house remained intact for some unknown reason. Most of the buildings in the commercial district collapsed, turning into flat ground. The crowd was either dead, injured, or fleeing. Looking around, only scorched earth remained. This was thanks to Gongshalei's formation holding out for a moment. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a single survivor in this area. Of course, Su He's ability to leave smoothly and still have the strength to run was also due to Gongshalei's formation. Otherwise, even if Su He didn't die, he would have been severely injured. Lu Ruyan, a core formation stage cultivator, had all three of her defensive magical artifacts shattered the moment the Thunder Tribulation exploded. Her limbs were broken, and her body was charred black. Using this brief moment of obstruction, she burned her golden core, raised a blood shield, and successfully used a life-saving small teleportation talisman just before dying. She teleported 10 miles away, finally avoiding the core explosion area. Although she had teleported away, burning her golden core cost her more than half of her cultivation. Her golden core shrank to the size of a fingernail, and her physical body suffered unprecedented damage. Her spirit was also heavily impacted. A lifetime of effort, gone. The Heavenly Dragon Casino, gone, with not a single survivor. All her accumulated wealth, destroyed in an instant. Even now, she felt like she was dreaming, unwilling to believe it all. Her heart was filled with endless regret. If she had known, why did she listen to Ding Quan's nonsense and provoke that mysterious person? Ding Quan said it was safe, so it was safe? How could she participate in what the big figures of the Heavenly Puppet sect were playing? No. Lu Ruyan, now just a body and head, wailed and fell from the sky, crashing onto a brick and fainting. The commotion alerted two nearby cultivators. These two were regulars at the Heavenly Dragon Casino, having lost all their property and fallen into debt. One of their wives was even forcibly sent to the Jiaofang division. The other had his hand cut off and still couldn't afford treatment. Their hatred for the Heavenly Dragon Casino was beyond words. They had been spreading so-called rumors that tarnished the casino's reputation. Because of spreading rumors, they were crippled by black-clothed people, and one even had his tongue cut out. Nov.L.B//JNN. Look, that person is. One of the cultivators, named Wang Deshuang, stared at the charred Lu Ruyan lying on the stone-paved road, reduced to just a head and torso. It's her, the master of the Heavenly Dragon Casino. The other person, who had his tongue cut out, used divine sense to transmit his voice. The two exchanged a glance, their eyes flashing with immense anger, and without hesitation, they rushed towards Lu Ruyan. Don't ask if it was rational, they had long been desperate. What reason did they have left? This person can't be killed easily, she must suffer endless torment. Exactly? She caused us brothers such misery, we must repay her 100-fold and not let her die easily. First, cut off her tongue. Cripple her meridians. Ding Quan's true body was kneeling in front of a large tree. Under the tree was his mechanical dog, now reduced to a pile of coal. Woo woo woo, De Huang, you died so miserably? De Huang. Ding Quan cried his heart out. He looked very young, under 30, with a tall and handsome appearance, but in reality, he had lived for countless years. This dog was a spirit beast he had raised since childhood, growing up with him. Later, when its lifespan ended, he refined it into a puppet, accompanying him in another form until now. For De Huang, he had spent a great deal of money to buy a void dog's nose to attach to De Huang, giving it an extraordinary sense of smell, which brought him repeated profits. Now, the dog was reduced to ashes. Ding Quan, not far away, was also affected, but compared to his own injuries, he cared more about the dog. De Huang, I swear, in this life, I will avenge you. I will capture that thief and cut him into 1,000 pieces. Ding Quan's eyes were cold. With a wave of his hand, countless yellow dogs appeared everywhere. Er Huang, San Huang, Si Huang, Wu Huang, all the way to Er Bai Ling Ba Huang. They all looked exactly like De Huang. They had keen senses, though not as good as De Huang's void dog nose, but they could still lock onto scents and track enemies for miles. Ding Quan rode on Er Huang's back. At his command, all the yellow dogs began tracking outside the city. Suddenly, Ba Huang barked twice, arriving at an alley entrance, barking madly inside as if it had smelled something. Ding Quan raised an eyebrow and murmured, "Oh, I almost forgot, Lu Ruyan isn't dead yet." Su He fled at lightning speed, escaping Shuang City. Su He didn't relax, still running non-stop. Lu Ruyan was definitely gone, but he feared there might be others behind. If Lu Ruyan didn't have a backer, Su He wouldn't believe she dared to target him. He had hidden in Shuang City, and they could accurately find his location, targeting every puppet's trail. Clearly, there was a powerful figure helping behind the scenes. Su He climbed for a day and night until his true qi was exhausted, and his body was in unbearable pain before he stopped. He had long left Chuang City, reaching the edge of the southern region. Su He didn't deliberately leave a scent trail. This trick worked on young cultivators but was counterproductive for cunning senior cultivators, slowing him down and leaving future troubles. Erase the tracks, erase the scent. Su He took out the invisibility talisman left by He Huang, stuck on two, then swallowed a breath-suppressing pill and activated the dust cleansing technique to remove impurities from his body. Only then did he feel a bit more at ease. After running all the way, his true qi was exhausted. Su He found a river, pushed a tree into it, and climbed onto the trunk, drifting downstream. This way, he could heal while on the move. Su He checked his gains from this trip. Originally, he came to Chuang City to sell stolen goods, spend some money, and buy enough supplies to return. As a result, he entered with 70,000 spirit stones and came out with 80,000. He had gained an extra 10,000. Su He shook his head helplessly. Sometimes, opportunities just coincided like that. Here, he had to thank the Heavenly Dragon Casino for courting death and delivering such a wave of benefits. With so many spirit stones, he couldn't just leave them be, he had to make good use of them. After returning, Su He planned to explore an ancient tomb marked on the map, looking for clues about the descendant of Gongsha, the key, and the mechanical box. However, he needed to be fully prepared. I can't go alone, I need to call for help. Also, Han Te knows about that place. According to him, he went there with a group, but everyone died except him. Whether true or false, it must be extremely dangerous. With these 80,000 spirit stones, I need to buy some life-saving items, as many as possible, preferably small teleportation talismans. Su He pondered his next steps. Chuang City, Outer City, Xiao family. The Xiao family was just an ordinary small family in Chuang City, running a medicinal herb business for generations. They owned several pharmacies and were somewhat well known among mortals. Xiao Zhou was noticed by an immortal while buying medicine and was thus recruited into the Mountain Movers sect. It has been 5 years since then. After the Qin army's plundering and bombardment, the Xiao family suffered heavy casualties but managed to survive. They were one of the few surviving families in Chuang City. Xiao Zhou was severely injured and bedridden for half a year before recovering. Xiao Zhou, now that the Qin kingdom is in power, you can't act recklessly like before. Be careful with your words. Don't worry, Dad. I'm not a fool. I came back to save you all. As long as the Xiao family is safe, that's all that matters. After his father's repeated warnings, Xiao Zhou packed his bags and left Chuang City. After resting for half a year, it was time to return to the Mountain Movers sect. Just before leaving, he suddenly heard an explosion from the inner city, startling him. Looking into the distance, he saw a thundercloud rising in the sky, emitting a terrifying purple light. After some inquiries, he learned that the Heavenly Dragon Casino had angered a fierce individual who blew up the commercial district, leveling it to the ground. It was said that the fierce individual was a disciple of the Heavenly Puppet sect. Is the Heavenly Puppet sect really that fierce? Xiao Zhou muttered to himself. That's right, the Heavenly Puppet sect is that strong. Behind him, a graceful and stunningly beautiful young girl smiled. The girl was about 15 or 16 years old, with fair skin as delicate as a budding peony, beautiful but not seductive, more attractive than most girls Xiao Zhou had seen. Why are you still in Chuang City? Xiao Chu's heart stirred, and he asked in confusion. The girl's name was Xiao Lan, a disciple of the Heavenly Puppet sect. She was the one who had saved him from being devoured by wild beasts in the wilderness. Strictly speaking, this girl was his savior. I'm here to take you back to the Heavenly Puppet sect. You are a disciple personally chosen by our ancestor. If I don't bring you back, I can't explain it. Xiao Lan smiled. I'm a disciple of the Mountain Movers sect. I'm not going to the Heavenly Puppet sect. Xiao Zhou refused. Fine, then I'll go with you to the Mountain Movers sect. Xiao Lan put her hands on her hips and followed behind, smiling like a flower. Xiao Chu's body stiffened, and he could only shake his head helplessly and walk ahead. At this moment, 5 miles behind, in a small hut, a burly man with a black face, covered in muscles and a full beard, dressed in the black robe commonly worn by Heavenly Puppet sect disciples, Saturday n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. The man was picking his toes and sneering. Ha, I heard this Xiao Zhou likes women. I've brought out the best Xiao Lan #1. I don't believe I can't handle him. Be proactive later. The man grinned mischievously. He was under orders from his sect to bring this perfect foundation establishment individual back to the Heavenly Puppet sect by any means necessary. After investigating Xiao Chu's background, he decisively used his best tactic, the beauty trap. For someone like Xiao Zhou, who lacked affection, this tactic was undoubtedly very effective. The man thought for a moment, controlled Xiao Lan to follow, and took out an exquisite gift. Just then, a large yellow dog suddenly burst into the hut, barking at him. Gongshiyi, come with me immediately to chase someone. Gongshiyi's face changed slightly. Elder dog. Stop talking nonsense. The person who blew up the Heavenly Dragon Casino just left the city. Follow me to chase him immediately. The yellow dog urged. But I have a task. I need to bring Xiao Zhou back. Gongshiyi hurriedly said. Before he could finish his sentence, the hut exploded, and Gongshiyi was lifted into the air, flying into the sky. Along with him, his puppet Xiao Lan #1 also soared into the sky. Xiao Zhou walked along the road, his face calm, but his heart was anything but calm. Being followed by the most beautiful girl he had ever seen, who said she wanted to go back to the Mountain Movers sect with him. Xiao Zhou had never even held a girl's hand in his life. It was impossible not to have thoughts. Calm down, calm down. This girl has ulterior motives. She just wants to take me to the heavenly puppet sect. Don't fall for it. Xiao Zhou kept reminding himself. He quickened his pace, walking ahead without looking back, but the occasional whiff of fragrance and the sound of her silver bell-like laughter kept stirring his heart. Xiao Zhou, this is a puppet I made. Do you like it? Suddenly, Xiao Lan skipped up to him, holding a palm-sized wooden puppet that looked just like Xiao Zhou, and handed it to him. Here, it's for you. Xiao Lan playfully smiled and placed the puppet in the dazed Xiao Chu's hands. This. Xiao Chu's face instantly turned red. In his life, he had only ever fawned over others, never had a girl given him a gift, let alone such a delicate puppet. Xiao Chu's heart raced uncontrollably. What was this feeling? What feeling? That's right. This was the feeling of being moved. Xiao Chu's hand holding the puppet trembled, as if it was about to activate some long-forgotten bloodline power. Just then, a sudden explosion sounded in the distance, a house shattered, and a black-faced man flew out, dragged by a yellow dog. At the same time, Xiao Lan also flew into the sky, still smiling, caught by the yellow dog and put into a storage bag. The black-faced man looked at the bewildered Xiao Zhou, grinned awkwardly, and said roughly, Brother Xiao, sorry, Xiao Lan has urgent matters. She'll play with you next time. With that, the black-faced man and a large group of yellow dogs behind him sped away, flying towards the horizon, leaving Xiao Zhou standing alone, like a clown, motionless. Xiao Zhou stood there, as if struck by lightning, completely dumbfounded. The puppet in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. His dazed face gradually twisted into a contorted expression. Ah! A hysterical roar erupted from his throat, sounding like a madman. He understood what had just happened. He had been played again, played again, played again. I swear, if I ever touch a woman again, I'll castrate myself on the spot. Castrate? Castrate. Xiao Zhou immediately took out a knife, but after hesitating for a moment, he didn't go through with it. Instead, he howled at the sky, his voice more grating than a pig being slaughtered. In the rushing river, Su He tied himself to a piece of driftwood, swallowed several pills, and entered a state of quiet healing. Whether it was due to exhaustion or the severe injuries from the thunder tribulation, making recovery difficult, Su He's vision darkened, and he almost fainted. No, I need to find a safe place. Su He inhaled an awakening pill, boosting his spirits, and focused on healing. The driftwood floated downstream. Su He glanced at the map. At this rate, he would eventually reach the Mountain Movers sect area, but the journey was long and would take several days. Suddenly, Su He was startled. He took out a detection jade plate and saw a red dot appear 100 miles away. Judging by the size of the red dot, the person was a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Mid-foundation establishment, can I counter-kill? This thought flashed through Su He's mind but was quickly dismissed. The other party wouldn't be foolish enough to send just one person to chase him. Who knew what else was behind? The experts in the gambling house made Su He realize that the detection jade plate wasn't foolproof. There were still ways to hide from it, like puppets, which couldn't be detected. At this moment, the foundation establishment cultivator suddenly accelerated, heading towards the river. Su He was sure that he had concealed himself well before entering the river, so the other party must be following his previous scent. Su He immediately took a deep breath, used the gravity technique on the driftwood, and the driftwood shot forward like an arrow, sliding downstream. Ma Tang, I found you. Come out and die. Behind him, the mid-foundation establishment cultivator's shout echoed, but Su He ignored it. Ma Tang, you cowardly rat who hides in the shadows, you don't even have the courage to fight. You'll never reach chi condensation in this life. The foundation establishment cultivator continued to curse. These words were venomous, almost like a psychological suggestion meant to disrupt one's Dao heart. For an ordinary cultivator with a weak Dao heart, such words might indeed provoke them into a fight, falling right into the enemy's trap. But Su He remained unmoved. The opponent mistakenly thought that Su He, who had used the Thunder Tribulation Pearl to blow up the casino, was a hot-headed and impulsive person. Such people are the easiest to provoke. In reality, Su He was very calm. His impulsiveness was always based on his own will. As long as he believed something was right, he would do it even if it meant defying the heavens and facing death. Conversely, such low-level provocations were useless against him. Ma Tang, you'd rather never reach chi condensation than fight me. You're a disgrace to cultivators, a joke. As Su He sped away, the taunting voice behind him grew fainter and fainter. It was clear that the opponent couldn't track his movements. Ma Tang's inability to reach chi condensation has nothing to do with me. Su He chuckled inwardly. He had easily defused the psychological suggestion with this method. However, this made Su He more vigilant. If the opponent knew his name, could he still defuse it? Su He knew that every word related to cultivation carried immense power. Once such a suggestion took hold, it could significantly affect one's state of mind. This was no longer a simple provocation but a battle of Dao hearts. My Dao heart is too strong to be disturbed by such petty tricks. Su He thought for a moment. Since the opponent had come after him and used such despicable means, he couldn't just let it go without a response. Su-hei made a quick decision, took out a dragon scale, and carved a line of words on a large rock by the riverbank. You too can't catch me with your strength, so you resort to such despicable means. You're unworthy of being called immortals. Your cultivation will end here. As he carved the words, Su-hei infused them with his insights from reverse cultivation, adding a touch of profound meaning. This made the words far more potent than mere insults. After finishing, Su-hei didn't care whether the opponent would find it. He immediately used the earth escape technique to flee far away. In reality, if the opponent wasn't stupid, they would follow the river and eventually find the rock. Su-hei didn't expect the words to have a significant effect, but if they could disrupt the opponent's state of mind and make them spend energy to counteract the influence, that would be enough. On the riverbank, the black-faced man Gongshi continued to shout, "Ma Tang's puppet master, I'll give you 3 more breaths to consider. If you don't even dare to face a foundation establishment cultivator like me, what right do you have to talk about cultivation?" After shouting for half an hour, Gongshi was exhausted. He opened a mechanical box, and a yellow dog appeared inside. Gongshi said bitterly, "Elder dog, that person is completely unresponsive. He must have already left." The yellow dog looked grim and said coldly, "Even if he has left, he must have heard your words. His state of mind is inevitably damaged. This trip was not in vain." The yellow dog flashed and disappeared, replaced by a middle-aged man Ding Quan's true form. Ding Quan looked around to make sure no one was hiding nearby, then sighed and prepared to leave. Suddenly, he raised his hand and sucked a rock from the riverbank into his hand. "This is..." Gongshi also came over. When he saw the words on the rock, his face changed dramatically, and he took several steps back in alarm. The rock bore the line Su-hei had left, suggesting their cultivation would end here. Ding Quan's face turned ashen, uglier than if he had eaten something foul. "Damned bastard." He crushed the rock in his hand. The fact that the person had left such words indicated that not only had he not been affected by their taunts, but he had also calmly thought it through and countered, putting them in a difficult situation. Ding Quan wasn't much affected, but Gongshi might be in trouble. Ding Quan turned to look and was stunned. Gongshi stood there pale-faced, trembling, his legs shaking, and cold sweat pouring down. He kept replaying the words despicable means, unworthy of being called immortals in his mind. He had used many despicable means in his life. Gong, Shu, Yi. Ding Quan's shout was like a thunderclap, jolting Gongshi awake. Gongshi spat out a mouthful of blood and was thrown backward, landing on the ground. What just happened? He looked bewildered. Just seeing those words had made him lose consciousness, repeatedly reflecting on his despicable actions. Ding Quan realized something was wrong. It wasn't just the words, there was something else attached to them. He took a deep breath, realizing he had underestimated the opponent. "Thank you, Elder Ding." Gongshi came to his senses and quickly bowed in gratitude. If it weren't for Ding Quan's thunderous shout breaking his thoughts, he might have suffered severe damage and really ended his cultivation here. "All right, I'll continue to investigate this person in the shadows. You don't need to get involved." Ding Quan sighed. He had initially brought Gongshi along to use his foundation establishment cultivation to lure the opponent into a counterattack. Given the opponent's arrogant nature, he might have fallen for it. But it backfired. The opponent didn't take the bait and almost caused Gongshi serious harm. "Yes." Gongshi took a deep breath, bowed, and left with lingering fear. Surrounded by a group of yellow dogs, Ding Quan stared downstream, lost in thought. Su-hei didn't continue drifting along the river. After a certain distance, he used the earth escape technique to burrow underground, found an underground river, and kept diving, constantly changing directions. Another day and night passed. Su-hei remained underground, and the jade compass showed no signs of pursuit. He had completely shaken off his pursuers. Even Su-hei didn't know where he had escaped to. "I'm exhausted. I'll sleep first." Su-hei dug out a cave, took out the soul-absorbing flag, wrapped it around himself, and fell into a deep sleep. As long as danger approached, the snake spirit within the soul-absorbing flag would automatically attack the intruder and wake Su-hei. He didn't know how long he slept. During his sleep, the tip of his tailbone was quietly changing. In fact, after Su-hei stormed the Heavenly Dragon Casino and detonated the Thunder Tribulation Pearl, the first dragon bone at the tip of his tail had already begun to transform. As Su-hei fell into a deep sleep, this transformation reached its final stage and was finally completed. 5 days later, Su-hei slowly woke up, the pain in his physical body gone, feeling refreshed as if he had recovered from a great battle. It was said that human cultivators rarely slept as deeply as he did. They usually rested in a meditative state and never in deep sleep, which was a difference between human cultivators and demonic beasts. "I seem to have become stronger." Su-hei frowned slightly. The first thing he felt upon waking was this instinctive realization. He scanned himself with his divine sense and suddenly discovered that the first bone at the tip of his tail had turned a dark golden color. In appearance, it had reached a perfect state. This was purely a feeling. Su-hei's self-perception told him it was perfect. Moreover, his cultivation had also improved slightly, with his solidified spiritual foundation covering about 30%, still 70% away from the midstage. Nov.l.b//jnn. "I've improved this much." Su-hei was astonished. Su-hei broke through the underground tunnel and emerged onto the surface. Nov.l.b//jnn. He spread out his divine sense, extending it within a 5-mile radius, and found himself in an unfamiliar place. Towering mountains and steep ridges, desolate and uninhabited. Where am I? Suhei's face was full of confusion as he took out the map of the southern region for comparison. After looking at it for a long time, he was still at a loss. Before he lost consciousness, he had been dizzy and disoriented, unable to remember his bearings. He had just kept charging forward, not knowing where he had ended up. The southern region was vast, and Suhei was certain he hadn't left its boundaries, he should still be within its range. He took out a jade disc and checked it. Within a 100-mile radius, there were no red dots indicating the presence of cultivators. Suhei wandered around for a while, then flew into the sky to get a better view. There were no villages nearby, just mountains upon mountains. This made Suhei realize with frustration. He was lost. However, as a demonic beast with rich survival experience, he knew that finding a river would lead him to a village. This was the simplest method. Once he found a village, he could use the map to find his way out. He didn't stay in the air for long and landed on the ground. A leopard demon saw him and, terrified, its fur stood on end as it fled in panic. Suhei didn't release any of his cultivation power, appearing just like an ordinary snake. But he had killed too many people and had experienced life and death multiple times, giving him an aura of ferocity. This aura made ordinary predators not dare to approach him. Suhei pounced and swallowed the leopard demon. Not long after, Suhei found a small stream and followed it downstream. He found a piece of floating wood to lie on and entered a state of cultivation, not wasting a single moment. At the same time, Suhei spread out his divine sense, ready to stop drifting as soon as he detected human presence. Unknowingly, 2 days passed. Along the way, there wasn't a single human figure, and Suhei had no idea where he was. On the 3rd day at dawn, Suhei smelled the fragrance of peach blossoms. He looked up and saw that the stream had flowed into a peach grove. The grass was lush, the petals were falling, the water was clear and transparent, fish swam in the shallow waters, an incredibly beautiful scene that made him feel a sense of tranquility and peace. Such a scene, whether viewed from a human or demonic beast's perspective, was breathtakingly beautiful, like a painting. As time passed, the hostility in Suhei's heart unknowingly disappeared. This hostility had grown during his constant killing, and even Suhei himself hadn't realized it. The floating wood continued to drift, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth gradually became denser. During this process, Suhei felt very at ease, as if lying in an absolutely safe house, not needing to be on guard or worry about being killed. The hostility disappeared, and so did the ferocity. Suddenly, Suhei thought of a problem. Wait, it's winter now, how can peach blossoms be blooming? Suhei shivered, his eyes snapped open, and he shot out of the stream like lightning. He stared at the peach grove on both banks, filled with suspicion. The spiritual chi here was dense, and since entering this place, he had felt very comfortable, his body and mind bathed in tranquility, making him unconsciously want to relax. For Suhei, this was not a good sign. Suhei looked at the strange peach grove and then at the end of the stream, where a cave seemed to appear. But when he used his divine sense to probe, he found nothing. This made Suhei instantly tense. He had heard some rumors that some cultivators, to avoid war, would retreat to deep mountains and forests, creating a paradise to live out their years in peace, away from the world. The mindset of a cultivator could also affect the environment, washing away killing intent and irritability, leaving only peace. Suhei thought it best to stay away from such unknown things. He quickly retraced his steps and left along the stream. Once he was far away, that feeling of ease disappeared, and he was back in the jungle. Suhei let out a long breath. Phew, that place was truly strange, affecting the mind without one realizing it. However, that sense of peace and tranquility was unprecedented. I feel much lighter. Suhei reminisced for a moment, took a deep look back at the end of the peach grove, sighed, and turned to leave. After he had completely left, the peach grove vanished as if it had never existed. Recalling the cave he hadn't entered, Suhei could imagine it must have been a paradise. Suhei spotted a cat demon, restrained his aura, and crept up to it. The cat demon stared at Suhei but didn't flee like the leopard. Instead, it bared its teeth and attacked. Suhei flicked his tail, swiftly dodging to a distance. Even the ferocity in me is gone. That place is truly magical, Suhei thought to himself. After hesitating for a moment, he turned back and swallowed the cat demon. He had to be fair. Suhei changed direction, moving away from the stream and heading in another direction. To find a village, Suhei no longer hesitated and used sword flight. After 3 days, he finally spotted a human village at the edge of his vision. Suhei immediately set off, flying 100 miles to the village entrance. The stone tablet at the entrance had 2 words, Ma Town. Ma Town. Suhei took out the map to identify it, but to his frustration, Ma Town wasn't on the map of the southern region. There was only one possibility: this town was too remote to be officially recorded. Even the war hadn't reached here. In fact, Ma Town was a newly established settlement by refugees fleeing the disasters of the Qin Kingdom, located in an extremely remote area. Originally, the people of Ma Town lived self-sufficiently, but the influx of refugees had overwhelmed the limited resources, leading to overcrowding. The streets, the town outskirts, everywhere were beggars and refugees, with rotting corpses piling up in ditches, uncleaned. Please, give us something to eat. I can wash clothes and chop wood, I can do anything, please take me in. Suhei's divine sense swept over the area, seeing refugees begging everywhere. Some desperate people had turned to banditry, robbing, and stealing, making Ma Town chaotic. However, compared to places ravaged by war, where 9 out of 10 houses were empty, this place was still relatively better. Suhei didn't plan to stay. He just wanted to ask for directions and leave. He locked onto a chi refining stage cultivator and transmitted a message. Which part of the southern region is this? The cultivator was in seclusion and was startled by the sudden voice. He quickly stood up and respectfully replied, Senior, this is the southwestern border. 800 miles east is Lifeng City. Suhei recalled the location of Lifeng City, nodded silently, and left immediately. At that moment, a melodious sound of a zither came from afar. The music was enchanting, seemingly with an invisible power that could cleanse the soul and purify resentment. Many refugees, upon hearing the music, immediately showed happy smiles, as if bathed in sunlight. They no longer felt hungry, no longer tired, all negative emotions vanished. Suhei's eyes narrowed, and he sent out a mechanical puppet to the street. At the end of the street, a luxurious long carriage was slowly approaching. A veiled woman sat on the carriage, playing a guhan, while a group of maidservants walked ahead, scattering flower petals to clear the way. Join the Changal sect, and attain eternal bliss. Join the Changal sect, and suffer no more pain. Join the Changal sect, and be free from illness and disaster. The maidservants chanted slogans as they walked. Listening to the slogans and the music, both refugees and locals were filled with happiness, smiles on their faces, with no trace of negativity or despair. Even the chi refining stage cultivator Suhei had questioned was no longer tense or fearful, a smile on his face, looking serene. Suhei felt something was off. Without a word, he quickly left, sealing his ears and nose to avoid hearing the enchanting music. Suhei had never heard of the Changal sect. In fact, the woman playing the zither wasn't a powerful cultivator. Her cultivation was only at the early foundation establishment stage. The melody she played merely had a calming and stabilizing effect, capable of controlling emotions, useful for mortals and low-level cultivators. But Suhei thought of that eerie peach grove. Upon entering, all his negative emotions were dispelled, even the baleful aura was purified. He couldn't help but link the two together. With these two countries at war, all sorts of strange beings are emerging, Suhei mused. Suhei was familiar with the 5 great sects of the Chu kingdom and the single sect of the Qin kingdom, but he had never heard of the Changal sect. It was likely a new emergence. Where there's opportunity, there's development. There were also some demonic sects and evil factions that often surfaced during wartime, massacring villages, refining corpses and souls. It was quite common. Suhei didn't know how to categorize the Changal sect. It didn't seem like an evil faction, but he didn't want to get involved with it in any case. 800 miles due east lay Lifeng City. This distance wasn't far for Suhei now. Suhei traveled at a steady pace, neither hurried nor slow, passing through a slaughtered town along the way. The town, with a population of over 10,000, had been reduced to just 1,000 survivors. Corpses were piled in pits, emitting a dense baleful aura. Suhei could faintly see a red mist hovering over the town. Suhei didn't know if the massacre was done by the Qin army or by demonic cultivators framing the Qin army. It had nothing to do with him. At this moment, a red-robed cultivator was lurking underground, absorbing the remaining baleful aura to forge his spiritual foundation, hoping to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Most of the baleful aura from over 10,000 people had already been taken by someone else, leaving him with the scraps. Another strange being. Suhei shook his head. He approached and transmitted his voice. What's your name? The red-robed cultivator's face changed drastically, spitting out a mouthful of blood in panic. Junior. Junior Li Yang? What are your orders, Senior? He had been in seclusion for half a month, just a few days away from completing his foundation establishment, but was interrupted. Yet, due to the opponent's cultivation, he could only suppress his anger and answer patiently. Li Yang, not a bad name. It will be mine from now on. Suhei sneered coldly. Li Yang was stunned for a moment, then reacted with terror. Without hesitation, he soared into the sky, pulling out various magical treasures and a communication jade slip. Thud. His body stiffened, a bloody hole appeared in his forehead, and he fell before he could use his treasures. Suhei collected the corpse and quickly left. He had run out of human puppets and needed a suitable one. This person would be perfect for refining into a foundation establishment puppet. He checked the storage bag and found that the person's identity was well hidden, with no identity token found, suggesting he was a rogue cultivator. However, the communication jade slip was exquisitely made, and he didn't know who it would contact. Suhei didn't bother with it. After refining the puppet and storing the jade slip, he headed straight for Lifeng City. Lifeng City, a small city in the southern region, was less than a tenth the size of Shuang City. It was a city where mortals and cultivators coexisted, with both an inner and outer city. Suhei checked with a jade disc and found that the city had no core formation cultivators, only one late foundation establishment cultivator. The city's protective formations were all second tier, prohibiting flight and underground travel, with entry and exit only through the city gates. Suhei saw a foundation establishment cultivator flying into the city from the sky. Suhei didn't make a scene and entered the city through the gate obediently. Once inside, he first checked the wanted notices. To his surprise, he found that the Qin kingdom had not issued a warrant for his arrest. The wanted list mostly consisted of rebels and traitors from the Chu Kingdom, as well as core formation cultivators, with some bounties exceeding 100,000 spirit stones. Compared to these high-level cultivators, Su He was insignificant. Looks like I was overthinking. They wouldn't issue a warrant for their own sect member, Su He thought to himself. He then headed straight for the largest Myriad Treasure Pavilion in the city. Myriad Treasure Pavilion had branches in every city. Su He directly found the branch master and asked bluntly if they had any life-saving items. Small teleportation talismans are rare and in high demand. I can't guarantee availability, but we do have a third-tier defensive magical treasure. However, the branch master hesitated. However, what? Su He asked quickly. The old cultivator sighed and led Su He to an underground plaza. In the center of the plaza stood a 3-meter-tall pagoda, its surface battered and cracked, as if struck by immense force, looking ready to collapse. This moon-supporting pagoda is a mid-tier third-tier spiritual treasure, but it's severely damaged. It will be destroyed after one use. If you need it, I can sell it to you at the price of a low-tier third-tier spiritual treasure, just 30,000 spirit stones, the old cultivator said with a wry smile. 30,000 for something that can only be used once. Su He frowned. You're mistaken, esteemed guest. This treasure's spirituality is intact, with the potential to birth a spirit in the future. If you buy it, it's surely for repair. If you manage to repair it, it will be a genuine mid-tier third-tier spiritual treasure, worth far more than 30,000, the old cultivator explained. Though true, the materials needed for repair would not be cheap. Su He pondered for a moment and asked, do you have the recipe for the small teleportation talisman? Haha, the recipe for the small teleportation talisman is known to all major sects and families. The main issue is the scarcity of materials, hence the high demand. I can make a deal. If you buy this pagoda, I'll give you the recipe for free, the old cultivator laughed. A stick of incense later, Su He decisively spent 30,000 spirit stones to buy the moon-supporting pagoda and the recipe for the small teleportation talisman. After reading the recipe, Su He understood why it was so rare. Because the main ingredient was void stones? Su He had heard of this before, but seeing it confirmed today. Additionally, he learned that a single high-grade spirit stone cost at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to exchange, and even then, it wasn't guaranteed. In other words, Su He's remaining 50,000 spirit stones could only exchange for 50 high-grade ones. Su He shook his head and left immediately. Heavenly Puppet Sect disciples are truly wealthy. The branch master sighed deeply. A foundation establishment cultivator could casually spend tens of thousands of spirit stones to buy a core formation treasure, something unimaginable in other sects. Of course, a foundation establishment cultivator couldn't wield a third-tier spiritual treasure, so it was likely bought for an elder. Next, Su He moved to another city and, using a similar method, acquired the remaining materials for the small teleportation talisman and a high-quality artifact refining furnace. He spent another 20,000 spirit stones in total. Afterward, Su He left the city and headed deep into the mountains. He found a desolate, uninhabited place, dug a cave, and began his secluded refining and talisman crafting.n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. For an average foundation establishment cultivator, even if they obtained a third-tier spiritual treasure, they couldn't use it. Third-tier spiritual treasures required the true essence of core formation cultivators to activate, a level above the true chi of foundation establishment cultivators. However, Su He's true chi was of such high quality that it was very close to true essence, allowing him to barely use third-tier spiritual treasures. For example, the soul-absorbing flag, after absorbing the soul of the Jiao Python, was already considered a low-tier third-tier spiritual treasure, and Su He could wield it freely. But the defensive pagoda he bought was meant for life-saving in critical moments, not for killing or suppressing. Such high-intensity consumption was beyond Su He's means. To repair the moon-supporting pagoda, I could try this. Su He thought for a moment and took out the pill furnace he had found in the jade slip of the descendant of Gongshu. This pill furnace was an ancient relic, long devoid of spirituality, but the materials were still intact. Melting it down to repair the moon-supporting pagoda would be perfect. This was Su He's plan. He had never refined artifacts before, but with a foundation in puppet crafting, learning wouldn't be difficult. He had also obtained many artifact refining jade slips from the Mountain Movers sect. It was a large project, but Su He was very patient. Su He planted the formation flags in all directions, setting up a small formation. Then, he took out the artifact refining furnace. Unlike a pill furnace, the artifact refining furnace only required the infusion of true chi to continuously increase its temperature. As long as the temperature was high enough, even the toughest materials could be melted. With a thought, Su He sent the ancient pill furnace into the refining furnace and began infusing it with true chi. Boom! In an instant, the interior of the refining furnace turned red, and the temperature soared rapidly, resembling the core of the earth. However, the surface of the furnace remained icy cold. This furnace had cost Su He 18,000 spirit stones, the highest quality refining furnace he could afford, capable of melting third-tier spiritual treasures. Time slowly passed. With the continuous infusion of true chi, the temperature inside the furnace reached an extremely terrifying level, glowing red like a small sun. Strange, why hasn't this pill furnace melted yet? Su He's face showed doubt. The ancient pill furnace remained intact inside the refining furnace, without any reaction, not even a change in color. At such a temperature, an ordinary third-tier spiritual treasure would have long melted. I don't believe this, let's increase the temperature further. Su-hei swallowed a pill and continued to infuse true qi. 3 hours passed. Su-hei had infused most of his true qi, consuming 5 rejuvenation pills in the process. Inside the refining furnace, the heat waves were overwhelming, as if he were inside the sun, distorting the space around it. Even the previously cold surface began to heat up. Such a temperature could only be achieved by Su-hei's true qi. No other Foundation establishment cultivator could manage such an exaggeration. Yet, despite this, the pill furnace remained unmoved. Wisps of white steam began to rise from the surface of the refining furnace, accompanied by faint cracking sounds. Su-hei's expression changed. The refining furnace was reaching its limit, yet the pill furnace still hadn't melted. I refuse to believe this. Su-hei gritted his teeth, swallowing a handful of rejuvenation pills and forcefully infusing a large amount of true qi. L.B//JNN. The temperature inside the refining furnace rose another notch. Su-hei was certain that at this temperature, even the moon-supporting pagoda would melt into liquid, and even higher-grade magical treasures would show some reaction. But to his dismay, the ancient pill furnace remained unresponsive. The refining furnace began to shake slightly, with more white steam rising and cracking sounds becoming more pronounced, faint cracks appearing. Even the stable formation flag started to shake violently. Not good. Su-hei's face changed dramatically, and he quickly withdrew his hand and retreated. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed through the cave, the refining furnace unable to withstand the heat and exploding completely, the force terrifying. The explosion caused a nearby mountain peak to collapse. Within 100 meters, the rocks melted into liquid under the intense heat, turning into magma. Su-hei was blasted away, crashing deep into the ground, covered in soot and charred all over. Fortunately, he had dragon scales protecting him, so he wasn't seriously harmed, just severely shaken. Su-hei lay underground for a long time before recovering. I actually failed. Su-hei muttered to himself. This was his first attempt at artifact refining, and he had been full of confidence, yet he couldn't even complete the first step of melting the materials. Su-hei crawled back, diving into the cooling magma to retrieve the intact ancient pill furnace and stored it in his void stone. Not wanting to waste anything, he also collected the fragments of the refining furnace, storing them carefully. What material is this ancient pill furnace made of, to be so sturdy? What a pity. Su-hei shook his head and sighed. He wasn't discouraged, the steps he had taken were correct, it was just that the material of the pill furnace was beyond his capabilities. It was a pity that the refining furnace he had bought for 18,000 spirit stones couldn't even refine a single magical artifact and was now useless. He could only buy a better refining furnace or find a natural treasure land to try again. Su-hei adjusted his breathing and rested for a while before starting to craft talismans. Compared to artifact refining, talisman crafting required more skill. Among puppets, there was a branch called talisman puppets, and the two were closely related. Su-hei had previously made some low-level talismans. Now, he took out the talisman crafting materials and began to carefully carve. Su-hei meticulously drew on a piece of talisman paper, sometimes applying materials. After a whole day, he took out a small void stone and imprinted it. Moments later, the talisman flashed with a black light, becoming semi-transparent and emitting faint spatial fluctuations, forming complex patterns. The void stone had shrunk by about 1/10. Success. Su-hei was delighted. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a small teleportation talisman, though the color was slightly different, covered in black patterns. Never mind, it's good enough. Su-hei didn't stop and continued crafting. The more life-saving items, the better. The first talisman took him a day to make. The second one took only 3 hours. The more he made, the more skilled Su-hei became, and the time required shortened. By the time he used up this small piece of void stone, Su-hei had crafted 8 small teleportation talismans, enough for him to use freely. He still had 2 larger pieces left, which he could use to make more in the future. Why not test one out? The thought flashed through his mind but was quickly dismissed. These things were precious, he couldn't afford to waste them. Suddenly, Su-hei sensed something. He took out the communication jade slip he had found in Li Yang's storage bag. The surface of the jade slip gradually gathered divine sense, and moments later, a phantom figure appeared, its features blurred, emitting strong divine sense fluctuations. Tomorrow night, at the third watch, Mountain Movers sect. The figure spoke. Su-hei stared at the figure, surprised. What a peculiar way of transmitting messages, Su-hei had never seen anything like it. The person behind this message clearly had a high cultivation level. Just then, the figure suddenly said, "Why is there no response?" Su-hei was startled. Alive? He reacted quickly, spitting a mouthful of fire at the figure. "Stop! Who are you?" The figure roared, but Su-hei didn't hesitate, summoning the soul-absorbing flag and sucking the figure in. The voice stopped abruptly, and the jade slip was burned to ashes by Su-hei. Staring at the remnants, Su-hei fell silent. It seemed he had stirred up trouble. There was a powerful figure behind Li Yang. Could he still keep this puppet? Su-hei had thought it was just an ordinary communication jade slip, but it turned out to contain something akin to a clone. Though it wasn't exactly a clone, as it had no combat power, only capable of speaking and issuing commands. Su Hei's mind raced as he took out the treasures from Li Yang's storage bag again, checking each jade slip one by one for anything similar. He even released the Jiao Python spirit to swallow and spit out each one, ensuring nothing was missed before putting them away again. Mountain Mover's sect is not far from here, just on my way. Should I avoid it? Su Hei pondered. Outside the Mountain Mover's sect, in an unremarkable small town. Inside a tavern, a group of plainly dressed farmers sat around a table, drinking rice wine and whispering among themselves. Something happened to Li Yang, said a man with a bushy beard. Humph, that man was always on the wrong path. It's a miracle he didn't betray us sooner. Don't count on him, a wrinkled woman snorted coldly. Master, what's the point of recruiting these rogue cultivators? None of them are reliable, a young man in coarse clothes muttered. The bearded man sighed, took a large gulp of wine, and said, I know Li Yang. He wouldn't betray us. I believe something unexpected happened to him. A towering man with a soldier's bearing nodded in agreement. In these times, it's hard enough to gather together. Let's not speak such discouraging words. In the future, there will be fewer and fewer like-minded people. A bald man at the next table smiled bitterly and recited a Buddhist chant. As the group chatted, the sky gradually darkened. At this moment, everyone in the tavern looked out the window, towards the distant Mountain Movers sect. Back when the mountain-moving patriarch was still around, the sect was so glorious. What a pity, what a pity. 100 miles outside the Mountain Movers sect, a black snake flashed by and burrowed underground. Su Hei ultimately decided not to bypass the sect because he suddenly remembered that there was a spiritual vein beneath it, providing a continuous supply of spiritual qi that could aid in artifact refining. Moreover, there was the heavy-pressure artifact refining chamber left by the first patriarch. This was arguably the best place for artifact refining in the southern region's sects. There was no second place like it. It was the only place where he had a chance to melt the ancient pill furnace. If he failed again, he would have to wait until he reached the core formation stage to try again. Originally, Su Hei didn't plan to take such a risk. But he had just refined 8 small teleportation talismans. If he chickened out over this, he might as well give up on exploring the Great Tomb and just go into seclusion to await death. There's some risk, but it's worth a try. Su Hei took out a jade disc for detection. Inside the Mountain Movers sect, there was only one red dot symbolizing the core formation stage, representing a patriarch in seclusion. Judging by the brightness of the red dot, the person's life force wasn't strong, possibly due to injuries. Su Hei immediately sprang into action. At the foot of the Mountain Movers sect, Xiaozhou was climbing the steps. Although he could fly up the mountain with his cultivation, he seemed to prefer walking. Along the way, some Qi refining stage disciples glanced at Xiaozhou, their expressions turning strange. After confirming it was him, they couldn't help but smile. But whenever Xiaozhou looked over, they would stop smiling, put on serious faces, and pretend to be deep in thought. What's going on? Xiaozhou wondered. He had encountered this phenomenon more than once or twice on his way back. Every disciple of the Mountain Movers sect who saw him had the same expression. Were they mocking him? Xiaozhou was very sensitive to ridicule and could spot it instantly. Hey, kid, what were you laughing at just now? Xiaozhou grabbed a disciple and demanded. I wasn't laughing, senior. You misunderstood. I really wasn't laughing, the disciple hurriedly replied. Xiaozhou stared at him for a long time, but the disciple refused to admit it, so he had no choice but to let him go. Finally, when Xiaozhou reached the mountain gate, the gatekeeping disciple saw Xiaozhou and couldn't hold back any longer, bursting into laughter. This laughter triggered a chain reaction. All the Qi refining stage disciples behind him clutched their stomachs and laughed uncontrollably, some even rolling on the ground with laughter. Is this the protagonist of that stone tablet? That's right, just like his name. I usually don't laugh unless I can't help it, haha, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Seeing the people around him, Xiaochu's face turned as dark as if he had eaten something foul. At this moment, a tall elder appeared in the sky, looking down at Xiaozhou with eyes like lightning and an imposing aura. This was his master, Shi Longzi. Master. Xiaozhou quickly bowed. Xiaozhou, you have disgraced the sect and have been expelled. You are not to step foot in the Mountain Movers sect again. Leave. Shi Longzi glanced at him coldly, not giving Xiaozhou a chance to speak, and disappeared. Xiaozhou stood there, stunned. The laughter behind him grew even louder. It was noon. Su Hei had been wandering around the foot of the mountain for half a day, looking for a disciple to blend in with. Suddenly, Su Hei heard loud laughter coming from above. Looking from a distance, he saw a dejected disciple standing at the mountain gate, surrounded by countless people laughing at him. That person being laughed at looked somewhat familiar. Su Hei stuck on an invisibility talisman and approached, his eyes widening in surprise. Xiaozhou. Su Hei wasn't mistaken. It was indeed Xiaozhou. Wasn't this guy supposed to be dead? In that situation, rushing into Chuiyang City to defend it was practically suicide. Su Hei observed for a moment and confirmed it was indeed Xiaozhou. This scene felt familiar. When he first arrived at the Purple Mist sect, this guy was also being laughed at by a group of people. Now, despite his increased cultivation, he was still being laughed at. Truly a unique talent. Forget it, I'll help you out. Su Hei took out an awakening pill and slightly activated his true qi. In an instant, a nauseating stench spread out, causing all the disciples nearby to clutch their heads and vomit. Some even rolled down the steps. What the hell is that smell? So disgusting? Damn it. The gatekeeping disciple turned pale, clutching his stomach and vomiting. In just a few breaths, all the disciples nearby fled in panic, not a single one remaining. Only Xiaozhou stood there, turning his head to look at the source of the smell. This once extremely foul odor now felt oddly familiar. Is it Senior He? Xiaozhou looked towards the empty void. Su He transmitted his voice. How did you know it was me and not someone else? Hearing this voice, Xiaochu's eyes immediately welled up, his nose tingling, almost bursting into tears. Su He was puzzled. Why are you so emotional? Did the smell make you cry? Su He quickly put away the awakening pill. Xiaozhou, holding back his tears, said, this awakening pill, although it smells bad, actually, well, it still smells bad. He wanted to say it smelled good, but found he couldn't lie. Su He, not wanting to waste time, climbed up to Xiaozhou and said, get into the mountain. I need to go to the artifact refining chamber of the Mountain Movers sect. Xiaozhou nodded repeatedly, yes. He took out the elder token of the Mountain Movers sect and walked to the mountain gate. At this moment, the gatekeeping disciple had recovered and shouted at Xiaozhou, Xiaozhou, you've been expelled from the sect. How dare you? Before he could finish, Xiaochu's eyes turned cold, and he slapped the disciple from a distance, sending him flying with a powerful gust of wind. Smack. The crisp sound of the slap echoed as the gatekeeping disciple was sent spinning through the air, crashing to the ground with a broken tooth and a bright red handprint on his face, blood flowing. Let me through, or I'll kill you. Xiaochu's eyes were icy as he pressed the token against the mountain gate's barrier. Yes, I'll let you through right away. The gatekeeping disciple didn't dare to stop him and opened the passage, allowing Xiaozhou to enter the mountain. Xiaozhou quickly disappeared into the distance. Watching Xiaochu's departing figure, the gatekeeping disciple's eyes turned cold, and he gritted his teeth. Xiaozhou, you brought this on yourself. Don't blame anyone else. Your master showed mercy by only expelling you. Otherwise, with the crimes of killing Elder Chu Hua, 2 enforcers, and 5 Foundation Establishment stage members of the Qin army, you'd be dead 100, no, 1,000 times over. Just wait until the other elders come after you. Let's see how you handle it. The Mountain Movers sect, still the familiar scene. Passing through the outer sect plaza and entering the mountain tunnel, the lives of the inner disciples were all within the mountain. The closer to the spiritual vein, the denser the spiritual qi. Along the way, Xiaozhou ignored the various glances and discussions, his mind focused solely on the task Su He had entrusted to him. In truth, Xiaozhou was not foolish, he knew the risks of returning to the sect, yet he did not hesitate, resolutely heading to the center. For no other reason than Su He having saved his life. Back then, if Su He hadn't rescued him, he would have been killed by Hua Yuntian. Although Su He had fed him various strange pills and conducted all sorts of experiments, causing him much suffering. But it later proved that those strange pills truly had life-saving effects. Xiaozhou had a flawed character, but he valued gratitude deeply. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked his life to save his parents, nor would he have returned to the sect to see Shi Longzit, knowing he had committed a grave crime. The puppet Xiao Lan could deceive him because it saved his life, leaving Xiaozhou without any suspicion. After a long time, Xiaozhou arrived at the central area of the mountain range, in front of a stone door. This was the artifact refining chamber of the Mountain Movers sect. The sect became a major force in artifact refining because of the gravity refining chamber left by the patriarch of old. Just like how the Purple Mist sect excelled in pill refining, every sect had its own focus. Xiaozhou. In front of the refining chamber appeared an elder in a yellow robe, with dry skin and cloudy eyes, looking like an old man at the end of his life. You have been expelled from the sect, why have you returned? The yellow-robed elder spoke calmly. He was the gatekeeping elder who had guarded this place for 200 years, a figure from the era of the first patriarch. The refining chamber had always been his responsibility. Junior wishes to use the refining chamber once, and will leave immediately after. I hope Elder Hai will grant this request. Xiaozhou clasped his fists. Su He hid in the back, ready to act at any moment. The yellow-robed elder stared at Xiaozhou, and after a while, waved his hand. Su He was about to unleash the soul-absorbing flag, to strike the elder down with lightning speed. Suddenly, the door to the refining chamber opened. Not only was Xiaozhou stunned, but Su He was also taken aback. Clearly, this scene was beyond their expectations. I owe your master a favor, use it quickly and leave, I'll pretend you never came. Elder Hai glanced at Xiaozhou, his tone still calm. Thank you, Elder Hai. Xiaozhou nodded excitedly. Su He breathed a sigh of relief, he had been prepared for a battle, but the elder's understanding saved them the trouble. Xiaozhou and Su He simultaneously slipped through the stone door, which slowly closed behind them. Elder Hai sat cross-legged in front of the door, his eyes filled with bitterness. Since the patriarch's fall, the Mountain Movers sect has declined with each generation, even losing its backbone. This last hard bone cannot be retained either. Elder Hai sighed deeply in his heart. The gravity refining chamber, the core of the Mountain Movers sect. Inside was a massive hall, filled with formation flags forming a grand formation, connected to the underground spiritual vein, allowing for continuous extraction of spiritual qi. At the center was a super reactor, connected to the earth vein, immovable, a masterpiece of the mountain-moving patriarch. My heavens, if this doesn't melt, I might as well bash my head in. Su He gazed at the colossal structure, his heart in awe. He hesitated no longer, taking out the ancient pill furnace and tossing it into the reactor, then activated the formation, injecting spiritual chi. In an instant, a blue flame ignited within the reactor, the temperature rising at an astonishing speed. Space distorted, gravity increased, and the blue flame grew brighter, the temperature skyrocketing. In just the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, it surpassed Su Hei's previous peak. Moreover, it consumed very little true chi. Su Hei's black true chi merely served as a catalyst, most of it was consuming the spiritual vein. Seeing this, Su Hei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Having a sect as a backing was indeed an advantage over being a rogue cultivator. Demonic beasts, without a sect or teacher, could only explore on their own. Su Hei gradually realized how monstrous Su Bai was. By the way, Xiao Zhou, there might be changes in the Mountain Movers sect at the third watch tonight, Su Hei suddenly said. What do you mean? Xiao Zhou was taken aback. Su Hei briefly recounted the events that had occurred. He then took out Li Yang's puppet and placed it in front. Xiao Zhou stared at Li Yang, muttering, I think I've seen this person before. He used to be with the Astrology Bureau, but later practiced evil arts and was expelled. Astrology Bureau. Su Hei fell into deep thought, vague suspicions forming in his mind. Xiao Zhou took a deep breath and solemnly said, Senior, no matter what changes occur, I will guard the door and not let anyone step inside until you finish refining. Su Hei said nothing, only increased his efforts, true chi surging forth, causing the temperature to soar once more. The underground spiritual vein was also drawn, spiritual chi transforming into dragon-like streams, pouring into the formation, pushing the temperature to an unimaginable level. The blue light was dazzling, like a star, enveloping the pill furnace. Both gravity and temperature were enough to shatter any third-tier magical treasure. Su Hei continued to inject true chi, and by nightfall, the pill furnace finally began to change. Starting from the outer shell, black liquid began to flow down, first from the 3 legs of the furnace, then from the corners. It's finally done. Su Hei breathed a sigh of relief. The hardness of this was simply absurd. Su Hei did not know that under the pull of his true chi, a stream of dragon chi from the underground spiritual vein flowed into the reactor. Dragon chi is the foundation of the spiritual vein, a symbol of fortune. Once dragon chi is lost, the spiritual vein will gradually wither, and the sect's fortune will come to an end. Originally, dragon chi could not be easily extracted, but since the mountain-moving patriarch's fall, the dragon chi had become unstable, growing worse over time, with the sect's fortune declining year by year. After the Mountain Movers sect defected from the Chu Kingdom and joined the Qin army, the dragon chi and spiritual vein became severed. Tonight, at the third watch, under Su Hei's guidance, the dragon chi was officially extracted, leaving the spiritual vein, leaving the Mountain Movers sect. It all seemed destined. At the same time, a group of black-clothed people silently appeared at various locations within the Mountain Movers sect, each standing in a place, vaguely forming a mysterious formation. They made hand seals, took out formation flags, and at the stroke of the third watch, pressed them onto the ground simultaneously. Seal. With a single word, invisible seals spread from the formation flags, connecting with each other to construct a massive formation, enveloping the Mountain Movers sect in the blink of an eye. This formation would isolate all external probing and prevent anyone inside from sending messages out. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Deep within the Mountain Movers sect, at the entrance of the refining chamber, the long silent Elder Hai suddenly opened his eyes. He first looked at the sky, then at the earth, his cloudy eyes seeming to see the future. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. The dragon chi has vanished. The fortune of the Mountain Movers sect has reached its end. The massive formation took shape, forming a shell that enveloped the Mountain Movers sect. All the black-clothed individuals removed their masks, revealing their true faces, and swiftly moved to the entrance of the Mountain Movers sect. At this moment, the disciple guarding the mountain was muttering to himself. Strange. I've already reported to the sect leader, so why hasn't Xiao Zhou been expelled? Something's not right. The disciple was pondering. Suddenly, countless dark shadows flew across the sky like meteors, unstoppable. The disciple's face changed drastically. He quickly took out a jade slip, but before he could crush it, a silver-haired girl raised her hand and grasped. The disciple was flung away, caught by an immense force. State your name, the silver-haired girl said coldly. The disciple's eyes were blank as he stammered, Feng Yu. Boom. As soon as he spoke his name, his body exploded into a mist of blood. A burly man with a bushy beard nearby laughed, Little Silver, asking for names before killing, that's a bad habit. This burly man was the one from the tavern. He guarded the mountain for 20 years, he deserves a name. As the silver-haired girl spoke, a giant like an iron tower stomped the ground and charged like a meteor, crashing into the light barrier. His entire body was covered in runes that spread out and merged into the barrier. The mountain protection array instantly became as fragile as paper, with a large gap smashed open. Boom. The entire Mountain Movers sect shook. All the sect's disciples were alarmed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The elders of the Mountain Movers sect all emerged from their secluded cultivation, riding flying swords, and hovered in midair, their expressions changing drastically as they looked at the crowd of black-clothed individuals ahead. That man is Shen Deizai, Su Qingfang, a wanted criminal with a bounty of 150,000 spirit stones. Everyone stared at the burly man with expressions as if they'd seen a ghost. That's the silver-haired witch, with a bounty of 80,000. And there's the demon monk Ku Xian, the demon man Zhang Tai, the little overlord Xiangfei, all notorious rebels. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in turmoil. After the Chu Kingdom's defeat and the Astrology Bureau's destruction, some Chu Kingdom cultivators couldn't withstand the Qin army, so they formed bandit groups, causing chaos everywhere. They specifically targeted the Qin army and its allies, robbing and killing to seize treasures, earning themselves a fearsome reputation, each with a bounty of over 10,000 spirit stones. These rebels and bandits were either survivors of the Astrology Bureau, elites among the Chu army, or like-minded individuals. With the Chu Kingdom fallen, some harbored hopes of restoring the kingdom. Some were simply bandits by nature. In any case, for various reasons, they came together, forming a sizable group and becoming nationally wanted criminals. Yet today, these rats who had been hiding everywhere dared to invade the Mountain Movers sect, attacking a major sect for the first time in history. The burly man Su Qingfeng stepped forward and shouted, "Mountain Movers sect, colluding with foreign enemies, plotting rebellion, unforgivable crimes? Today, I, Su Qingfeng of the Astrology Bureau, will act on behalf of heaven and eliminate these lackeys." Su Qingfeng's voice, filled with boundless righteousness, echoed throughout the mountain gate. In an instant, the word guilty appeared above everyone's heads in the Mountain Movers sect. This was the mark of a criminal. Su Qingfeng, as the Astrology Bureau's law enforcement elder, was skilled in the art of words, capable of killing with words alone. At this moment, many disciples felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and self-reproach, even harboring suicidal thoughts. A bunch of bandit scoundrels, claiming to act on behalf of heaven? Ridiculous. An elderly man with white hair stepped out from the deep mountains, covering 1,000 feet in a single step, surrounded by surging heat waves, his entire being like a furnace. The Mountain Movers sect's ancestor, the 5th-generation sect leader, Shi Xian. He was also the only core formation cultivator in the sect. With a wave of Shi Xian's hand, the guilty words immediately dissipated. At this moment, the current sect leader Shi Lin, core elders Shi Longzi, Shi Fengzi, and others appeared one after another, staring at the intruders with extremely grave expressions. "The sect is sealed. We can't call for help or retreat. We can only fight," Shi Lin said solemnly. Everyone's expressions changed. The enemy had set up such a grand scheme. Today, it was destined to be a battle to the death? Then let's fight? Just these bandits think they can destroy our Mountain Movers sect? What a joke. Shi Xian took the initiative to move forward, his withered body rapidly expanding, flesh growing, bones crackling, his hunched body straightening and rising, white hair turning black, his emaciated form regaining its luster. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from an old man into a robust middle-aged man. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Su Qingfeng scanned the crowd and coldly shouted, thinking of escaping before the battle, seeking help. Truly a bunch of cowards. You knelt before the Qin army back then, and today, you can kneel before us. As he finished speaking, the word kneel appeared above everyone's heads. At this moment, everyone in the Mountain Movers sect felt their bones soften, involuntarily wanting to surrender, to kneel, and beg for mercy. Silence. Shi Xian went completely berserk, roaring in anger, his voice spreading out, shattering all the kneel words. He clearly understood Su Qingfeng's verbal attacks, extremely insidious, capable of damaging one's Dao heart. The best way to counter it was to silence him through force. Shi Xian's body expanded, rapidly growing into a stone giant, charging at Su Qingfeng with earth-shaking momentum, waves of energy surging. "Everyone, attack!" Zhang Tai, who had broken through the formation, shouted, his arm swelling, sweeping out like a giant, the fierce energy instantly hitting two elders, their bodies exploding into pulp. The others also charged into the sect, unleashing their magical treasures and skills, attacking the Mountain Movers sect members. Fight! Defend the sect! Kill these rebels! The elders and disciples of the Mountain Movers sect also rushed out, clashing with the invaders. Sect leader Shi Lin sat in the square, activating the sect's protective array. A phantom stone figure emerged from the ground, the third-tier array spirit, the stone deist, guarding the sect for generations. Without a word, Zhang Tai's body swelled to match the stone deist's size, punching out like a warrior, causing a massive wave of energy. The stone deist also punched, the two engaging in pure physical combat, creating earth-shattering booms. Sin, Namo Amitabha. The demon monk Ku Xian closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged, holding a string of Buddhist beads, chanting the rebirth mantra, transcending the souls of the dead, and also the living. "What's your name?" "Yanlei, Dai." The silver-haired girl, calm as water, asked each person's name before instantly erasing them. "All troops, form up, charge." Xiangfei led a 5-man team, charging into the enemy ranks. This team, all at the foundation establishment stage, wielded shields and spears, forming a battle formation, flawless in both offense and defense. There was also a young man with purple hair, not fighting but specializing in stealing storage bags and magical treasures. Many elders' treasures were snatched away before they could even use them. This group, composed of the Astrology Bureau, Orthodox Army, evil cultivators, witches, and bandits, stormed a major sect, like a spark igniting the first flame. Inside the Mountain Movers sect, in the artifact refining room. Outside, the battle raged, but inside the refining room, it was quiet. The formation here isolated all disturbances. Su-hei looked at the jade disc, seeing 4 large red dots, his heart heavy. 4 core formation stage. Su-hei had severely underestimated the danger of this mission. However, he had plenty of small teleportation talismans. If push came to shove, he could ensure his survival. Moreover, these 4 core formation stage individuals weren't all from the same faction. Su-hei noticed that 3 of the red dots came from outside, meaning among the attackers, there were 3 core formation stage cultivators. Quite a grand scheme. The Mountain Movers sect had only 1 nascent soul ancestor, plus the Mountain Protection Array, making 2 at most. Who knew how long they could hold out? Need to speed up. Su-hei glanced at the reactor. At this moment, most of the 3 legs of the alchemy furnace had melted, with some edges turning to liquid, but the main structure remained intact. At this rate, it would take 2 or 3 days to completely melt, and Su-hei couldn't afford to wait. Immediately, he summoned the moon-supporting pagoda and tossed it into the reactor. Merge. Su-hei activated the gravity technique, causing the black liquid on the ground to rise and attach to the moon-supporting pagoda, quickly integrating with it. Under Su-hei's control, the damaged pagoda began to repair itself at a slow pace. The pagoda's core functions were intact, requiring no re-refinement, only structural repairs. This simple task was within Su-hei's capability. As for how much it could be repaired, that was up to fate. Su-hei couldn't wait, so he had to use this clumsy method for now. Su-hei kept an eye on the monitoring jade disc, where red dots were rapidly disappearing, indicating the death of Mountain Movers sect members. The invaders numbered only 50, but each was an elite. The weakest among them had reached the great perfection of the chi refining stage, with more than half at the foundation establishment stage. The Mountain Movers sect had more than 10 times their numbers, yet they were like clay chickens and pottery dogs, unable to withstand the assault. Ordinary disciples fell like ants, dying in droves, and even elders could only hold on for a short time, their strength not on the same level, unable to match even those of the same realm. Xiaozhou seemed to realize something, pacing back and forth in front, restless. At this moment, a large red dot on the jade disc entered the mountain's interior, rushing towards them. A core formation stage cultivator is coming. Su-hei's gaze turned serious. He released the Liying puppet and took out the soul-absorbing flag, ready to act at any moment. At the Mountain Movers Sex Plaza, blades and swords clashed, shouts of battle shook the heavens, bodies fell one after another, flying swords shattered, and blood flowed like rivers, resembling a hell on earth. Ordinary disciples faced a one-sided massacre, and the high-ranking elders were retreating step by step. The strongest, Patriarch Shi Xian, was being beaten by Su Qingfeng, spitting blood, barely holding on. Even the third-tier formation spirit was being suppressed by Demon Man Zhang Tai, each punch making it more illusory. These bandits were all top talents of the same realm, each one a chosen. The purple-haired youth, who specialized in stealing magical treasures, wore a cold smile as he rushed towards the mountain cave, snatching several elders' storage bags along the way. Keep up, don't let him loot the treasury alone, we want a share too. Xiang Fei cursed. The group exchanged glances, and several foundation establishment cultivators immediately followed. Little Silver, you keep an eye on him too, Su Qingfeng urged. The silver-haired girl frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly followed into the mountain. Inside the mountain was the inner sect of the Mountain Movers sect, with countless cave dwellings. Every time the purple-haired youth passed a cave dwelling, he rushed in and looted it clean. Young friend, I'm only after wealth, not lives, so don't act rashly. Inside a cave dwelling, the purple-haired youth waved his hand, taking everything, even stripping the disciple of his clothes, leaving nothing behind. He looted all the way, nothing valuable escaped his eyes, even scraping a layer off the metal floor. The followers behind him were all dumbfounded. The purple-haired youth acted with extreme caution, avoiding any place that might have traps or dangers, only targeting easy cave dwellings. When encountering members of the Mountain Movers sect, even if they were weaker than him, he never attacked, as if he truly was only after wealth. Before long, he reached the most central area, the entrance to the artifact refining room. This is the Mountain Movers sect's artifact refining room. It's said to contain relics left by the mountain-moving patriarch, sure to be worth a lot. The purple-haired youth's eyes gleamed with excitement. He looked around and immediately headed for the stone door. Suddenly, a palm imprint silently struck from behind, emerging from the mountain wall. Bang! The force penetrated, hitting his back hard, yet it felt like hitting cotton. The purple-haired youth let out a cry and was sent flying, landing beside the passage. Behind him, an elder in a yellow robe emerged from the mountain wall, his gaze cold, his aura like waves. It was the gatekeeper patriarch, Elder Hai. Core formation stage? Who are you? Elder Hai's expression was heavy. This person appeared to be at the late foundation establishment stage, but that palm strike clearly contained true essence. This could only mean the person was hiding his cultivation? The purple-haired youth cupped his hands. I am Li Fei. Li Fei. Elder Hai frowned, having never heard of such a person. Han Ti, keep this person occupied, I'll enter the artifact refining room. The silver-haired girl appeared in the distance, her voice calm, followed by a group of foundation establishment cultivators. Han Ti scratched his head, spreading his hands. Boss, this person is a false core cultivator, not within my job scope unless, you pay more. You've taken so many storage bags, isn't that enough? The silver-haired girl frowned. Han Ti became anxious. Those have to be shared. I can only keep 30% for myself. Look, the contract is right here. You think I cheat? Han Ti took out a contract, clearly stating, Han Ti assists in dealing with Foundation establishment cultivators, entitled to 30% of personal gains as compensation. Note, medical expenses are self-funded in case of injury. At the end was Su Qingfeng's enforcement seal and Han Ti's signature. As a bounty hunter, I have a sense of contract spirit. 30% means 30%, I won't covet your things. Han Ti was indignant, feeling insulted, with a group sent to supervise him. Elder Hai, hearing their conversation, his eyes flashed. You're Han Ti? The Han Ti who does anything for money. At this moment, Han Ti stopped pretending, tearing off the human skin mask on his face, revealing his unruly middle-aged appearance, with messy purple hair and weapons all over his body. What do you mean by that? Trying to buy me off? I have a sense of contract spirit. Elder Hai was taken aback, then said in a deep voice, how much? Well, Han Ti rubbed his chin, pondering, when suddenly, a large palm imprint emerged from the stone wall behind him, pressing down on his back. This palm was different from before, with a blue lightning glow in the center, carrying a trace of true essence. You old fox, playing tricks. Han Ti was furious, summoning a shield to block behind him. The palm imprint struck, shattering the shield with a loud bang, the remaining force hitting his back like a thunderclap. Boom. Han Ti fell forward, crashing into the stone wall ahead. His back was charred, but a silver inner armor blocked the blow. Han Ti's face was ashen, looking at the shattered shield and charred inner armor, his heart ached as if bleeding. Damn it! I'm not taking money anymore, this is personal now, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Han Ti cursed, drawing all sorts of weapons from his body, charging at Elder Hai with unstoppable force. Elder Hai remained unfazed, his skin rapidly petrifying, his false core continuously releasing true essence, summoning countless sharp stone spikes to attack. The distant crowd was speechless. The silver-haired girl showed no expression, calmly walking to the stone door, her jade finger pointing in the air, causing ripples in the void, releasing mysterious seals. With a click, the stone door opened. Everyone's eyes were fixed on it. Whoosh! As the stone door opened, a large phantom burst out from the gap, opening its bloody maw to bite the silver-haired girl. It was a Jiao-python spirit. At the same time, venom shot out, covering all possible escape routes. This was Su Hei's prepared killing blow. Anyone opening the door would face a thunderous assault. Even a core formation stage cultivator would fall victim to such a sudden chain attack. The silver-haired girl remained expressionless, her figure suddenly becoming ethereal, like an afterimage, the Jiao-python spirit passing through her, missing its target. All the venom fell on the ground, sizzling. Su Hei, controlling Li Yang, frowned. This technique was something he'd never seen before, resembling the afterimage left by the ever-changing fish and dragon. The girl's afterimage stared at him, suddenly asking, "What's your name? What is your name?" She had short silver hair, pale skin, cold eyes, and a petite frame, resembling an emotionless puppet. Occasionally, her brow would furrow, but otherwise, her face showed no expression. Su Hei immediately realized that this wasn't an afterimage left by extreme speed, but a living person. For some unknown reason, she had become a phantom, unable to be attacked. Even his divine sense couldn't detect her, as if she were just a mass of air. Su Hei ignored her, shaking the soul-absorbing flag, summoning 13 serpent spirits to attack the other Foundation establishment cultivators outside. The girl's phantom raised her hand and gently clenched it toward the serpent spirits. Instantly, an invisible force of confinement appeared in the space, immobilizing all the serpent spirits. At the moment she clenched her hand, her body briefly materialized. Whoosh! Xiao Zhou suddenly emerged from the ground, delivering a powerful punch to her face. The serpent patterns on Xiao Chu's arm lit up, his strength increasing several times over, causing the air to explode with a loud bang. This punch could shatter gold and split stone. Boom! With a dull thud, the silver-haired girl's face took a heavy punch, sending her flying sideways. A rare look of shock appeared on her usually impassive face as she crashed into the stone wall, a few drops of blood falling to the ground. The bandit accomplices in the distance were all dumbfounded. It was the first time they had seen the silver-haired witch get hit by a punch. It was unprecedented. She had fought countless battles before and had never been injured. Well done. Su Hei praised, noting that Xiao Zhou, having experienced life and death battles, was indeed different, seizing the opportunity perfectly. Even he hadn't realized that the opponent would briefly materialize when casting a spell, but Xiao Zhou had keenly caught it and even prepared for a sneak attack in advance. Senior, focus on artifact refining. Leave this to me, Xiao Zhou said in a deep voice. Su Hei pondered for a moment, placed the serpent spirits at the stone gate, and issued a guarding command, then concentrated fully on artifact refining. Now, the artifact refining had reached the critical final stage, and he didn't want to be distracted by fighting, lest all his efforts be in vain. In fact, the form of the moon-supporting pagoda was not complete. The ancient pill furnace had only melted some edges, with much room for improvement. But the enemy had already come knocking, and Su Hei could only forcibly wrap up, interrupting the artifact refining. This was the most prudent course of action. Roar! Suddenly, Su Hei seemed to hear a sound, startling him, and he looked straight at the reactor. Beneath the earth, a faint, indescribable aura emerged, entering the reactor. This aura was undetectable by anyone. Xiao Zhou at the door was completely unaware. But in Su Hei's eyes, it was faintly visible, swirling in the air like a dragon. Dragon Qi. Su Hei's heart trembled. In legend, Dragon Qi symbolizes the fortune of a place, a sign of great destiny. Such an ethereal thing is invisible to humans, but Su Hei, who practiced the 9 transformations of the true dragon, could vaguely capture a trace of it. Some experts in feng shui and divination could also vaguely discern the presence of Dragon Qi. Could it be that beneath the spiritual vein of the Mountain Movers sect, there was a wisp of Dragon Qi hidden? When did the Mountain Movers sect harbor such great fortune? Su Hei was quite surprised. His understanding of Dragon Qi was limited, confined to folklore and a few jade slip records, without knowing its specific effects. At this moment, the Dragon Qi emitted a low roar, suddenly soaring into the sky, and entered the moon-supporting pagoda. This sudden change left Su Hei momentarily stunned, and then the moon-supporting pagoda began to tremble violently, emitting cracking sounds, its surface instantly covered with cracks. Damn it! Su Hei's face changed dramatically, hurriedly focusing to suppress it, but the cracks on the moon-supporting pagoda multiplied, undergoing an earth-shattering transformation, seemingly about to be destroyed. Damn it! Why did this change occur? Su Hei's expression was grim. Inside the reactor, the dazzling blue light grew more brilliant, the pill furnace melting faster, the liquid automatically flying into the moon-supporting pagoda, repairing the gaps, and altering the overall shape. Su Hei was dumbfounded. He didn't know what had happened, but the moon-supporting pagoda seemed to have slipped out of his control. However, Su Hei's mind remained connected to it, and he could clearly sense that the tower was undergoing an astonishing transformation, with the wisp of Dragon Qi merging into it. After a short while, the silver-haired girl emerged from the stone wall, returning to the stone gate, her face showing no emotion. Xiao Chu's body swelled, transforming into a red lava giant, his skin covered in serpent patterns, blocking the doorway with a stance that suggested he could hold off 1,000 enemies, staring intently at the indifferent girl. She calmly said, "State your. I'm your father." Xiao Zhou cursed, simultaneously throwing a punch. The silver-haired girl's eyes were cold, and with a flick of her finger, Xiao Zhou suddenly felt an indescribable tearing force descend upon him. This power was irresistible, surpassing the limits of defense. An extreme pain instantly spread throughout his body, and Xiao Zhou realized that death was near. Stop. Suddenly, a communication jade slip flew out from the silver-haired girl's sleeve. A figure floated out from the surface of the jade slip, identical to the one from Li Yang's jade slip, urgently shouting, "Crack, crack, crack." At this moment, all the defensive magical treasures on Xiao Zhou shattered, whether it was the thick earth armor or the earth shield, splitting from the middle simultaneously, providing no defense at all. A crack appeared out of thin air on his chest, only 3 inches long, the break very smooth, as if it was the space itself that had split, not his flesh. Xiao Zhou retreated in time, breaking out in a cold sweat. The silver-haired girl stopped her actions just in time, not continuing. "Why?" she asked, puzzled, looking at the figure. "He is." The figure whispered, saying something unknown. The silver-haired girl nodded, said nothing, and turned to leave. Xiao Chu's face was pale, his heart filled with lingering fear, having just brushed past death's door. What kind of spell could ignore all defenses and attacks with such tearing and phasing? n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Xiao Zhou had thought he could at least hold his own, but he was defeated in one move, unable to retaliate, leaving him with a strong sense of frustration. The woman seemed to be only at the early foundation establishment stage, so why was she so strange? The silver-haired witch, with a bounty of 80,000 spirit stones, comparable to the core formation stage, was not without reason. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the entire mountain began to shake, growing more intense, as if the sky were about to collapse. In the distance, Han Ti and Elder Hai, who were entangled in battle, also stopped, staring at the sky. The ceiling above was covered with countless cracks, spreading across all areas, as if the entire mountain was about to be overturned. The mountain protection array is about to collapse. Elder Hai's face was filled with despair. When the mountain was no longer stable, it meant the destruction of the mountain protection array. With the array gone, any casual exchange would bring catastrophic disaster to the mountain. A core formation stage cultivator could move mountains with a mere gesture. In fact, that was exactly the case. On the plaza outside, the third-tier array spirit had weakened to the extreme, almost completely transparent. As Zhang Tishao wielded a giant hammer, smashing it heavily on the array spirit's head, the array spirit, which had protected the sect for hundreds of years, finally let out a mournful cry, its body shattering and dissolving into nothingness, returning to the depths of the earth. With the array spirit's dissolution, the Mountain Movers sect's mountain protection array completely collapsed, and the sect master spat blood and fell to the ground. The 5th-generation sect master, Patriarch Shi Xian, was also at the end of his strength, on the brink of demise. Back in the day, when the mountain-moving patriarch was still around, your glory was unmatched. If he were here, you wouldn't have become the Qin army's lackeys. Su Qingfeng stood high in the sky, his voice booming and echoing throughout the entire sect. You have exhausted the fortune left by the mountain-moving patriarch. Mountain Movers sect is doomed. As his words fell, a character for doom appeared above the heads of the remaining core elders. Even Patriarch Shi Xian had the character for doom above his head, and this time, it could not be erased. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. A cloud of deathly aura appeared at their brows, signaling that their fate was sealed and irreversible. Move mountains, fill seas. Zhang Tai gathered his strength, embraced the mountain, and lifted its cover, revealing the environment inside. Inside the mountain, there was a hidden world, with countless cave dwellings exposed. Inside, numerous terrified disciples huddled in corners, trembling in fear. Like ants hiding in their burrows, their refuge was laid bare, leaving them nowhere to escape. The mountain cover that had been lifted was thrown into the sky by Zhang Tai, shattering into countless fragments and raining down as a shower of stones. Such a display of moving mountains and filling seas left everyone in shock. This was the power of the core formation stage. Now, only one place remained unexposed: the artifact refining room. This place was connected to a spiritual vein, a unique location. Even without the mountain protection array, it still had an independent formation inside. Xiao Zhou stood before the stone door, gazing at the already transparent ceiling, looking up at the star-filled night sky. At this moment, Patriarch Shi Xian was covered in blood, with the last thread of life about to fade away. His master, Shi Longzi, Grand Elder Shi Fengzi, sect leader Shi Lin, and those who were once his uncles, were all gravely injured and on the brink of death, surrounded by a deathly aura. The Mountain Movers sect's fortune had run out, and the life of this sect had come to an end. Do they regret it? No one regrets it. If they hadn't joined the Qin army back then, they would have died even sooner. In this world, there's no such thing as right or wrong, only eternal strength. Little ants, get out of here. Zhang Tai grabbed through the air, activating the gravity technique, and all the hiding disciples of the Mountain Movers sect were caught by an invisible hand, lifted like little chicks, and thrown outside the sect's plaza. They had no power to resist. The gap was too vast. Only one person remained, his legs seemingly welded to the ground, his body bleeding, teeth clenched, refusing to be pulled out. That person was Xiao Zhou. I have failed my ancestors, failed my sect. Shi Lin cried out in anguish to the sky, charging at Zhang Tai, his body exploding into countless fragments. The current sect leader of the Mountain Movers sect had fallen. Zhang Tai stepped back a few paces, swatting the fragments away like flies, without a scratch on him. Only then did he turn his gaze to the one disciple who hadn't been lifted. Xiao Zhou stood upright, his eyes bloodshot, staring back at him. This piqued Zhang Tai's interest. There was still such a disciple in the Mountain Movers sect. Shi Longzi glanced back at the mountain's interior, his face changing drastically, shouting angrily, Xiao Zhou, didn't I expel you from the sect? How dare you return? His words seemed to reprimand Xiao Zhou, but in truth, he was conveying a message to everyone. Xiao Zhou was no longer a disciple of the Mountain Movers sect and should not be implicated. Xiao Zhou? Sounds familiar. Su Qingfeng smiled faintly upon hearing this and said, Shi Longzi, rest assured, we won't kill him. He's a hero who slew 5 Qin Army Foundation establishment cultivators. Why would we trouble him? These words caused everyone's expressions to change. Zhang Tai rubbed his stubbly chin, his eyes flashing, muttering to himself, I see, no wonder he stands so straight. Not bad. Zhang Tai rarely gave such praise. This allowed Shi Longzi to breathe a sigh of relief. Su Qingfeng got straight to the point, Xiao Zhou, I'll give you a chance to join us. I know we share the same aspirations. I refuse. Before anyone could express surprise, Xiao Zhou gave an even more shocking reply. Everyone was stunned, including Su Qingfeng. You destroy my sect and then ask me to join you? Do you think I'm such a heartless person? Xiao Zhou said coldly. Silence. Shi Longzi's face turned ashen, angrily rebuking, the Mountain Movers sect is no longer your sect. Our life or death is none of your concern. Don't make a mistake. Master. Don't call me master. I expelled you from the sect. Shi Longzi glared at him, but due to his agitation, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The deathly aura at his brow spread instantly, his body withered, almost turning into a mummy. Xiao Zhou stood frozen, unmoving. Shi Longzi took a few deep breaths and said no more. He sat cross-legged on the ground, all his vitality dissipating, sinking into the earth. The deathly aura at his brow spread throughout his body, and his life came to an end. Shi Long opened his eyes, looking at Xiao Zhou, and that kind smile from years ago reappeared. 5 years ago, at the Xiao family's pharmacy, a kind old man looked at Xiao Zhou and spoke words that changed his life. Young one, you have good potential. Would you like to become my disciple? 5 years later, on the Mountain Movers sect's plaza, the kind old man sat cross-legged on the ground, still wearing that smile from years ago. Young one, you've grown up. Congratulations on completing your training. After saying these words, the old man closed his eyes forever, his body gradually turning to stone, becoming a statue, his soul returning to the earth. Born of the mountains, died in the mountains. He cultivated relying on the mountains all his life, and now, he became part of the mountains. All sounds fell silent. Xiao Zhou said nothing, only knelt on the ground, and kowtowed 3 times heavily to Shi Longzi's statue. The mighty Qin army did not make him bow. The enemies before him did not make him yield. Xiao Zhou bowed to neither heaven nor earth, only to his parents and his revered master. His head struck the ground, and 2 streams of hot tears silently slid down from the corners of his eyes. Inside the artifact refining room, Su Hei's divine sense witnessed all of this, and a realization rose within him, indescribable, a new understanding. What is integrity? People have unyielding integrity, bending but not breaking, preferring death to submission. Without integrity, one loses all fortune and heads towards inevitable decline. Even Dragon Chi cannot hold it back. Su Hei, who rose from adversity, understood the meaning of integrity, but he had no master, nor parents to nurture him, so he did not comprehend the weight of gratitude. Bow to neither heaven nor earth, only to the revered master. What I witnessed and understood today is worth 10 years of cultivation. Su Hei closed his eyes. In an instant, the second dragon bone at his tail was rapidly transforming, faster than ever before. A dark golden hue emanated from it, 1 bone, 2 bones. In just a brief moment, 3 dragon bones appeared at Su Hei's tail. At the same time, Su Hei's cultivation rapidly ascended, his entire body's meridians automatically absorbing spiritual chi, drawing it in from the underground spiritual vein. The spirit platform within the demon god cauldron was rapidly expanding. Roar! From the moon-supporting pagoda before him, a loud dragon's roar echoed. The dragon chi seemed to sense Su Hei's transformation, and the entire moon-supporting pagoda began to change along with it. Boom! An ocean of spiritual chi was drawn from the spiritual vein and injected into the pagoda. The sheer volume was so immense that even half of the spiritual vein began to wither. The pill furnace melted faster, its 3 legs completely gone, and the lid disappeared. The shape of the moon-supporting pagoda gradually transformed into that of a dragon, resembling a coiling flood dragon ascending to the sky, gazing at the stars, and staring into the heavens. At this moment, it was no longer the moon-supporting pagoda but had become a flood dragon pagoda. Su Hei's cultivation surged rapidly, climbing to 60% of the early stage before gradually slowing down, edging closer to the mid-stage. I finally understand why that true dragon senior said my path would be 100 times more difficult than others. Su Hei recalled the events of the Mountain Movers sect and couldn't help but sigh. If they had dared to stand firm, they would have perished under the iron hooves of the Qin army long ago. But without the courage to stand firm, they couldn't preserve the dragon chi within the spiritual vein. If one day Su Hei faced a situation where he would surely die unless he bowed his head, what should he do? The path of transforming into a dragon is by no means a simple one. It's like the rare sword cultivators among humans, who must either bow their heads and die or refuse and never become sword cultivators. It's the same principle. This is destined to be a path of 9 deaths and 1 life. Outside, in the Sex Plaza, the elders and disciples of the Mountain Movers sect were reaching the end of their lives one after another. Some sat in place and turned into stone statues, while others fled desperately, but the outcome was the same. Sin, sin. The demon monk Ku Xian clasped his hands together, reciting a chant for the deceased, scattering paper money to send off the souls. For each person who died, he performed a ritual, treating everyone equally regardless of their cultivation level. The only core formation stage patriarch eventually gave up resisting, choosing to sit and pass away, his soul returning to the mountains, ending his life. Xiaozhou, go with them. This is your master's last wish, and also the last wish of the Mountain Movers sect. Shi Xian looked at Xiaozhou and spoke softly, as long as you remember that you were once a disciple of the Mountain Movers sect, that's enough. Everyone, give up resisting. Let us return our lives to this mountain. Shi Xian's voice rang out clearly as his body turned to stone, becoming a statue that merged into the mountain. The remaining elders also sat down, offering their physical bodies and souls to the mountain. Xiaozhou, there's no need to hate anyone. We died as early as last year. Elder Hai, who guarded the artifact refining room, looked at him calmly and said, live well. Shi Long's spirit in heaven will also find peace. He sat cross-legged at the entrance of the artifact refining room, his body turning to stone, his soul returning to the earth. Just like the past 200 years of guarding, his soul remained here forever. From this moment on, the Mountain Movers sect was completely annihilated. Xiaozhou unclenched his fists and bowed deeply to the mountain before him. Now, he was the only survivor. Su Qingfang sighed and said, I won't force you. If you don't want to join, I can decide to let you go, boss, but... Zhang Tai wanted to say something, but Su Qingfang waved his hand. My mind is made up. They had set up a massive formation to prevent anyone from escaping and leaking information. Their intelligence and individual abilities were invaluable, but Su Qingfang still took the risk and let Xiaozhou go. Su Qingfang left a token on the ground and said, once you've thought it over, you can use this token to contact me. I'll send someone to pick you up. If you don't want to, just destroy the token. With that, he no longer paid attention to Xiaozhou and headed towards the only remaining artifact refining room. The others also gathered around. Su Qingfang was indifferent to the Mountain Movers' sex assets, but he was particularly interested in the artifact refining room. To be precise, it was the spiritual vein beneath the artifact refining room and the trace of dragon chi hidden within it. This was their ultimate goal. The alliance wanted to grow and prosper, and the fortune brought by dragon chi was indispensable. They had previously captured a dragon chi and suppressed it beneath their headquarters, which made them invincible. The more dragon chi, the better. Xiaozhou was about to intervene, but Zhang Tai grabbed him from a distance and flung him away. Did you really think I couldn't handle you? Zhang Tai's eyes were filled with mockery. The gap in cultivation was too great, not something personal will could overcome. Su Qingfang stood in front of the stone door, observing for a while before his brow furrowed slightly. He vaguely noticed that the underground spiritual vein was depleting at an alarming rate, and the concentration of spiritual chi here was about a third of what it should be. Break it for me. Zhang Tai charged forward, and cracks spread across the walls of the artifact refining room, the formation shaking violently. Something's wrong. Su Qingfeng's expression darkened. This was the formation left by the mountain-moving patriarch 200 years ago, and it shouldn't be so easily broken. How could it be so simple today? Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the earth emitted a deafening roar, shaking violently, as indescribable waves of terror surged from the artifact refining room. The next moment, roar. A resounding dragon roar echoed through the heavens, shaking the universe. This is Dragon Chi. Su Qingfeng's face lit up with joy. Open. He no longer hesitated, shouting loudly. Zhang Tai also used all his strength, crashing into the stone wall. With the combined efforts of the two core formation stage cultivators, the defenses of the artifact refining room were completely breached, the formation collapsed, and all the walls turned to dust. In fact, the formation left by the Mountain Movers Sex Patriarch was not so easily broken. However, the half-spiritual vein maintaining the formation had been drained, unable to keep the formation at its peak. Inside the artifact refining room, the evolution of the pagoda reached its final stage, and the dragon chi completely fused. Even Suhei, without hesitation, dove into the pagoda. Bang! The artifact refining room shattered, and a blinding golden light illuminated the world. Then, the golden light rapidly dimmed, gradually turning into black light, and beneath that black light stood a pagoda 3 meters tall. This pagoda resembled the legendary flood dragon, its dragon head pointing upward, piercing the heavens, its entire body as black as ink, with layers of black gold dragon scales on its surface, extremely eerie. Where's the dragon chi? Nov. L. B /JNN. Su Qingfeng took out a compass, searched around, and locked his gaze on the strange black dragon pagoda before him. Everyone could see that this pagoda was extraordinary. Fellow deist, could you show yourself? We mean no harm. Su Qingfeng clasped his hands and said, knowing that someone was hiding in the artifact refining room and vaguely guessing their identity. His goal was only the dragon chi and the spiritual vein. Whoosh! The black dragon pagoda suddenly rose from the ground, a terrifying gust of wind blowing everyone away. Even Su Qingfeng and Zhang Tai were forced back 10 meters, their faces filled with shock. What kind of magical treasure is this? Su Qingfeng's mind was shaken. He raised his hand and shouted, fellow deist, we can discuss matters. Why remain silent? Stop. A giant stop character appeared above the black dragon pagoda. But as soon as the stop character appeared, it was shattered by an indescribable force, and that force rushed straight at Su Qingfeng. Poof. Su Qingfeng's expression changed as he took a heavy blow to the chest, spitting blood and flying backward. What? Everyone was taken aback. Zhang Tai immediately stood up, his body swelling into a giant iron-skinned figure 30 meters tall. The iron hammer in his hand also expanded rapidly, resembling a small mountain. He swung the massive hammer towards the black dragon pagoda. Boom! A deafening sound echoed through the heavens and earth. The moment his hammer touched the black dragon pagoda, an immense force seeped out from within the tower, striking the hammer. Watch out! Su Qingfeng shouted. Zhang Tai's hand exploded instantly, shattering into pieces. The giant hammer showed cracks and flew back, crashing into the mountain with a thunderous noise, causing many to be injured, bleeding from their heads. How is this possible? What kind of magical treasure is this? Everyone was in disbelief. That was a third-tier spiritual treasure, the star-shattering hammer, a treasure Zhang Tai had refined for a lifetime, nearly reaching mid-tier 3rd grade, yet it was so easily repelled? So powerful. Xiao Zhou was stunned. Everyone was breathing heavily. This was undoubtedly a supreme treasure, ranking among the top in the entire Qin kingdom. Zhang Tai waved his hand, and the star-shattering hammer returned to him. Looking at the cracks, his heart ached as if bleeding, but his face grew darker. At this moment, the black dragon pagoda whirled and charged towards the crowd. Retreat quickly! Su Qingfeng shouted. A retreat character appeared above everyone's heads, and they uncontrollably flew back, avoiding the direct attack, though many were still crushed by the edge of the aura, spitting blood, and severely injured. Su Qingfeng's face was ashen. He took out an ancient scroll, unfurled it, and it emitted a terrifying wave, but his expression suddenly froze, and he put the scroll away. Boom! The black dragon pagoda soared into the sky, colliding with the firmament, blocked by an invisible light screen, causing ripples. The silver-haired witch flew into the air, gazed at the black dragon pagoda, and raised her slender jade finger to point down. The space around the black dragon pagoda began to warp. Forget it. Su Qingfeng raised his hand, pressing down the silver-haired witch's arm, and the spatial distortion disappeared. The silver-haired witch looked at him in confusion. Withdraw the formation and let it leave, Su Qingfeng said solemnly. Everyone was stunned. Why? The dragon chi is clearly inside the tower, and it has harmed so many of us. Zhang Tai was unwilling. They had fought their way into the Mountain Movers sect, risking so much and sacrificing so many brothers, only to retreat now? The silver-haired witch calmly said, I can. No, you can't. Su Qingfeng shook his head and explained, this is the leader's decision. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. The leader was the mastermind behind the scenes, and every action they took was under the leader's guidance, helping them avoid crisis after crisis. This attack on the Mountain Movers sect was also arranged by the leader. The leader's weight in their hearts was unmatched, and they obeyed unconditionally. Since it's the leader's decision, I, Zhang Tai, have no objections. Zhang Tai sighed, his giant body quickly shrinking back to normal size. Everyone simultaneously formed hand seals, and the formation barrier trapping the area dissipated immediately. The Black Dragon Pagoda ascended into the sky, flying towards the horizon at an incredible speed, transforming into a black streak of light, disappearing into the night. Xiaozhou also used the Earth Escape technique to leave the area. Everyone immediately began healing. Su Qingfeng landed on the ground, probing deep into the Earth's veins, discovering that the half-spiritual vein had indeed withered. It seems we've made wedding clothes for others, losing the two biggest gains, Su Qingfeng said bitterly. Damn it, who on earth is inside that tower? Zhang Tai was still indignant. He absolutely obeyed the leader's orders, just didn't understand. Perhaps, it's not a person, Su Qingfeng said. Not a person. Everyone looked over, full of doubt. I'm just guessing, ask the leader for specifics, Su Qingfeng said helplessly. Amitba, the leader's judgment has never been wrong, we just follow, Ku Xian chanted with hands clasped. After all, they didn't leave empty-handed, the mountain movers' sect's accumulated wealth over countless years was no small amount. Xiang Fei smiled and said, no matter what, we gained a lot this time, after all, it's a major section huh, where's Han Ti? Xiang Fei looked around but couldn't see Han Ti. Could it be, he ran off when the formation opened? Zhang Tai's eyes widened. While they were fighting, Han Ti was busy collecting magical treasures, stealing storage bags, and looting various treasure vaults, and then just slipped away. Most of the mountain movers' sect's treasures were with him. Su Qingfeng said nothing, just squeezed a corpse on the ground hard. Ouch! The corpse suddenly screamed and was lifted up. From the voice, it was Han Ti. Han Ti shrank his neck, looked around, and quickly defended himself against the unfriendly gazes. Hey, I didn't run away, I have professional ethics, I said I'd only take 30%, and that's all I took. As he spoke, he took out his previous gains and placed them on the ground. For such a shameless person, Zhang Tai was so angry he wanted to punch his face. Su Qingfeng remained expressionless, just took out the contract, pointed a finger, and a dignified light enveloped Han Ti. Su Qingfeng said loudly, by the vow of the Dao heart, take out 70%. Han Ti's face stiffened but he was very straightforward, taking out 70% of his previous gains, filling the ground with storage bags. The contract's light disappeared, confirming the 70% was correct. I need to explain, I was just playing dead earlier to avoid being discovered by that monster, I didn't run away with the money. Han Ti added. Monster. Zhang Tai was puzzled. At this point, Han Ti stopped talking, coughed twice, and put on a mysterious air. Damn, this money grubber? Obsessed with money. Zhang Tai cursed, throwing 1,000 spirit stones over. Han Ti took the spirit stones and naturally put them into his storage bag. Actually, your leader's decision was very wise. If you had intercepted it, your fate might have been the same as Xian Yang's, Han Ti said meaningfully. Su Qingfeng was startled and asked, why do you say that? Han Ti said nothing, just patted his storage bag, causing everyone's faces to twitch. In the sky, the Black Dragon Pagoda was flying rapidly, as fast as a shooting star, faster than anyone Su He had ever seen. Damn it! I can't stop it at all, where is this tower going? Su He cursed inwardly. After entering the Black Dragon Pagoda, his body uncontrollably merged into it. The tower not only absorbed dragon chi, a spiritual vein, and half an ancient pill furnace, but seemed to want to absorb him too. JNN. It was as if he had become part of the magical treasure. At this moment, it wasn't him controlling the magical treasure, but the magical treasure controlling him. Su He had never heard of such a situation. The moon-supporting pagoda itself was a mid-tier third-tier spiritual treasure. The material of the ancient pill furnace was unknown, and it also contained dragon chi. The grade of the Black Dragon Pagoda had reached an astonishing level, even Su He didn't know the specifics. What was certain was that with Su He's weak cultivation, he couldn't possibly control it freely. The Black Dragon Pagoda was moving on its own. This direction seems to be Myriad Serpent Valley. Su He was stunned. But he didn't have the energy to think. The tower was indeed refined by him, connected to his mind, but he had to take the initiative to control it. Stop right there. Su He willed it. In that instant, the speed of the Black Dragon Pagoda gradually slowed down, but at the same time, Su He's true chi was disappearing at an alarming rate. This made Su He's face change drastically. He could indeed control the Black Dragon Pagoda, but the consumption was terrifying. Just a single thought could drain him dry. But if he stopped controlling it, the Black Dragon Pagoda would continue to accelerate, speeding towards the horizon. Su He tried to change direction, directing the Black Dragon Pagoda downward. It immediately dove and crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater. Boom rumble. It was as if an earth dragon was rolling underground, causing mountains to crumble and the earth to collapse, with tremors spreading for miles around. Fearing he might alert others, Su He had no choice but to let it ascend again. No, I need to find a way. I can't let a pagoda take the upper hand, Su He thought to himself. He had indeed crafted a great treasure. This pagoda, by a stroke of luck, absorbed dragon chi, devoured spiritual veins, and consumed alchemical furnaces, its power beyond imagination. But if he couldn't control it, what use was it? Black Dragon Pagoda, you're alive, aren't you? I'm your master, you must obey me. Stop immediately, Suhei shouted. However, the Black Dragon Pagoda gave no response. Suhei gritted his teeth and attempted to break free from the pagoda with his physical body, but the more he struggled, the more fiercely the pagoda absorbed. How dare you resist? Suhei's expression turned grim. With a thought, the demon god cauldron within him began to spin, unleashing an infinite devouring force. Boom! Vast amounts of spiritual chi were sucked into the demon god cauldron. This was spiritual chi from the spiritual veins, devoured by the Black Dragon Pagoda, now falling into Suhei's hands. During this process, Suhei indeed sensed a slight loosening, as if he could break free from the pagoda. The Black Dragon Pagoda also trembled slightly, but its speed did not decrease, continuing its rapid flight with even more violent force. Everything within a 10-mile radius was destroyed, all living creatures turned to ash, as if a flood dragon was raging. Let's see how long you can last. Suhei continuously activated the demon god cauldron to absorb the spiritual chi, testing whether the Black Dragon Pagoda was more formidable or the demon god cauldron superior. Outside Myriad Serpent Valley, the figure of a middle-aged scholar appeared 50 miles away, standing atop the clouds, his gaze penetrating the void, looking towards Myriad Serpent Valley. Inside Myriad Serpent Valley, every snake's form and every movement were easily captured by him, as if he were searching for something. If Suhei were here, he would surely recognize this middle-aged scholar. He was Xian Yangzi, who had disappeared for a year after fleeing. Xian Yangzi hadn't returned to the snake catcher's sect, nor had he seen anyone. He had secluded himself in his hidden cave dwelling, healing and crafting the strongest wooden puppet clone. After some investigation, he learned that the snake catcher's sect had no interest in avenging him and even seemed to resist provoking Myriad Serpent Valley. At this, Xian Yangzi was completely disappointed. His lineage, over 100 people wiped out, 5 direct disciples without a single survivor, was a lifelong pain etched into his bones? How could he not seek revenge? He didn't care if the other party was secretly nurtured by the Heavenly Puppet sect or had a powerful backing. He, Xian Yangzi, would stop at nothing, even if it meant betraying his sect, to annihilate the enemy? However, Xian Yangzi was not foolish. The mirror from last time had caused him great suffering. If he rushed in recklessly, he might fall into the same trap and be forced to retreat in the same manner. That thing, suspected to be an inner demon, left me severely injured for half a year, nearly costing me my life. Although it's unlikely you'll use it a second time, I must be cautious. Xian Yangzi's gaze was cold and sinister. Now, after a full year of preparation, he was 99% confident that he could completely eliminate the black snake once it appeared. He had been observing the area for half a month, yet he still hadn't found any trace of the black snake. He wasn't in a hurry, he had all the time in the world. As for being discovered early by the enemy, Xian Yangzi wasn't worried. His concealment techniques were such that even those at the core formation stage couldn't detect him. At this moment, he was like a cloud, difficult to notice even if someone passed by. Bone-corroding nails, 10,000 poison demon powder, death curse technique, plus the great annihilation talisman, thunder tribulation pearl. I could kill hundreds of core formation stage great demons. Let's see how you escape. Xian Yangzi was full of confidence. For this sure kill strike, he had prepared for a year, spent his entire life savings, and expended more than half of his cultivation, all to kill the enemy. If he didn't kill the enemy, he couldn't cultivate in peace. This is a perfect strike. Xian Yangzi's heart surged with excitement. Suddenly, a violent wave came roaring from behind, the wind howling, the clouds changing color, shaking the heavens. Xian Yangzi glanced back, his pupils dilating, his eyes nearly popping out. JNN. At the horizon, a small black dot grew larger and thicker, accompanied by the sound of thunder, crushing the sky as it passed. It was a horizontally flying pagoda, dragon-shaped, its surface covered in dark golden dragon scales. That was the Black Dragon Pagoda? Boom rumble rumble. The Black Dragon Pagoda, like a war chariot rolling across the sky, caused the void to tremble, the sun and moon to lose their light, its unmatched might like an ancient beast capable of destroying the heavens and earth, even causing the world to collapse. My God! Xian Yangzi's jaw dropped, his eyes filled with endless fear. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. But it was too slow, or rather, the Black Dragon Pagoda was too fast. From the moment it appeared as a small black dot to being right in front of him, it was just a single breath. Rumble rumble. The roaring sound echoed in his ears, the earth trembled, and Xian Yangzi had barely taken a few steps before the terrifying Black Dragon Pagoda crushed him. Poof. Xian Yangzi didn't even have time to grunt before his body exploded into a mist of blood. 1,000 miles away, in a hidden cave dwelling, the middle-aged scholar who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground suddenly opened his eyes, spitting out a mouthful of life essence blood. He stared blankly ahead, the scene of his clone's death flashing before his eyes, his expression horrified. What the hell was that thing? Xian Yangzi's eyes were filled with deep fear. The one who had just died was his wooden puppet clone, but unlike his previous clones, this one had been refined over half a year using life essence blood, at the cost of most of his cultivation, even causing his realm to regress. It was almost like his second life. Although it couldn't compare to his peak self, it had 70 to 80% of his full strength, plus he had prepared ample killing magical treasures. Killing a core formation stage opponent would have been more than enough. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't fathom how he was crushed by something unknown before he even began, disappearing just like that. He had concealed himself extremely well, and that mysterious thing probably didn't even know it had crushed someone. The more Xian Yangzi thought about it, the angrier he became. This was a year's worth of preparation, his life's work, gone in such a bizarre manner. Arg! Xian Yangzi screamed to the sky, his anger overwhelming him, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood, his aura now utterly depleted. In order to kill, he had only prepared things that would ensure mutual destruction, not anything to save his own life. As a result, he didn't have time to dodge and was hit head-on. He carefully recalled the shape of that thing, and suddenly his eyes widened. Right, the surface of that tower seemed to have some scales. Xian Yangzi thought of the Black Dragon Pagoda's surface, covered in black gold dragon scales, which were very similar to the scales of the snake he had seen. Could it be? The more Xian Yangzi thought about it, the faster his heart raced, his face twisted, and his emotions gradually spiraled out of control. I hate it. Xian Yangzi spat out a mouthful of blood towards the sky, his head tilted, and he fainted. Inside the Black Dragon Pagoda, Su He could feel that he was about to break free from the control of the Black Dragon Pagoda, and when that happened, it would be his time to counterattack. As the demon god cauldron refined, the Black Dragon Pagoda was gradually losing its power to resist, the initial violent shaking becoming more and more subtle. It seemed that the seemingly powerful magical treasure was still a notch below the demon god cauldron. Right, it seemed like I hit something just now. Su He's eyes flashed. He had been concentrating on activating the demon god cauldron and hadn't paid attention to anything else. It was only because the fluctuation of spiritual chi just now was strong that he noticed it. It seemed that whatever he hit had a high level of cultivation. Never mind, I'll go back later and see if I can pick up any remains. Without thinking much, Su He continued to counterattack with all his strength. Before long, the Black Dragon Pagoda arrived above the myriad Serpent Valley and stopped. It stopped. Su He was taken aback. A sudden suction force erupted from the demon god cauldron, finally breaking free from the slight control. Su He's body successfully detached from the Black Dragon Pagoda. Su He quickly retreated several meters, checked his body, and found no damage, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. After Su He detached, the appearance of the Black Dragon Pagoda rapidly changed. The scales on the surface disappeared, and the dragon shape gradually retracted, turning into an ordinary black pagoda about 10 meters high, with only faint traces of a dragon's shape remaining. Even the earth-shattering aura from before had mostly vanished. The power was still there, but it was definitely not as fierce and unmatched as before, where even a slight aftershock could kill someone. Su He was secretly shocked. Once he left the pagoda, the Black Dragon Pagoda changed its appearance, which meant he was also part of the magical treasure. The magical treasure was actually himself? Damn it. Upon learning the truth, Su He didn't know what to say. In the process of refining this magical treasure, he had accidentally refined himself into it. It must be said, demonic beasts indeed have unique creativity in the 6 arts of cultivation. Su He observed his surroundings for a moment and found that the Black Dragon Pagoda had stopped after reaching the myriad Serpent Valley. Was there something here attracting it? Su He immediately thought of the dragon chi hidden below the myriad Serpent Valley.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. He had previously sensed a faint trace of dragon chi, but the dragon chi in the myriad Serpent Valley was very stable, hidden very deep, and extremely difficult to detect. Unlike the Mountain Movers sect, where the fate had ended, and the dragon chi had detached, making it easily detectable. Can dragon chi attract each other? Su He wondered. Seeing that the Black Dragon Pagoda had lost its resistance, Su He slightly controlled it, and the Black Dragon Pagoda immediately descended to the ground. But just this descent consumed 30% of Su He's true chi. However, compared to the body fusion from before, it was much easier, at least not unbearable. Collect. With a thought, Su He shrank the Black Dragon Pagoda and swallowed it into his abdomen for storage. This Black Dragon Pagoda is strong, but the consumption is too severe, and it easily refines me into it. I must be cautious next time I use it. Su He evaluated. This type of magical treasure that requires personal control often consumes a lot. In comparison, the soul-absorbing flag only required him to release and retrieve the spiritual body, without needing to manage anything else, as the snake spirits would automatically attack, making it much more convenient. This was thanks to the snake demon spirits, which had developed a trace of intelligence and could be willingly controlled. Right, let's see what I hit just now. Su He retraced his steps, following the route in his memory, and arrived 50 miles away. Indeed, there were some lingering spiritual chi fluctuations in the air here. Su He carefully sensed it and found that the deceased's cultivation seemed to be at the core formation stage. However, it didn't seem like a true core formation, which puzzled Su He. Someone was hiding here. What were they trying to do? Monitor me? Or attempt to assassinate me? Su He frowned, spreading his divine sense to search every inch of the area. Soon, he found a storage bag. The storage bag was reinforced with a strong seal, but it had been somewhat broken by the collision. In addition, there were some scattered fragments of magical treasures on the ground, likely shattered by the impact. Su He used the gravity technique to carefully pick up the fragments. From these remnants, he could sense some sinister energy, clearly intended for killing. Someone indeed wants to harm me. Su Hei's expression darkened as he released the spirit of the Jiao Python to tear apart the seal on the storage bag and probed inside with his divine sense. In an instant, Su Hei's expression changed. Inside the storage bag were 2 items. The first was a blue pearl, filled with violent lightning, possessing the power to destroy the heavens and earth, with arcs of electricity scattering around. It was clearly a thunder tribulation pearl. However, this thunder tribulation pearl was entirely blue, likely a normal thunder tribulation pearl, much weaker than his purple one. The other item was a piece of grey talisman paper, seemingly ordinary and unknown in use. But being stored together with the thunder tribulation pearl, it was certainly also a lethal item. Even the storage bag was reinforced with a seal, indicating that its owner was also afraid of accidentally breaking it and being affected. What a grand scheme! Who wants to harm me? Who could it be? Su Hei was furious. A killer, carrying 2 deadly weapons, lurking just 50 miles away, would make anyone uneasy once they knew. Even without considering what was shattered, just these 2 treasures were enough to cause significant trouble. Su Hei spread his divine sense, continuing to search for any clues. Moments later, he discovered some wood fragments filled with spiritual power and traces of blood scattered around. Su Hei recalled in his mind anyone who might seek revenge on him and was associated with wood. A wooden puppet clone, this person is Xian Yangzi. Su Hei's eyes widened. When he was in human cities, he had inquired about Xian Yangzi's whereabouts, and it was said that he had been missing for a year, whereabouts unknown. Su Hei had thought the man was dead and didn't pay attention, but unexpectedly, he wasn't dead at all and was planning revenge. Such a menace cannot be left alive. Otherwise, if the opponent occasionally sent a wooden puppet clone to harass him, what would he do? Since the opponent lost a clone, they should be quiet for a while. I need to come up with a plan. Su Hei thought of Han Ti, who might have information on Xian Yangzi. But Han Ti was elusive and skilled in disguise, making him hard to find. Even if he were found, dealing with a core formation stage cultivator wouldn't be easy. Su Hei sighed, placing the Thunder Tribulation Pearl and the Grey Talisman into separate storage bags, sealing them, and then storing the bags in void stones. He burned all traces at the site with a single breath of fire and then returned to the myriad Serpent Valley. Before anyone realized it, winter had passed, and the temperature began to rise. This winter, there was no snow, and since Su Hei had already reached the foundation establishment stage, his body temperature remained constant, so he didn't even notice winter's arrival. In the myriad Serpent Valley, the snakes that had been hibernating began to awaken and gradually went out to hunt. The grass and trees sprouted new buds, and at the burial site of the old Snake King, a man-high serpent fruit tree was quietly growing. This tree had been transplanted several times and had now returned to its original spot. At this moment, 2 serpent fruits were growing on the tree, and in another year, it would reach the 3-year maturity cycle. However, now the serpent fruit held little value for Su Hei. On his recent trip to the human city, he had purchased enough resources, any one of which far exceeded the value of the serpent fruit tree. This tree was just a memento. Su Bai's cave dwelling even has a shielding formation. Let's see what she's up to. Su Hei's figure flickered as he dove underground, arriving at the entrance of Su Bai's cave dwelling, and knocked on the door with his tail. Based on his guess, Su Bai should have reached the foundation establishment stage. He wondered what kind of pills she would refine after reaching this stage. Come in. Su Bai's response came from inside. Su Hei entered, and the space suddenly opened up. The area was vast, equivalent to an underground plaza, with bottles and jars lined up on both sides, along with some large transparent containers. The first container in front of him was filled with liquid, soaking a cat. However, this cat looked very strange. Its back half was actually a dog. A dog's head. The front was a cat's head, the back a dog's head, with no rear, as if the front halves of 2 animals were joined together. The second container held a snake. However, the snake's face was a woman's ghastly white face. The third container contained a dog with a woman's long hair. Further back, there was a black cat covered in eyes, and as Su Hei passed by, all the eyes looked over. What on earth is this? Su Hei was startled. This was definitely not a normal mutation after a beast became demonic. This was extremely abnormal. These strange beasts, soaking in the liquid, were motionless, seemingly lifeless, yet there was a faint trace of vitality. Looking around, there were dozens of such monsters, each more terrifying than the last. I'm researching the transformation pill. These are the results after taking the pill, Su Bai explained. Transformation pill. Su Hei was taken aback. The transformation pill, as the name suggests, is a pill that allows one to transform into a human form after consumption, but this thing only exists in legends. For a demonic beast to transform, it must cultivate for 1,000 years, attain profound Dao, and use great divine abilities to transform. Su Hei's ever-changing fish and dragon technique, when mastered, could also transform into a human, but that was merely a visual illusion, not real. I've only had some preliminary success. It's still far from transforming into a human, Su Bai said with a bitter smile. Preliminary success. Su Hei swallowed. Observing these beasts, they were far from transforming into humans. They were evolving into monsters. This wasn't a beast transforming into a human, but a human transforming into a beast into a monster. To dare to research the transformation pill right after reaching the foundation establishment stage, she might just ascend to the heavens? Su Bai, I think you could change your research direction. There's no need to be fixated on the transformation pill, Su-hei said with an awkward smile. But humans are the spirits of all things, controlling most of the resources in this world. If demonic beasts want to obtain them, they can only transform into humans. For example, in the art of pill refining, humans are the best, Su-bai replied. Su-hei really didn't know how to explain. Saying too much might discourage her, but saying nothing might lead to an uncontrollable situation. Not to mention, just one of these monsters in the container would be deemed a demonic creature by cultivators, who would surely come to punish the one who created it. As expected of the heavenly demon technique. He had thought Su-bai's pills were safe and harmless, but that was before she broke through. Now that she had reached the foundation establishment stage, her pills had also leveled up. Actually, the transformation pill is quite complex. It's not too late to research it after you reach the chi condensation stage, Su-hei said with a bitter smile, using a delaying tactic. Su-bai nodded thoughtfully, makes sense. So what should I research now? Su-hei hesitated for a moment and then said seriously, a healer, with a heart to save the world and benefit all living beings. The reason he said this wasn't because he thought saving people was particularly good. It was just that this seemed to be the best choice for Su-bai. As long as the general direction was right, no matter how off it went, it wouldn't go too far astray. Benefit all living beings. Su-bai's eyes lit up as she stared at the creatures in the containers excitedly. Then let's save them first, they might survive. Forget it, pretend I didn't say anything. Su-hei was completely speechless, no longer trying to persuade her, and crawled away. There's no saving her, absolutely no saving her. He could only find a time to destroy these monsters so they wouldn't be discovered. By the way, where did you catch these experimental subjects? Su-hei glanced around and asked curiously. There were quite a few demonic beasts here, and there were over 300 that hadn't even been experimented on, kept in a separate room. I caught them from the Purple Mist sect. The spirit beasts there were unguarded and had become a disaster, eating several mountains bare, so I caught them all, Su-bai replied. Su-hei was silent. No wonder these cats and dogs looked so familiar, they were raised by the Purple Mist sect. He suddenly felt that Su-bai creating these monsters wasn't such a big deal. In comparison, humans allowing these spirit beasts to run rampant and destroy the ecosystem was the real disaster. He had been too harsh on Su-bai. Su-hei pondered for a moment, then took out a storage bag full of medicinal herbs and placed it on the ground. These were specially bought for Su-bai. Then he took out an iron pot and placed it beside her. This was the remnant of an ancient pill furnace. The pill furnace had mostly melted, leaving only a base resembling an iron pot, which should still have some use. Su-bai, no matter what you research, I support you, Su-hei said seriously. Really? Su-bai's eyes lit up. Of course. Su-hei nodded. Great. These are my latest pills, labeled with their names. Help me test their effects. I need someone at the foundation establishment stage. Hey, where are you going? Don't leave. Su-bai called out excitedly, but Su-hei slipped away without looking back. A moment later, Su-hei still ended up with some bottles and jars on him. These were forcibly given to him by Su-bai when she caught up. Among them was the infamous transformation pill. Su-hei, don't underestimate the snake. I've improved this transformation pill. No matter what you turn into, you'll return to normal once the time is up, with no side effects. Su-bai said confidently. Those spirit beasts can't recover because their cultivation is too low to expel the drug's power. You can definitely do it n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Su-hei felt quite helpless. He definitely wouldn't dare to take it himself, so he could only find someone else to try it. He planned to visit the wild giant elephant tribe, deliver the food he promised before, and see if any brave souls were willing to volunteer to test the pill. Myriad Serpent Valley, inside the underground cave dwelling. The white serpent gazed at the group of experimental subjects before her, murmuring, to save all beings. I really should study this carefully. The spirit beasts she had captured were well-fed and healthy, with the only potential cause of death being their lifespan. Some of these old cats and dogs had lived for over a decade, looking withered and frail, clearly at the end of their lifespan. So the first issue to tackle was the problem of longevity. Lifespan. The lifespan of demonic beasts and humans is not long. Even at the foundation establishment stage, they can only live for a little over 200 years. How can one achieve longevity? Su-bai took out a book that recorded all things and began to study it carefully. She found some long-lived creatures. The longest-lived animals are turtles, which can live for several hundred years. There are also some marine creatures that can live for over 100 years, but that's still not enough. Su-bai remained silent for a long time. What she wanted to research was a pill that could break the limits of life. A few hundred years was not enough. If she was going to do it, she had to do it to the best. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind, and Su-bai seemed to have thought of something, her eyes suddenly brightening. No, the longest-lived beings are not animals, but plants. Any large tree, as long as it has ample spiritual chi, can live for thousands of years. That is true longevity. Su-bai seemed to have found the right direction, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she thought more about it. Yes, I should combine living creatures with trees, let them live like trees, with long lifespans. That way, I can save all beings. Su-bai immediately spat out a small emerald green cauldron, directly absorbing the iron pot left by Su-hei into it. On the other side, After leaving Myriad Serpent Valley, Suhei headed straight for the wild giant elephant tribe. Along the way, he felt a bit uneasy. Was it good or bad to let Subai research how to save people? Letting her save lives shouldn't be a bad thing. No matter how twisted it gets, it shouldn't harm anyone, Suhei thought to himself. He couldn't think of a better path. This girl had just reached the foundation establishment stage and had already created such monsters. If he didn't correct her immediately, who knows what trouble she might cause in the future. He needed to set the right tone early on. With the overarching goal of saving lives, it should develop in a positive direction. A night passed. By the time Suhei arrived at the wild giant elephant tribe's settlement, it was already noon the next day. It was a vast, open grassland, dotted with hot springs, but Suhei didn't see a single elephant, nor were there any signs of battle. All the elephant herds had disappeared without a trace. Where have they gone? Suhei was puzzled. Although elephant herds were migratory, some members should have stayed behind. JNN. Are you Uncle Su? At this moment, a small elephant emerged from a hidden underground hole, curiously looking at him. Suhei turned to look. This small elephant was gray and only half the height of a person. He had seen it before. It was Man Jin's child. The entrance to the hidden underground hole was protected by a third-grade shielding formation, preventing core formation stage cultivators from spying. Inside, many small elephants were hiding. That's right, what's your name? Suhei nodded and asked. I'm Man Yin. Upon recognizing Suhei, Man Yin immediately ran out, looking a bit excited. Where are your tribe's elders? Suhei asked curiously. Man Yin quickly replied, Dad and the others went to the Wu Mountain range. Recently, many humans have invaded Wu Mountain, as if they've found a treasure, and they want to clear out the surrounding demonic beast groups. Dad is very righteous and led the tribe over there. Wu Mountain range. Suhei's eyes flashed, and he instinctively thought of that ancient tomb. According to the ancient map, that tomb was within the Wu Mountain area. Could it be? That map cost me 5,000 spirit stones. Suhei's face turned grim as he looked at the small elephants, seriously saying, go back inside, and don't come out for anyone, not even me. Man Yin's earlier actions were actually quite dangerous. If someone had impersonated him and brought a similar snake, Man Yin would have been in trouble. Okay, I understand. Man Yin nodded and quickly retreated into the underground hole. Here, take these. Suhei took out a storage bag and tossed it into the hole. Man Yin's trunk reached into the bag and pulled out a bunch of crystal-clear bananas, immediately overjoyed. Wow, it's fruit. We have fruit to eat. Great, it's been so long since we've had such fresh fruit. Many small elephants gathered around, pulling out watermelons, grapes, mangoes, and other foods from the storage bag, all preserved with spiritual qi, fresh and unspoiled. They ate quickly, their faces filled with happiness. Thank you, Uncle Su. Man Yin gratefully bowed his head. Thank you, Senior. The other small elephants also thanked Suhei from outside. Suhei felt a sense of emotion. In this world, it was rare to find such a simple and honest group of elephants. Humans had invaded Wu Mountain, far from this place, yet Man Jin still led the entire tribe over there. If it were Suhei, without any benefit, he would definitely not do it. Suhei took out 2 more storage bags filled with food and tossed them into the hole, advising, remember, don't come out for any creature, not even your elders. Humans are very cunning. Man Yin seemed thoughtful and nodded, got it, Uncle Su. Even if you come next time, I won't come out. Yes, we won't come out at all. The small elephants said in unison. Suhei didn't linger any longer and quickly left the wild giant elephant tribe's settlement. Man Jin's simple and honest nature, his righteousness, also influenced his descendants. Such a character could be considered noble in peaceful times, but in chaotic times, it was easy to be exploited and naturally eliminated. There wasn't much Suhei could do, except warn them. After searching the area to confirm no one was around, Suhei quickly left the place. His target was the Wu Mountain range. Wu Mountain. As the largest mountain range in the southwest of the Chu Kingdom and now in the western Qin Kingdom, it was shrouded in mist all year round, with overcast clouds and a harsh internal environment, inhabited by many great demons. Golden core great demons, rare in the outside world, were not uncommon in Wu Mountain, each occupying a territory and ruling over it. Normally, the great demons wouldn't interfere with each other, but now, they had all united. This was because a large group of humans had entered the deep mountains, forcing them to leave. At this moment, in a sunken area of Wu Mountain, a group of people stood, floating high in the sky, standing on flying swords, holding various magical treasures, all exuding an imposing aura, clearly experts. From this place as the center, within a radius of 10,000 miles, it will be considered a forbidden zone. No demonic beast is allowed to enter. An old man with a menacing aura swept the area with his pressure, reaching the mid-stage of core formation, the highest cultivation level present. Beside him were other core formation stage experts and a large number of foundation establishment cultivators. They wore various robes, including members of the Snake Catchers sect, Carefree sect, Taishan sect, and Purple Mist sect. Even some nascent soul ancestors from cultivation families had arrived at the scene. The old man with the highest cultivation, the menacing elder, was the Grand Elder of the Snake Catchers sect, Yin Mingzi. This gathering almost represented the most elite forces of the southern region. A radius of 10,000 miles? Our territories are all nearby. Are you trying to exterminate us? Snake Catcher's sect, such arrogance, do you really think we're afraid of you? On the other side of the sky, a group of Demon King level experts faced off from a distance. The Eagle Tribe, Snake Tribe, Ape Tribe, Lion Tribe of Wu Mountain, and even the Elephant Tribe from a bit further away had all gathered. No matter how much enmity they had in the past, they united against the human invasion. Together they rise, together they fall. The number of these Demon Kings was not less than the human core formation cultivators on the other side, and they also had an old demon at the mid-golden core stage leading them. In terms of foundation establishment, the demonic beasts had 20 more. Yin Mingzi said coldly, "Don't blame me for not warning you. This is a place the Heavenly Puppet Sect has designated for clearing. If you don't leave, when Qin Sunji arrives in person, you won't be able to leave even if you want to." With these words, the demonic beasts looked at each other in dismay. The Heavenly Puppet Sect was a powerful sect that had wiped out the entire Chu kingdom, and its Grand Elder had the cultivation of great perfection in the core formation stage, capable of defeating 10,000 troops alone. As long as he took action, no demonic beast in this area could withstand him. At this moment, the old demon at the mid-golden core stage stepped forward and snorted coldly, "Don't think I don't know. There are certain restrictions here for the people of the Heavenly Puppet Sect, am I right?" Yin Mingzi's eyes flashed upon hearing this, and he said, "Restrictions, are you sure?" "Humph, my stone ape lineage has lived and thrived here for over 10,000 years. How could we not know some secrets?" This old demon was an old monkey, so old that its skin was almost bald, its body hunched, yet its eyes were full of vigor and wisdom. In truth, his words had no basis and were purely a guess based on past experiences. In the Wu Mountain range, all kinds of people had come, except for the experts of the Heavenly Puppet Sect. Even if they did come, it was just some juniors passing by. He didn't believe in such a coincidence. Especially this time, Qin Sunji didn't come in person but sent another sect, without even a single elder from his own, which deepened his suspicion. Secrets? I'd like to know, what secrets? Yin Mingzi was half believing, half doubting. No comment, the old monkey demon sneered. This left Yin Mingzi in hesitation. He was here on orders, and if he didn't achieve something, it would be difficult for the Snake Catcher's sect to establish a foothold in the Qin kingdom. He also had his doubts about why Qin Sunji didn't come personally. He initially thought it was a test for the Snake Catcher's sect, but now it seemed not so simple. No need to waste words with these humans, just charge and kill them. The Purple Lightning Lion King shouted coldly. "No matter what sect, driving us out for thousands of miles is intolerable. Kill all the humans. The territory is inviolable." The demonic beasts were not like humans who wanted to think things through. Most of them had fiery tempers and could start a fight at the slightest disagreement. Seeing that the old monkey demon did not stop them, a horned eagle flapped its wings, sending countless wind blades forward. The other great demons roared in anger, charging forward with overwhelming momentum. Yin Mingzi's face turned ashen. Fighting was not impossible, but they were missing a team. The Mountain Movers sect had some unknown incident and not a single person showed up, with no response to their communication talisman. With the Mountain Movers sect, their defensive capabilities would be greatly enhanced. Seeing the other side charging, Yin Mingzi took out a large flag, which grew longer in the wind. With a wave of his hand, countless snake demons were released from the flag, pouncing towards the demonic beast horde. Kill. With an order, everyone charged towards the demonic beast army, and the two sides quickly became entangled in a chaotic battle. On the outskirts of Wu Mountain, Su He used the ever-changing fish and dragon technique, moving swiftly and leaving behind afterimages. He practiced his body technique while traveling, and unknowingly, the ever-changing fish and dragon showed signs of advancing to the third level. At the second level, his speed greatly increased, allowing him to create afterimages. At the third level, the afterimages could multiply into thousands, making the true body hard to find. Currently, Su He couldn't create thousands of afterimages, but making a dozen or so was no problem. His speed was nearly invincible within the foundation establishment stage, approaching that of a false core cultivator using true essence. This was the domineering aspect of the Dragon Clan's body technique. Of course, he couldn't use this body technique for long while traveling, as it consumed too much true qi. After absorbing a large amount of spiritual vein energy, Su He's cultivation reached 80% of the initial stage, very close to the middle stage. With 3 dragon bones, Su He's strength had increased tremendously, capable of easily shattering a top-tier second-grade magical treasure. Unknowingly, Su He had touched upon a legendary realm. The Extreme Realm? The Extreme Realm does not refer to a cultivation realm but a realm of strength. The gap between the foundation establishment stage and the core formation stage was too large to cross, as it was the difference between true qi and true essence, which couldn't be bridged by mere techniques. However, within the foundation establishment stage, one could continuously enhance their strength until they could defeat those at the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage, achieving invincibility within the foundation establishment stage, and then surpass invincibility. At that point, although still unable to contend with the core formation stage, one would be infinitely close, reaching an extreme value. Extreme represents the limit, beyond which there is no further enhancement. This is the meaning of the extreme realm. Throughout history, those who could reach the limit of strength within the foundation establishment stage were few and far between. In ancient times, only a few with perfect foundation establishment, through great fortune, might achieve it. In the context of history, to touch the extreme realm at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, Suhei was not unique but certainly among the top. In this era of scarce spiritual qi, where even perfect Foundation establishment was rare, he was enough to dominate an era. Before long, Suhei arrived at his destination. Before even reaching the location indicated on the map, Suhei sensed various battle fluctuations coming from all directions. Fights were happening everywhere. Sure enough, they've started fighting. Suhei stopped using the ever-changing fish and dragon technique and instead applied the invisibility talisman, using the earth escape technique to burrow underground and advance stealthily. N/O/fel/B/jn.C//OM. As Mannion had said, the demonic beast clans had united to resist the humans, and the area was divided into several battle zones. The ape tribe and eagle tribe were fighting the snake catchers sect. The elephant tribe was battling the carefree sect. The lion tribe was confronting the Taishian sect. The snake tribe was fighting some ancient cultivation families. Besides these 5 main forces, there were also some other minor demon clans participating in the battle. Suhei roughly observed that the demonic beast side seemed to have the upper hand, with 2 more golden core great demons and 20 more Foundation establishment great demons. However, the humans had numerous magical treasures, endless techniques, and pills, talismans, and formations, which the demonic beasts lacked. Additionally, the humans coordinated more seamlessly, supporting each other to achieve a synergy greater than the sum of their parts, while the demonic beasts fought individually. Moreover, the humans were not fighting desperately, holding back in their attacks. For the time being, the situation was at a stalemate. The 5 great sects of the southern region are all here, except for the Mountain Movers sect. Suhei speculated that the Mountain Movers sect had been annihilated 2 days ago, and these people probably didn't know yet. Judging by their complaints, they were indeed unaware of the annihilation. Suhei's figure flickered as he moved towards the battlefield between the elephant tribe and the carefree sect. The elephant tribe excelled in strength, nearly invincible in frontal combat, but the carefree sect members all had swift wind talismans, using agile body techniques and long-range spells to maneuver. The carefree sect was the one from whom he had stolen the spirit tail chicken. That day, Elder Joe, who had chased the old dog all the way, was also present and had broken through to the middle stage of Foundation establishment, proving to be quite talented. Let's start with you. Suhei's eyes flashed as he burrowed to the rear of the crowd, targeting his objective, and with a thought. Mountain Embrace Seal. Through visualization, a grand mountain quickly formed above Elder Joe, crashing down with immense force. The current Mountain Embrace Seal was countless times stronger than when Suhei had first used it. Watch out. We're under attack. The crowd shouted from behind, and Josu's expression changed as he rapidly retreated, only to see the mountain crashing down onto a giant light formation, causing it to shake and crack. This was a defensive formation set up by the Taishian sect. The Taishian sect excelled in formations, providing each team with one for protection, crucial for survival, showcasing the coordination among humans.